Good morning, everybody, from the RSBN studios. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Obviously, we'll be sending it out to Chesapeake, Virginia in just a few minutes. Nikki Stanzione and Vanessa Broussard are on the ground there, getting ready to see the president speak at 3 o'clock today. This after a wild night. I mean, there's many adjectives I'm sure we can share with you as to how it went last night with Biden versus President Trump. Of course, President Trump staying calm, cool, and collected, peace through strength, and delivered a great debate last night, even though it wasn't really that much of a debate, as we saw Biden, looking off the camera a lot, and you saw all of the different things that happened there. But we saw CNN's post coverage as well, as did most people across the country. And it doesn't come to me as a surprise that they were so surprised that Biden was doing so terribly. I believe personally that CNN and the Democrat Party are one and the same. So there may have been, this is an opinion here, a script along those lines to oust Biden anyway. So you have to look at all of that context. And that's, obviously as Americans, we have to look at all of the news that's going on to see what's truth, what's lies. And a number of other things I heard too are, CNN was a bit fair last night. Well, I disagree with that as well, because again, if they're playing along a script, they're going to not come off so anti-Trump, even though that's exactly what they are through and through. So again, we take it with a grain of salt. We know last night was an absolute cringe-worthy, tough event to watch. I know I feel that way this morning. I know that many of you do as well. But today's a new day, and today is Rally Day in Chesapeake, Virginia. Vanessa Broussard, Nikki Stanzione, bringing you live coverage, interviewing the great patriots of the Commonwealth of Virginia. We also have a lot of great interviews coming up, lined up for you out of Virginia when it comes to John McGuire, Hung Cao, and others. So today, obviously, when President Trump takes that stage, there will be a ton of people watching. We know a lot of people watched last night, and the only reason why was because 45 was there and doing a great job, as he always does, in debates. So the question is, who will be next for the Democrats? I'm not saying that's from sourced information, but we're just, talking here. I mean, think about it. We get that the news and the facts are delivered, right? And then there's a lot of opinion editorial op-eds. So at the end of the day, we saw yesterday that he did an awful job. We see that the Democrats and then the left-wing pundits are talking about the Democratic Party freaking out. So the question is, if this were to happen, who will replace Joe Biden to take on President Trump? I mean, think about it. The debate happened well before usual presidential debates happen in an election cycle. Why did that happen? Did it happen because there was a little bit more time to campaign for a new candidate? Who knows? So, of course, names thrown around: Gavin Newsom, Hillary Clinton, Michelle Obama, others out there. So who knows what's going to happen with that? We'll see. Obviously, we'll stay on top of it here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as to who will replace Joe Biden, if that's what happens. But we are seeing, we're reading the tea leaves as you are. We're seeing that looks like that's going to be next up for the Democrats. The president leading, President Trump, that is, in all the battleground states. Everywhere you go, his polls are up. It doesn't matter what segment of the population, they're in support of President Trump. And just the other day, if you remember, right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, we had the roundtable, business roundtable in Atlanta. Representative Byron Donalds and Congressman Wesley Hunt, Dr. Ben Carson, and others were there talking about Black America and employment and the economy and all of the support that is on the upswing from blacks, whites, Asians, Hispanic, on and on and on. But the point is, I interviewed Star Parker, who is with the Cure policy. She also is a big, great patriot, but also a Trump supporter as well. I interviewed her about that Atlanta roundtable. So we'll get to that a little bit later in the broadcast, including, of course, tossing out live to Chesapeake, Virginia, where we have Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione, who will pick up our coverage, and we'll dip back here at the studio throughout the day. One thing I also want to share with you is our great friends at the Birch Gold Group. This is the info kit right here. All you have to do is text Trump to 989898. And later today, we have on tap, we have Philip Patrick. He's with the Birch Gold Group. So he's going to join us live, I believe from the West Coast, later in our broadcast. And we'll have a great interview with him. And I want to ask him just some very basic questions about Birch Gold, but then there are a lot more specifics when it comes to the U.S. dollar, the interest rates, the Fed, and we'll dive into a little bit of more of a deeper economic discussion with Philip Patrick. So that'll be a live interview later today. But back to Birch Gold Group. When it comes to the U.S. dollar, if it's losing value, which unfortunately sometimes it is, it depends on the market each day and what the BRICS nations are doing. But at the end of the day, having gold, silver, and precious metals as backed IRAs or tax-sheltered IRAs, 401ks, but also just having gold with you as a backup of that dollar is something that you can do. And you can get started with Birch Gold Group. You can text Trump to 989898. You'll get this info kit in the mail if you'd like. They'll also send you one on your phone if you'd like one as well. So it's the same information on this as is the digital copy. So 1:30 today Eastern time will be the program, the pre-program. We'll start there in Chesapeake, Virginia, and then President Trump expected to speak at 3 p.m. A lot of people waiting to see how he acts in the sense of reacts to the debate yesterday. Again, if you just joined us now, wasn't much of a debate with all of the microphones getting silenced and all of the censorship that happens within that framework. Not a freedom of speech. You're supposed to have two microphones that you can talk back and forth and have an actual debate, right? I mean, again, it comes back to common sense. You don't need rocket science to understand that two people in a debate should be able to talk over each other and debate a little bit. They shouldn't have called that a debate. They should have called that a speech by President Trump and a speech by Joe Biden. Anyway, some are saying that Biden was also under some sort of a drug, or who knows. But at the end of the day, if that's true, that may have also played a part into the whole thing of this so-called ousting of Joe Biden to bring in a new candidate. I mean, some of the blank stares were tough. And at the end of the day, we were hoping for health for Biden. Let's be real. I'm hoping for health for that guy, but not to be running our country. Simple as that. So again, the question is who will replace him moving forward. So we've got about 2 minutes until we're going to Nikki Stanzione and Vanessa Broussard in Chesapeake, Virginia. So it's going to be some great coverage. I'm looking forward to seeing them on the ground there and interviewing some patriots in Virginia. It is Rally Day here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Matthew Alvarez. It's 8 after 9 a.m. on the East Coast. Again, President Trump expected to speak at 3 o'clock Eastern time. We're going to have full coverage from 9 o'clock a.m. We got 8 minutes in, all the way until the end of President Trump's speech. So it's going to be a jam-packed day here with correspondents on the ground and many patriots, I'm sure, that are watching this broadcast and will be tuning in later. Will be wanting to hear not only from President Trump, but from the speakers that are speaking before the president. Hung Kao is one of those people who I interviewed earlier as well. He is a retired Navy captain, and he is someone that is America First and endorsed by President Trump, as has John McGuire been. So both of those interviews are on the way later in the broadcast. And of course, some great commentary from Nikki and Vanessa in the field. Always interesting to hear all different kinds of points that really add up to pretty much the same thing in the sense of common sense and the truth. So about to send it out there live to Chesapeake, Virginia, as people are getting ready to welcome President Trump after he was in Atlanta, Georgia yesterday. From the south to the northeast, the president flying Trump Force One. That was pretty awesome yesterday, him in Atlanta as well when he landed. A great reception there. So Let's send it to Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione, who are joining us now live in Chesapeake, Virginia.
Well, good morning, America. So good to see you here in a very sunny Virginia. It is beautiful out here today. Hello again. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Nikki Stanzione. The day after the debate, a lot of people are eager today. They're excited today, and they're ready to see President Trump.
It is post-debate time. Listen, I'm going to be totally transparent. The two of us were texting at about 2 or 3 a.m. rewatching the debate because we were so invested in everything that happened last night. It was one of the most important nights in political campaigning history, and I'm so happy we were here today to witness what's going to happen in the post-party.
Yes, absolutely. And the people here, the crowd is already showing up. President Trump doesn't speak until another couple of hours. It's 9 a.m. Eastern time here, local time, and he doesn't take the stage until 3. But as you can see, we are one of the vendor booths here, one of the many. There are dozens, and people are already here shopping. Nikki, we were talking about this on the way in as we were parking. People are just happy and hopeful.
And that's what I want people to know that watch us. Maybe you're watching for the first time. Maybe you're a loyal follower. I want you to know, if you are not here in person, the experience is blissful, it's joyful, it's peaceful, and it's patriotic. And that's the beauty of any Trump event, is that people come out to support the America First agenda with happiness and hope. Yes. That's what I feel, a lot of hopefulness. Don't you feel that?
I feel it as well every time we come to a rally or an event for the conservatives. And I'll tell you that this is why RSBN does what we do and why we start so early in the morning, because you get to see what we see. You see the crowds, you see the people, you see the vendors, you see it all. So thank you for choosing RSBN. Thank you for watching. We'll be here with you all day long, so stick around. Great pre-programming coming up here shortly as well. So a jam-packed day. Of course, we'll knock out all the top talking points that happened last night in that boxing match of a debate. So we'll hear from the people and what they thought, and also give you our thoughts about how we move forward after last night's debate. So make sure you stick around for that, because we have a lot to unpack today, and we're eager to get started. But again, I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Nikki Stanzione. And take a look. I love Nikki coming to the vendor booths, because the shirts,
they're fun.
Yes, they're fun.
Yes.
And they're unique. And so we're just going to take you around and just
you always
show
see something different, Vanessa. It's like every time you think you've seen the best or the funniest, there's more. It just keeps on coming, and everybody's so creative and unique in there with all the vendors, all the garments, and people are so proud to show off their Trump paraphernalia, don't you think?
Absolutely, they are. Everyone here wearing patriotic attire. They love their country. They love America, and they're ready to put this country first again. So let's take a look at some of the merchandise as we get going here. We are at Vendor Row, I guess, is where everyone's starting to shop today. You can see it's 9:15 in the morning here, and people are already, I see a woman with her credit card out right now, their cash out. They're ready to start buying merchandise, and it's always fun to see who they're buying things for, not just themselves, but also their family members. If they have grandkids or nieces or nephews, they stock up.
They do. And as they should, right? Because this is a moment in history. It's a moment in time. These are going to be collectible items one day. Think about what's going to happen generation after generation when somebody says, oh, I have one of the original Trump mugshot t-shirts. You know, those are the things that people are going to remember, and they're going to really appreciate having down the road. I also appreciate the joy and the happiness, but also the diversity of the crowd. You're seeing every age group. You're seeing people from all different backgrounds, from all different places coming out on a hot Friday day, right? This is not listen, people make their way here. They find their way. They make it convenient because it's so important to them. And I love seeing that.
Yes, people from all over the country, they travel near and far to be here at a Trump rally. And so we always see people from different cities, different states, and people who have come just for the first time, people who have been to dozens of Trump events. So, yes, we love to see the people, the crowd, and all the different unique items that these vendors sell as we start to look at all of the different hats and bumper stickers and car shirts and just name it. What are you shopping for today?
Just looking around, looking to see what they got, that's all.
Okay. What's your name and where are you from?
My name's Billy Tatum. I'm from Virginia Beach.
You're from Virginia Beach. First time to see Trump?
First time, yeah.
Okay. How excited are you?
I'm excited.
Did you watch the debate last night?
Yes, I did.
What were your thoughts?
It was pitiful watching an old man like that. I think it's elderly abuse personally. I think it's terrible. I would never do that to my father. I'd never put anybody up there like that.
You know, and that's a conversation a lot of people are having. Would they put their loved ones? Clearly something is wrong. He's older.
Blah, 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 and staring, that's what they all do. You have to know that. And Gavin Newsom's not going to work. Nobody knows Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom was there yesterday.
Just look at California. That's all you have to do is take one look at that place and you'll know. Wow.
Don't California our America, right?
No. I can't imagine.
So how do you think President Trump did last night?
Outstanding. I thought he did outstanding. He kept us cool. He was right on the facts. I loved everything about him. Even if I was going to vote for him, he was right on. It was pretty obvious who won that debate.
Gavin Newsom, we just mentioned him. He was there last night.
Yeah, I saw him there last night talking to everybody, yeah. They're going to shove him in there. I figure about around August. I think around August they can shove him in there. That way they don't need the DNC to help. They can just shove him right in. That's what's going to happen. So
we'll see what happens. It's very scary, but either way, we need to make sure that this country is saved come November, right?
4 more years of this, we're done. We're all done. It'll all be over with if he doesn't get in there.
Biden's done after what his wife came out after the debate and said, "You answered all the questions so good."
As he should have, right? It's a debate. You're supposed to answer all of the questions.
2-year-old.
Just to learn how to stand up for 90 minutes. That was all they were practicing, standing up. Built that stage. He still couldn't figure out how to get off there. She still needed Jill to come up there and help him out.
I didn't understand half of what Biden was saying. He was just a mumbling. That's all he does.
So he just mentioned he is almost like an elderly abuse because you feel like there's some type of condition he may have. Do you feel the same?
Yes. Because they have to practice and practice and practice, and he still can't get it right. Even though they go through all this extreme and everything, they still can't get it right. And he just walks off the stage or doesn't walk off the stage and falls down.
Well, I asked him, I'll ask you as well, how do you feel like President Trump did last night?
Fantastic. I love Trump. He's our president. He's been our president since 2016, and he'll continue to be our president.
Your first time to see President Trump as well today?
Yes.
All right. Well, have a great time. Thanks for stopping and talking to us. Happy shopping. There's a lot to choose from out here.
Thank you.
You have a nice afternoon.
You too. Nikki, we'll send it over to you now.
Great interview, Vanessa. I love seeing you guys are fabulous. But Margie's over here with me. Come on over here for a sec, Margie. I know you checked out all the fun merchandise, but moreover, I know you watched the debate last night. I'd love to hear how you felt about what you saw. Tell me a little bit about your impressions.
Well, I was happy that Trump didn't interrupt. He contained himself very well. He must have killed him, but he did a good job of it. He let Joe Biden speak. As far as Biden is exactly what we expected. You know, nothing, I'm sure they did everything they could in the background to make him look halfway decent, but it was just too obvious.
So now, do you think that they're going to be replacing him, or do you think they're going to carry on with him on the ticket?
I believe that plan was in place a long time ago. Yes, they'll be replacing him, and it's just a matter of when.
It's interesting. I mean, what are some of the moments? Was there one that stood out to you that you felt like, wow, President Trump really showed America why we love him so much?
Not any particular one, but he just, I feel that President Trump remembers the facts. He's very sharp, and he's a businessman. He hasn't stayed in business this long and this successful without knowing what he's doing and presenting himself well. And if you notice, there's all these years, his former employees, current employees, nobody really says anything bad about him. It's all like outsiders that come in and try to blackmail and badmouth him. but I just feel he's got a way of handling things. He knows what he's doing, and I like what I see.
Well said. Yeah, he really does have a way of dealing with the people that he works with in a way that's very, it's caring, it's compassionate. He listens. That's what I've heard from the campaign, is he listens to the people that are around him.
I heard a story a while back that when he was working in New York City at one of his big parties, people were looking for him, and they found him in the kitchen talking to the help. And I'm like, somehow I could see that happening. Yeah.
I love seeing that. Is this your first rally, or have you been to many?
No, this is my first. My daughter went in South Carolina, and she's like, you got to go, Ma. So that's why I'm here.
Well, welcome. You're going to have such a wonderful time. It's been such a treat to talk to you, Margie. Thank you so much. And I see over here, this young lady just told me she's been to 3. So is this the 3rd, or you've already been to 3?
This is my 3rd. I went to Regent University on the first one in 2016, and in 2020 I went to Newport News, and this is my 3rd.
So real quickly, if you don't mind, this is our audience, our RSBN audience. We're so happy to have you at another rally today. It just goes to show that there's so much loyalty and support. Tell me what it is about President Trump that keeps you feeling so loyal to him.
He speaks from the heart. He loves America, and when the 2016, when they had the primaries and everything, I didn't vote for him. But the more I listened to him, the man was speaking from his heart. He really wanted to save America, and he is a good American.
He turned you around. And I like to see that, because there are so many people out there that might be on the fence, or maybe they didn't vote for President Trump in the past, and now they're seeing what the nation looks like when it's not run by President Trump.
I think a businessman is the way to go.
Well, what is your first name?
Lynn.
Lynn, that's my mommy's name. It's so nice to talk to you.
Okay, nice talking to you.
Enjoy your 3rd rally today, and I'm going to throw it over to Vanessa. She's got some fabulous people to talk to as well.
Yes, right behind me, hard at work, is Bill. This is his shopping area, I guess, if you want to call it. He travels and goes to all of the rallies for President Trump. He's working right now. As you can see, people are buying from him. Good to see you, Bill.
Hi.
We've met a long time ago.
We did, a couple years ago.
In North Carolina, right?
That's correct.
Yes. So, again, he's always on the go, always on the road. Early this morning, people are already out shopping. How do you feel?
I feel great. It's a great day. Anytime Trump's in town, it's patriotic, and we call it a patriotic tailgate party.
I like that. I've never heard that before. I'll have to use it. It is like a tailgate party now that you say that. People are just happy and having fun.
They are. It's a good time.
So we were talking earlier, and you said that President Trump has some of your merchandise from your shop.
He does. His staff has picked up several things from us in the past. We're a unique vendor. We have a lot of unique items other vendors don't have. So a lot of times they'll come and get some things and give to the president.
That's awesome. That has to make you feel good to know that he has some of your merchandise.
It does. We feel real good about that.
The debate last night, did you watch, or were you traveling?
I was watching it as I was traveling.
Okay. What are your initial thoughts about how last night went?
I thought it was great. The president handled himself like I knew he could. I think he did great. He had some great lines. I thought it was fantastic.
All right, I have to agree with you, but look at all of these shoppers here today. You have to be excited to see all of these people, all of this great merchandise. Love the hats. I live on the coast of Texas, and so when you live on the coast, it's always windy, so I always have a hat on, and so I might have to snag a hat before the day is over. But love all of your things. Thanks for what you do. Enjoy your customers. It's a beautiful day today.
Thank you very much. We always enjoy when Patriots come out.
Yes, they're happy people, right?
They are.
All right, good to see you again.
You too, thank you.
Yes, Nikki.
Vanessa and I are going to be doing hat shopping at the end of this day. Mark my words. That's going to be our treat. And in the meantime, your hats are fabulous, and so are your shirts. Come on over here. Let's talk a little bit, because you girls said you like to watch RSBN, so we appreciate that. How long have you been watching the network?
I literally just started at the beginning of this year, especially when his campaign started. Oh my God, I've been following every single campaign. Absolutely. Oh my God, it's so amazing. You guys are beautiful.
And this is our first time being here. And I'm so overwhelmed. I mean, look at all the flags, look at it, and everyone is just so happy to be able to, help one another. It's just, oh my gosh, I can't wait to see when he comes out. I was like, oh, can I get a picture with him? Oh my gosh, can I get an autograph? Oh my God, I'm so excited.
I love this enthusiasm. And listen, Vanessa and I, we get just as enthusiastic, right? It's an exciting time. It's an exciting time to see so much patriotism, so much happiness, so much positivity. In a world of chaos, when we're filled with a lot of divisiveness and a lot of negativity, there's something really refreshing about being around people with a collective mindset of happiness, joy, and hope. But don't you feel that way?
And you know what? I really like, my daughter actually got me signed up for Trump being Trump's, one of his fans. And you get these text messages from President Trump. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like awesome. I mean, and I got his little picture on my phone, and it is incredible. And he's just encouraging. And you know what he's going to do. I believe in him. I believe in exactly what he says he's going to do.
Is there something in particular that drew you to follow President Trump? That there was one message? Was there one policy? Was there anything in particular that made you say, you know what, this is my guy. This is who I want as our leader?
The fact that he actually, as a president, put America first. And then, Biden just tore down the wall and all these immigrants flooding in. And the fact that he said that no illegals have killed anyone. The fact, do you have an Instagram? Do you get online? Are you serious? The fact that you're saying that is absolutely insane.
And then after the fact, he did a mini little thing with his wife and said, I can't believe that I didn't hear anything truthful. I only heard lies. And yet I find that if you fact check the actual debate, the lies came from him.
It was absolutely astonishing how a fact that the judges they didn't stop the fact checking, that they allowed him to say all these things, and that Trump, he did say, he's like, can you believe that this is absolutely ridiculous that we're having a debate here with this man? It's absolutely insane.
Were you impressed? At least I was impressed. I want to know if you were also. I was impressed by how measured and calm he stayed. He made his little grins here and there, but there were some insults flying. And when people say, oh, I have an issue because Trump was insulting Biden, when I hear that, I think actually the majority of the insults were coming from Biden to Trump. And how do you think he handled that?
I think he handled it stellar. I mean, he's an intellectual man, and he knows his vocabulary very well, and he can handle it. He can handle it.
You're fabulous, by the way. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 23 years old.
You look so young. I have to say, I love seeing such a diversity of age and culture and background and men and women. It just goes to show everybody is for Trump. It's not just one specific group of people. And so I want to ask you both this question. Do you find that, because this is something I experienced, do you find that people who are only following a narrative or listening to one-sided media are getting an impression that's not accurate, and then you find yourself having to be defensive? And if so, how do you handle that?
That was actually just happened to me at work. I was telling people that I was excited about coming here, and then they got very defensive. And then they were trying to tell me things. I'm like, wait a minute. No, I don't know about that. It sounded fake. I don't believe that. And then it's hard. And I'm having to defend, but you know what? They actually came back to me and they apologized. They did, and I was very impressed.
I love hearing that. That's what we need to. We need to start talking more, be more open. The silent majority cannot be silent anymore. And I know President Trump will say that later. Okay, so I'm just going to say I'm going to be looking for you in the crowd when he comes out and you hear "God bless the USA." You're going to cry. I cry every time.
Yes. Oh my God. Let's tell everybody your name one more time.
I'm Lena.
And Erica Meekins.
So wonderful to meet both of you. Thank you for talking to RSBN. I know Vanessa has some fabulous Patriots. It was a treat to talk to you both. I'll throw it over to Vanessa.
Look how cute these are. If you wear Crocs, I've never seen these before, Nikki. These are Croc charms that they're selling here. Very patriotic. They're so fun. I love them. Look at the patriotic sunglasses. So Croc charms. How cool is that? Love it. This one says mean tweets. So if you love mean tweets, these belong on your Crocs. Hey, we want to remind you that we do not have a health care system here in America. We have a sick care system. So many people suffered during COVID, and we just don't know what to expect in the coming months, even in the coming year. And that's why it's so important to get a medical care kit. Make sure you get your hands on one of these. They are so important. It's Dr. Pinsky, Dr. Peter McCullough. They are behind this emergency care kit. It comes with everything you need, from ivermectin to amoxicillin, the medicines that you need when disaster strikes. Don't wait for your doctor. Don't wait for your pharmacy to have the prescriptions ready. This is a company that has worked with President Trump. They have been warning us since the pandemic that we need these medicines on hand. And I can tell you firsthand that I have one at home, and it has already come in handy for me. Love the medical emergency kit. So if you want one for your family, now is the time to do so. Don't wait. Go to makecaregreatagain.com. That's makecaregreatagain.com. While you're there, type in the RSBN code at checkout. Save yourself some money, and that way you can make sure that your family is taken care of when disaster strikes. Now, these kits are only available in the U.S., and when you go online, you'll see all different sorts of kits as well, and you can find what best fits your needs. And how it works is that they send you a form, and you fill it out just like you would if you were a new patient at a doctor's office, and they look over that, and then they'll send you, if approved, you have no allergies, all of the things that you would typically do at a doctor's office. They do that as well over the internet, and then they'll send you the emergency kit. So make sure you get your hands on one. Again, that's makecaregreatagain.com, makecaregreatagain.com. Type in the RSBN code at checkout. Save yourself about $45 or so, which is great. We can all save $45 in this economy. So good news there with the RSBN code. Dr. Peter McCullough and his team making sure Americans are safe, they're healthy every single day, but especially if another pandemic of sorts strikes our country. Only available in the U.S. That's makecaregreatagain.com. Look at these two ladies who I just met. So good to see you. Tell me your name and where you're from.
Shannon Mafia. I'm originally from Southside Chicago, Orland Hills, and I moved to Norfolk 4 years ago.
4 years ago. What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Carol Archambault. I'm originally from Detroit, Fife Lake, Michigan, and I'm now in Virginia Beach.
All right. So tell me, first time to see President Trump?
Yes, it is. I'm excited.
Yes.
And we just met in the parking lot.
In the parking lot.
Because we both came alone.
I thought you were lifelong friends. You're shopping together and getting along great and taking selfies with me and everything. So great. You never know who you're going to meet at a Trump rally. Lifelong friend.
That's right.
And everybody's just been so nice and great and everything. Yeah. It's just been a really awesome experience.
So I have to say that I heard that you were from Chicago. Big move here to Virginia. Yeah. You have to see the news and what's taking place in Chicago. How does that make you feel?
I'm sickened, and that's why everybody's leaving. Besides the taxes, everybody's getting killed. It's just a hot mess there.
And you're from Detroit, same type of scenario there. You have to see, the crime rate and what's taking place in the city. Moving here to Virginia, looking back, how does that make you feel?
It's sad. It is sad because I'll actually tell you a little story. When my parents passed away, we took them down to Detroit. And when we went down there, my sisters and I had to sit in the back while my brother sat up front because of the area that we went into. I was so sad because that's where my parents grew up, and it was beautiful, and it's really sad what is happening in Detroit right now, what's going on, everything. It's just terrible.
Yeah, and we want to make sure that these cities are safe for the people there. What's really sad to me, anytime a life is lost, it's unfortunate. It shouldn't happen. But I'm watching on the news little kids being shot in drive-by shootings while they're sleeping in their bed at night.
Not only that, you can't even drive downtown because they're shooting you on the freeway. So, there's hundreds of people getting killed just going downtown. So that tells you everything you need to know about just even going to downtown.
Right. A lot of people avoid the area.
Add the mess down there. It's not a safe city. It's a beautiful city, but it's not safe.
We need to restore law and order, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. We need to go red. Michigan needs to go red. Yeah, Illinois needs to go red.
And what are you hearing? I'm sure you still have family, friends there.
My daughter's there, yes. My twin son's with her right now, so yeah. I got family there, and unfortunately, she's a Democrat. But she sees that, money is, everything's more expensive. So hopefully she'll be an independent like me. And
so you are independent.
I've always been an independent. Ever
Interesting.
since watching Clarence Thomas come in, what he had to go through, I'm like, I never want to be a Democrat and never want to be a rhino. Because they didn't have no backbone when Thomas was getting to be SCOTUS.
So for the independents watching today, or the undecided voters, I think you may be one of the first independents that have vocally said so to me at a Trump event. Tell me, what is your message to those people, maybe the undecideds and the independents?
Don't listen to the media anymore. I mean, the mainstream media is dead. That's why you have to go other places to even... And if anybody knows, I'm 51, so... I watched Trump on Oprah when I was a little girl, and remember when he jumped out of his limousine to save somebody from getting robbed, and I remember all that stuff. These other people, they used to love Trump when he was a Democrat. He used to give them money, donate him to them, and now look at it's a sad day.
The Democrat Party's changed.
Absolutely. It's not the same Democrat Party that I grew up.
It's not either. My parents were diehard Democrats. But if they were alive today and they saw what was happening, I know that they would switch over. I know that they would. I know that they would vote for Trump. Maybe not switch over to Republican, but Trump is a businessman, and he's not going to let the Republican or the Democrat rule him. He's the ruler.
The second term.
Commander-in-chief.
The second term, he knows who to trust and who not to trust.
Yeah. I think it's
we still have to use those rhinos to get in, to have the Senate and, all that good stuff.
But I like how you said for people to do their own homework, don't watch the mainstream media.
You can't trust them. If you haven't learned the Russia thing, I mean, they lied.
The elections, the 2020 elections, it was absolutely, and I worked the polls. I know for a fact, and nobody can ever convince me otherwise.
That was actually brought up in the debate last night. If President Trump were to lose, would he concede or admit that he lost the election? And he says he just basically wants a fair election, and he still believes the 2020 elections were stolen. A lot of Americans do.
You get your ass out and sorry.
You're good.
You get out there and you actually vote. You can't say at home. This is really too important. I mean, look at what happened within 4 years.
I know.
I mean, our whole life is different.
Can't afford. People are living paycheck to paycheck. Can't afford rent. Can't afford child care was a big topic last night. Can't afford groceries, gasoline. Not to mention our open borders. It's just what has happened to our country in 3 years.
Oh, I know. It's absolutely terrible. And not only that, but you go to all these places and everybody's hiring, but everybody's being paid to stay home. It's absolutely crazy. Here we'll just keep paying away.
Jobs. They keep talking about all these jobs. Who's taking those jobs?
Yeah. Well, the only reason
is it all Americans? I don't think so.
When he said all those thousands of jobs,
right.
Well, the country closed down. There was 1 billion jobs when it opened back up.
And I think that's the point that President Trump was trying to make last night as well, is what you just said.
Right. Exactly. It's just
Trump did wonderful last night. Biden looked like Biden.
I think the American people are seeing that.
It's a sad, it's elder abuse. Shame on Jill, period. End of stop. That's her husband, and she does that to him, and she's allowing that to happen.
I know.
What kind of woman does that? I don't know.
I know. What kind of woman does that, allows that to go on with her husband? When they obviously, you can see he's not where he should be to run this country.
Well, ladies, it's so good talking to you. I'm so glad you met and became friends.
Yeah, right.
Have you shared numbers yet? Not yet. Okay, but
We just came from the parking lot.
Literally, she was right in front of me, and I'm right behind her in my Jeep. So yeah,
Good. And now you're shopping together and going in together. And
Going together, too.
I love it. An independent voter here telling you why she's voting Trump. Okay, you're independent as well. So 2 independent voters here telling you why you should vote conservative, save this country, vote for President Trump. They both think that he did really well last night in the debate, and they're here today to see him for the first time.
Good.
Trump thing. Hi, sweetheart. I wish you were here. My husband's name is John. My daughter Ruthie and her husband Seth. Walinda, I wish you were here today with me. Randy, I hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much.
That's a lot of shout outs. I love it. Anyone you want to shout out to?
My kid's on the Ike carrier right now, coming home finally after 9 months of, deployment.
Oh, well, thank them for their service.
Oh, he won't be watching, and my twins are in Illinois, and
Well, maybe we'll get them watching soon. We can only hope.
hi, my sister Tammy.
All right.
Christopher.
There you go. Good to talk to both of you. And I learned actually a lot from both of you for being independent voters and talking about why you're voting for President Trump.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was nice seeing you in person.
Oh, yes.
You guys all the time.
Oh, well, thank you. We appreciate that. All right. So Nikki is right in front of me. As we continue to watch all of these people start shopping, Nikki, they're having a great time today.
Oh my gosh. All right. Fun. Vernicia and Allie are here with me. We are having such a good conversation. First of all, even the eyeshadow is all American on Vernicia. Look at that. Look at that girl. I love it. I'm so happy to be here with both of you because we've been sitting here and just kind of talking about how we feel about the temperament of the country right now. Tell me a little bit about your experience so far in being part of kind of the Trump world.
It's been a good experience about being a part of the Trump world. I'm just ready for Biden to get out the way and Trump to step back in.
Well said, well said. Now, we talked a little bit about the debate. I want to hear some of your impressions. I know you saw some of the clips. What stood out to you about last night?
Just how sickly and poor Biden looked and how awful he sounded and how he couldn't complete a sentence, and it was just sad. I felt bad for him more than anything, and it was just the poor man. He just needs to retire and go hang out with, well, not his grandchildren, because
Well, I mean, yeah, the family stuff is debatable there. But I really appreciate you saying that because I think what happens is we kind of listen to a narrative about Trump and how angry he is. But you know what? He's very compassionate. And in fact, when he was asked last night about how he felt, he even said, I wanted him to do a good job. I wish he did a good job. I want to support him so I could go have a good life. But I have to make America great again. So what are some of the policies and issues that you'd like to see President Trump tackle if he gets back in office?
Basically the housing. I'm trying to purchase a home now, but since the rates are so high, it's hard for us to get the home that we want. And I'll be a first-time home buyer, so I would like for that to change.
That makes a lot of sense. How about you, Allie?
I would love to see the border secured again. I see all the people that are affected by crime, but from the illegal immigrants coming in, and it breaks my heart. And I just don't want that to come to my community, and it needs to stop. And we need to focus more on making America great again. Absolutely.
Well said, well said. And now, where are you both from?
Suffolk, Virginia.
We're from Suffolk, yeah.
So is this your first rally?
This is my first rally of this type, yeah.
Okay. Yes, this is my first rally. Mm-hmm.
Now, this is the question I always like to ask people, have you told friends and family that you're here, that you're coming here, that you're supporting President Trump, and what has the experience of that been like for you?
I told my mom, and she was like, make sure nobody throws anything at you. And I was like, Mom, I don't think that's that kind of rally. Yeah.
In fact, you're never safer than at a Trump rally. I'll say that. I said to my mom, I said, you never have to worry about me because I'm protected by the Secret Service all day long. And everybody is so jovial and so positive and so happy. It's a really amazing experience. Have you noticed that about the crowd?
Always. Every time we've been to any kind of Trump, any of the rallies prior to this, everybody's been very kind, very happy to be there. There's just a great community, very supportive. All of our family is very supportive. My mom wanted to come today, but she's elderly, and I'm like, oh, it's going to be a long day and it's hot. So hi, Mom.
Well, I'm sure she's watching. And I also wanted to just ask you before we go, real quickly, do you have an idea of who the vice president pick will be?
No, I don't.
He's leaving us guessing.
Mm-hmm, he is.
I'd love to see Ben Carson. I think he'd be a great pick. Great pick.
He's so calm, soft-spoken, but so intellectual and on point.
Yes, he has a brain. No.
Are we saying that the vice president that's currently in office is going to be somebody that should be interesting to see debating with somebody like Ben Carson?
It'd be another train wreck for her, and she's always a train wreck. So,
Yes.
Well, I love speaking to both of you. Thank you so much, and it's been a pleasure. I hope you have the best day ever. I think it's going to be a great experience, and I appreciate you both being here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Vanessa has a friend over there. I know she's been eagerly waiting to talk to you, Vanessa.
So this is my friend Laura, and I say she's my friend because we've emailed each other before.
Yes, I messaged Vanessa like a few months ago, I guess during winter.
It was during winter.
And I was like, Vanessa, where did you get your scarf?
And it was actually at a rally, and we were looking for one for her today, but it's so hot, I'm not sure if they're going to have scarves out here. We're going to have to make sure you come to a winter rally.
Right.
Yes.
So I just wanted to stop by and say hi, and I love RSBN. I watch you guys all the time. I record you. I put you guys on TikTok all the time. You guys are amazing. If without you all, we wouldn't even get the real truth of what's going on with Trump, and we wouldn't be able to see everything like we do with you guys. And I also wanted to share a little story. My son is born on the same day as Trump, and when I was holding my son Benny back in 2005, watching The Apprentice, like binge watching The Apprentice, and I just knew something was special about Trump, that he would be something. I always saw him as a powerhouse, but I never, in my wildest dreams, thought he would be a president. And then next thing you know, he's president, and I realized, oh my God, he shares the same birthday as my son, who I held and watched all that Apprentice stuff, you know? It was mind-blowing to me. And the fact that they were both born on Flag Day. Because I thought, you know, when my son was born, I was like, oh, I have an all-American boy. You know, I'm so proud that he was born on Flag Day. But I just think it's more than coincidence. I feel like the Lord was pointing me, Trump, watch Trump, keep your eyes on Trump. He's going to be something. And I even gave you a son that was born on his birthday. It's just more than a coincidence.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think that I was always told there's no coincidences, only God-cidences.
Yes.
I love that story. That's an awesome story. So you were holding your baby, watching The Apprentice, and come to find out later on that your son was born on the same day as President Trump, and also which is Flag Day.
Yes, and Flag Day represents, you know, how much you love America. I mean, both of them were born on Flag Day. Why were they born on Flag Day? That's profound to me, you know, to be born on such a important day.
That means that patriotism runs through your blood the day that you're born. I love that story. Is this the first time, again, this is the first time that you've seen President Trump? Talk about how excited you are.
So excited. I wish I could meet him. Is there any way you can smuggle me back there?
If I could, I would get this whole place back there to see him if I could. But the security's pretty tight here.
Oh. All right. Well, I thank you so much.
Thank you. So glad to see you here today. And I hope you find a scarf. I don't know if they'll have one out here today, but they have all kinds of great things.
This hat. So.
I love it. I love it. So good to see you. Yes. And you know what? It's not just the two-legged people out here. Look at the four legs out here.
Baby.
That's your baby.
That's my baby Milo. And he's like, this is not the park, Mommy. I didn't know you were going to take me out to the boondocks.
Yes, and it's a little warm, and I'm sure you have lots of water for him, and he'll be just fine. Cute dog. Thanks for bringing him out, and so good to see you again. All right, let's head over to Nikki now. Nikki.
Happiness, right? Everybody here happy, shopping, having fun, excited to see President Trump today. Hello, everybody. Are you guys ready for the big rally today?
Yes, we are. Yes.
And is this your first rally?
It is. Yeah, it is.
Are you from Virginia?
We are right down the road, 5 miles.
Well, Virginia's for lovers, they say, and we're lovers of making America great again, right? I want to ask you, have you had any impression from last night's debate that stuck with you from last night?
What I thought all along. That's it.
That's the consensus.
More evidence. That's it.
How about you?
Reaffirming what we already knew. Yep.
What would you like to see President Trump kind of address today? Because, you know, he'll speak on a lot of the talking points that we're used to hearing, that the hopeful messaging that we love from him. But I'm sure he'll talk a little bit about last night. Is there anything in particular that you want to hear from him that you haven't heard yet?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, just keep doing what he's doing. Just tell the truth. Be honest and humble. Let's just tell the truth.
Well said. Well said. Now, do you have a guess of who he's going to pick as his VP?
All of the choices are good. I like them all. Tim Scott, Byron Donald, all of them. Ben Carson, all of them.
Yeah. Well, I think we are going to have to still be in waiting because he likes to keep us in suspense. But I really appreciate you both being here, and I just want to ask you one more thing, which is basically, you know, when you think about your family values and your life and, you know, life in Virginia, I know a lot of people from Virginia. I know it's a place that really values family. What are some of the things that you want to see change so that your family will have a better life if President Trump becomes our president again?
You know, the economy, education, immigration, all the above. I mean, it's so obvious, everything that we're going through. So it just needs to get back to normal. If there is a normal.
Well said. I think at the end of the day, one of the things that President Trump talks about so much is that we're the party of common sense. And so to speak to your point, that's exactly really what you're saying is logic and common sense, right?
Yes, the border also, secure the border, it helps secure the country.
I think that would be a very beneficial thing for all of us. Whether you're on the left or the right, it's going to help all of America. Thank you both so much for talking to me today. That's such a pleasure. You know, it's a busy one here. Everybody's out and about. Everybody's in a good mood. Now, I'm going to tell you, it is a hot one. Every week so far, it seems like Trump asks for the sunshine. Mother Nature likes to bless the Trump rallies with a lot of sunshine and joy, but also a lot of heat. And everybody's out here in the heat, every age group, every background. I love seeing so many people so enthusiastic as they shop. Hi, ladies. It's a fun day for everybody. Did you catch the debate last night by any chance? Anyone?
I definitely did.
Any impressions about what you saw?
I hope that it's going to be a runaway for Trump this year.
I like that. The runaway Trump train, right? Tell me what you took away most from last night and what you want to see moving forward.
The man we got running our country right now is coked up right now, okay? He's jacked up, so yeah.
Jacked up Joe?
Yeah, you go.
Well, we're hoping to see America get great again.
I drove in from Baton Rouge yesterday to come here.
Did you?
Sure did.
How long did it take you?
16 hours.
16. Now, I drove 6 hours. I thought that was a lot. That's nothing.
And I drove 3 hours this morning.
Well, that's love. That's allegiance, and I would say that's faithfulness and loyalty to your favorite Trump president.
For our great country.
For our great country.
Get it back again.
That's what it's all about.
We are laughing stock right now in the world, so yeah.
What's your name?
Steve Harper.
Steve, it's so nice to talk to you. I'm Nikki. Thank you so much. And I know that right now Vanessa is standing by. She's got some friends with her as well.
We are going to soon move to the line where people are starting to gather, have been for hours. So stick around for the top of the hour a little later on. It's quite of a little trek to get that way. So we'll be there a little bit after the top of the hour. I do want to remind you that this, we've talked about them before here on RSBN, but this Texas-based company, Angel Paste Miracle Cream. It is amazing. It transforms the health of your skin naturally. Who doesn't want that? We all want that. Not only is it made, again, in Texas, in Spring, Texas, that is, but everything is sourced right here in the USA. Angel Paste also sticks to America First by hiring veterans. So they are a conservative, America First company. Even more reason to support them. It's unlike any other cream that's on the market. It contains 0 chemicals. It hydrates your skin without feeling greasy. We don't like that greasy feel, so you don't have to worry about that with Angel Paste. Here's what customers are saying. They say they feel younger. They have younger looking skin with Angel Paste. They say they have fewer wrinkles. That sounds nice. They also say that they have lightened up their sunspots, age spots as well, and it heals bruises and burns. So you know how long it takes to get rid of a bruise. So if you have Angel Paste, some of the customers are saying that it helps with bruises as well, the healing and making it go a little faster. So get the Miracle Cream everyone is talking about. They're raving about it. They love it. It's Angel Paste Miracle Cream. Your skin will drink it up. It will thank you for it. Go to angelpaste.com. That's angelpaste.com. Use the RSBN code at checkout to get 10% off your order. Again, one more time, that's angelpaste.com, promo code RSBN. And also, the owner is also very active on social media. She's on TikTok as well. Look up Angel Paste if you're on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram. Love seeing all of her stories and all of the different products that she has. So make sure you go give Angel Paste a follow on social media and also check out their website and order some Miracle Cream that surely is just that miracle for your skin. Nikki, we're going to start making our way now.
I had to show everybody.
Oh, my goodness.
Look what we have.
Oh, love
we
it.
We got the Trump shoes. Steven, where did you get your Trump shoes?
I got them from All Star Elite. A friend of mine shared them on Facebook, so I went ahead and purchased them ahead of time, and they just came in 2 days ago. Woo! Trump, go Trump. Trump forever. Trump's my hero.
I think you're not alone today in that sentiment, and I'm so happy for you that you got the collectible shoes. They're fabulous.
I love them, and I just got the cape and I got the hat to match, and I'm ready to go. Everyone, Trump forever, 2024.
Thank you, Stephen. Listen, that's what it's about. It's the idea of superhero, right? I feel like that's something I was saying. Aw, he said he's his hero. Vanessa, I was saying last week, did you ever see Superman 2? Do you remember when Superman 2 lost his powers because he fell in love with Lois Lane?
Uh-huh.
And then the country fell apart?
Yes.
And they needed him back?
Yes.
That's how I feel about President Trump.
I know you feel the same way because you're dressed like a superhero today.
I am today. All
Love it.
because of Trump.
There
Thank you
go.
very much.
Love it.
For you, Trump.
Love it.
And he watches, so he probably saw you today. It's
in those
exciting.
cool shoes. Okay, we're going to show you. This is the rest of the row here where people are shopping. But if you go this way to where we are, we're going to start making our way, Nikki, to the line where people are lined up to get inside. So give you an idea of how far we have to walk. You can see to my right. That's where people are parking and they're walking in. So you can see the crowd starting to really show up. It's so good to see all of the crowds. And then to our left is where the line has started. So
that breeze feels good too.
Yes,
doesn't
it does. We are going to make our way to that line. And again, at the top of the hour, that's where we're going to start talking to all the people in line.
I love it. And you know, Vanessa, I just want to tell everybody this because I was a fan of yours before I got a chance to work with you. True story. And I watched RSBN religiously because of what I'm about to tell you, which is we are the only place you can go to see full coverage from start to finish. We start at the beginning of the day, we end after the rally. So we never leave you hanging. We never take a break from the action. We want to make sure that you're really available to be at the rally, even if you can't be here physically.
Yes, and that's why we do what we do, so you can be here with us, and we are so glad that you are here with us. Happy Friday to all of you. It's the end of the week, so if you're working right now, make sure your boss doesn't know that you're watching us. Don't get in trouble, but we are glad that you're watching. Hang in there because I'm sure you can clock out pretty soon. I think
my sister's actually doing that right now.
Yes, we are close to the end of the week. It's Friday, so happy weekend to all of you. Thanks for watching. But yes, again, you can see all of the people as we pan the crowds, people starting to come in and really stand in this heat. We are in the 90s, Nikki.
It's a hot one. We were not playing. I mean, listen, I know that you're from Texas. You're used to this kind of humidity. It is a hot one. And, you know, everybody here has a smile on their face. Last week we were in Philly. The week before we were in Palm Beach. Some of the highest record-breaking numbers in temperature. And it does not stop the America First family. It just does not stop them from coming out early in the morning, being involved, and getting excited. Everybody's happy.
Yeah, and Nikki, we've seen different scenarios. Right now, we're in June, almost to July, and people will come here and stand in the record-breaking heat.
That's right.
And we've also been on the flip side.
Oh, I saw you in Iowa.
In Iowa, when it was negative 17 degrees, and the snow was piled up, and we were just bundled up. The people came out.
They do.
They do
Every
not
time.
care what the weather. I've stood in Miami during rainstorms, and President
my
Trump
gosh.
pauses and he puts his arms up, and we just sit there and enjoy it.
I love that.
Yeah. So no matter the weather condition, the people don't leave. No matter the weather condition,
That's so
people are
true.
here. So again, we are midsummer. It's hot here in Virginia, but that's okay.
Yep.
These people are ready. They're eager. They're happy, and they're ready to get to the polls in November. But again, we are nearing the top of the hour. Here in just a minute, we're going to take a commercial break and then toss it back to the studio with Matthew while we make our way to the line. But I want to remind you to stick around. We have a lot to talk about today. Again, day one after the debate. It's post-debate here in Virginia. So we're going to talk to the crowd, talk to them about what they think about the debate last night, some of the hot topics, how President Trump did, how Joe Biden did, and let them tell you, how they feel and if that changed their mind any. But they're here. But Nikki, I just talked to two independent voters, and they gave great advice as to why they're voting for Trump. And so, and to all of the independent voters out there, they had their message for the voters. And so it was good to talk to them and get their perspective on everything.
Well, I think we're going to talk a lot more about President Trump, about unity, about support. It's all coming up right here on RSBN. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Of course, we'll get right back out there to Virginia to see the Patriots waiting in line for a great speech to be heard today by President Trump at 3 o'clock. But just into our newsroom, we are also hearing that President Biden, or Joe Biden, will not be dropping out of the 2024 race. And this, according to various reports being circulated right now, and very reliable sources that I'm seeing. So President Biden, so the Biden-Harris camp saying that Joe Biden is not dropping out of the 2024 race. He is expected to speak at the debate, of course, which would be on September 10th on ABC against President Trump. That's 72 days from today. So earlier on the broadcast, if you remember at the top, we were talking about what some are calling the Great Replacement Theory, thinking, through common sense that after a terrible performance last night and all of the reaction from both sides of the aisle, that Mr. Biden would be replaced with someone else, whether that be Gavin Newsom or whoever. So obviously a lot of discussion back and forth, even from President Trump at one time, where he was saying he doesn't see how that's going to happen, where Biden will continue through to the end when it comes to the election. That I've heard that quote from the president directly on various media, including ours here at Right Side. So, but still, the Democrats sticking with Joe Biden. Again, the report out of the Biden-Harris camp is that Joe Biden will not be dropping out of the 2024 race. This on the heels of just a terrible performance last night, of course. And we'll bring you more developments as we do get them. Now, of course, we are on Rally Day here in Virginia, in Chesapeake, Virginia. So we'll get back out to Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione, and we can maybe take a live look at some of the pictures there as we gear up for some information when it comes to the past week. We've had so much news going on, including in Atlanta when there was that American Roundtable where Representative Byron Donalds and Wesley Hunt and Dr. Ben Carson were there speaking about Black America when it comes to employment and the schools and colleges, the opportunity zones, and all of the great support from whether Black, white, Hispanic, whatever race for President Trump. We're seeing the polls increase for Donald Trump, regardless of what's being thrown at him in New York, Atlanta, and in Washington, D.C. So I caught up with Star Parker. She is the president and founder of the Cure Policy, a big supporter of President Trump. So here's that interview with Star Parker. Parker, thank you so much for joining us right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. What are your thoughts about yesterday's event there in Atlanta? I mean, the left say what they will, but it was a great event, wasn't it?
Absolutely great event. And since most African Americans in this country get their news now on social media, it went worldwide, I'm sure, all across the country. And so while the left-wing media is trying to narrate out that, just a bunch of white people in the room. No, there were Black people in the room because, in fact, the speakers were Black. And President Trump, former President Trump, chimed in, called in. And what's happening there is Congressman Byron Donalds has looked at the polling numbers in the Black community to say, wow, they're open for a conversation now. They're running away from Biden in droves. So maybe we should engage them. So what he's doing is hosting these Congress, cognac and cigars meetings across the country. And so on their way there, they decided to stop in a barbershop. So that worked out really well because then yesterday evening, now I'm losing track of the dates, they had a meeting there in Atlanta in the cigar bar as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to see constituents with representatives. And even though Byron Donalds was from Florida and Wesley Hunt from Texas, regardless, we all are we the people meeting together. So a great event yesterday.
Yeah. Well, that's what unites us. May I just comment real quick on what you just said? Because this is where we differ from the progressive left. They want us to pretend that we're in these silos and that our interests don't interact even if you're from different states. They do. We're all Americans, and we're in this breakdown in our border together. We're in the breakdown of our economy together. We're in the inflation together, and that crosses state lines. So it is not inappropriate for people to go into other people's states, especially if they're elected officials, and make the case for why freedom matters, and in particular to make that case in some of our zip codes that haven't heard it before.
Exactly. And it's been great to see throughout this country, whether President Trump's in Detroit or Harlem or the Bronx or Philly or Atlanta or rural America, suburbia, whatever it is, the left wants to still pin all of us against each other, but we're not seeing that. That's not what we're seeing. So it's interesting to see that they're trying to lie still, even on top
They
of
are. President Trump is multi-ethnic, and what I think makes them have to scratch their head is that he's very comfortable in all of those settings that you just defined. I've been asked, especially over the last few weeks, because he went to Detroit, because he's gone to New York, Bronx, because he's going to Atlanta and everywhere else, they're concerned because once truth gets into the communities that have been hit so hard by what the left has been getting away with for the last 60 years, once the truth gets out, people get free, and then they act accordingly in the voting booth. So they're wondering, why is he going into these areas? We're trying to define him as a racist. Well, the reason it doesn't stick, and the reason that he's able to go into these areas, is because he's comfortable with these folks. He's comfortable with black people, he's comfortable with white people, he's comfortable with rich people, poor people, because this is who this president is. He's an American, he's all American, he's got a gut instinct that something had gone wrong in our country, even though many of the things that had gone wrong he was participating in because of his background as a businessman. But he came to Washington, wanted to fix what had broken down, and he started that journey, and now he wants to complete that journey, and that's why he's wanting to be reelected.
Exactly. I mean, he's an outsider to the nth degree, just like, excuse me, we the people, right? So I think that's what we're resonating with, is someone that's just a regular person in the sense of, hey, can connect with anybody. And that's what we're seeing across the country, as you mentioned. I want to ask you about the lies from the Democrat Party over the years to all kinds of people. Let's be real, white, black, Asian, Hispanic, whatever. What have you seen happen over the past few years when it comes to the curtain or the veil being lifted and people waking up and being aware of what's going on out there?
Well, we know that that's what's occurring. I was here when the Tea Party showed up here in Washington, D.C. I run CURE, the Center for Urban Renewal and Education, and we're a policy institute. We're a think tank that specializes in issues of culture, race, and poverty. We promote market-based solutions to fight poverty. We actually promote messages of faith, freedom, and personal responsibility to fight poverty. So I have been following and have been conservative since a Christian conversion years ago after living the lie of the left. Criminal activity, drug activity, sexual activity, you name it, I was involved in it. Abortion activity, welfare activity, and then God saved me. And I began on this journey of conservative as a Christian. So when you talk about what has happened in America, that grassroots that finally woke up to a new reality, that heartland of America who had been playing by all the rules, doing all the right things, and then they wake up one day and say, what has happened in my country? Well, the progressive left had taken a hold of all of our institutions, and there was now a fight back. They organized in through a Tea Party, they elected Donald Trump, and they want their country back. And that's what this cultural war is now about, and this election for sure will determine who we're going to be as a country. Are we going to be biblical and free, or are we going to be secular in status? And that's what the debate is about. That's what the election is about.
Perfectly said, Star. And, you know, as we know, everything's rooted in good and evil, and then you see from there what it looks like in real life, yeah. Right? So you mentioned your faith there a little bit. What was it that got you, to become a Christian, but also what is the importance right now that you believe for Judeo-Christian principles to be restored in this nation?
Well, the second part of your question, what needs to be restored are the eternal truths, the principles of the founding fathers. Our country was rooted in principles of Christianity, virtues of capitalism, a rule of law outlined in our Constitution. You know, it's fascinating that when Nikki Haley was running for president, at one point she said that America was not a racist country and never was. And I think that we all lost an opportunity to confront that question, to answer that question, because when you think about America, we have never been a racist country. Others want to pretend that, oh, it was systemic, you had racism, this was a great sin of America. No, our history, our founding is in the Declaration of Independence. The principles there, we outlined who we are, and then we had to try to live up to it as a country, and there were many that didn't want to. So let's just be honest about that, that even when the documents were signed into law, many states got rid of slavery overnight, those states in the Northeast. Now, when you ask what happened in my life, how did I get to this conversion? Well, I was living a very aggressive life that defined by the left, that my problems were somebody else's fault, that America was so racist I shouldn't mainstream, that I was poor because others were wealthy. And when you buy into these kind of lies and you don't know an alternative to those lies, then you can just live for the day and become very reckless. And I did. And it was a Christian conversion. How did that happen? Because one day I was looking to subsidize my welfare check, and I walked into a business in South Central Los Angeles telling them that I wanted them to pay me under the table so that I wouldn't have to tell my caseworker, because the rules of welfare are really cruel. Don't work, don't save, don't get married, we'll keep you enslaved to our poverty plantation. So I wanted them to give me a little bit of cash under the table, and they wouldn't. They told me that they were legitimate businessmen and they didn't do those type of things. I confronted them, they confronted me, they told me my lifestyle was unacceptable. When I said to who, they said God.
Well said. I mean, that's awesome. And that's when these kind of things happen, you kind of just realize, hey, you kind of see the light, right? You get that awareness. And I think that's what's happening in this country right now. So many people are just, going along and then they realize the left has been lying to us for so long, and the mainstream media narrative that people have bought into have really done a lot of destruction.
But they're also realizing that the country was built for us to participate. We can't blame all of the problems of America today on the left and the progressive left. We as a nation had to participate. We are a three-part government and we're a republic, not a democracy as some try to say. We elect officials who go to do our bidding. But if we don't pay attention to that, then yes, over time, a demagogue can come in, and then next thing you know, they built this massive entitlement, DC. People call it a deep state. Well, it's a very dark state too. And there are many who don't want anything here to change. And in fact, I started looking at, when we knew who the two candidates were going to be for the presidency, I started looking at Politico's list of new lobby groups. They list all the new lobbies every single day. That list is growing massively. By the time, in fact, I calculated it out, by the time we get to the year end and we know who the president's going to be, there could be 3,000 new lobbyists in town. This is what has happened when people take their eye off of Washington and what our country is all about. So to your point, people are now waking up to the reality that we can't go on like this anymore. But to my point, we have a lot of work to do, and we can never close our eyes and go back to sleep.
And finally, Star, what's your opinion on what is the heart and soul of America to you? What is the heart and soul of America?
Freedom and personal responsibility. It is our job to make sure that we look at the decisions that we make and understand that they don't only change our reality, they touch other people's lives. We should be about freedom. The role of government is to protect our interests, not to plunder each other. And this is where we are. We are in plundering because people have forgotten what freedom and personal responsibility is about.
Star Parker in Washington, D.C., thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome. I look forward to being back with you again soon.
So that was, of course, Star Parker there with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We will be getting back out there live to Chesapeake, Virginia at any moment as we get our cameras in position for that. And then, of course, we'll be going right back out to Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you guys so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Now, during that interview, I was thinking about a number of things, including when President Trump will announce his vice presidential pick. So that, of course, is part of the 24/7 news cycle. What will happen there? Of course, within the hour, we heard from the Biden-Harris camp that Joe Biden is not dropping out of the 2024 race, that he's expected to debate on September 10th against President Trump on ABC. That's some 72 days away. Speaking of days away, the RNC in Milwaukee is 17 days from now, and the U.S. general election is 130 days from today. We want to thank our friends at the Tax Network USA for partnering with us and being a great sponsor at the network. If you have any tax filing issues or anything that you've missed, if you need a little extra assistance and some financial peace of mind, you can get that right there by calling 357-1415, 800-357-1415. These guys will come alongside you and help you and assist you with any back taxes, with filing issues. And it's always good to have patriotic networks and organizations and companies that are genuine and good. Now, I know that Old Glory Bank has been a sponsor with Right Side prior, but I just want to give them a quick shout out as well. Speaking of people that are really good to work with, Old Glory Bank especially good to work with, but Tax Network USA, when it comes to the taxes and filing, hit them up, Tax Network USA. Okay, other than the report that we just received from the Biden-Harris camp through various sources that Biden will not be stepping away from running for president, at least at this point, is kind of surprising to some. I know there was a lot of chatter on Truth Social and X and all around cable news and all around for who will replace Joe Biden. I know I was one of those people this morning, especially at 9 a.m., about an hour and 20 minutes ago. I was talking about the same thing. Like, you know, it's kind of common sense. You see how bad it was yesterday and you think, okay, well, who's going to replace Joe Biden? And you have, you know, all of the usual so-called suspects, right? So will he still be the nominee? At this point, it looks like the Democrats are sticking with Joe Biden. And I looked on X for a second and I saw Mark Hamill said something about Joe Biden saying, you know, basically it was just one off night shouldn't disqualify someone. One off night, right. Okay. Anyway, so today is Rally Day in Virginia. So obviously a great day there with Chesapeake, Virginia. So President Trump expected to speak at 3 o'clock Eastern. The program will be at 1:30 Eastern time. Now, one of the speakers that will be taking to the stage is Hung Kao. Now, he is an individual that is a retired Navy captain. He is endorsed by President Trump, and he is running for Senate in Virginia. I caught up with Hung Kao earlier, and here's what he had to say. Joining us right now, sir. Thank you so much, first of all, for your service and joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
No, thank you so much for having me.
A lot going on right now. You're saying it's a whirlwind. We get it too. So what is the best thing to do right now for you when it comes to Virginia and this country? I know President Trump has endorsed you, so that must be pretty awesome.
It is amazing. He endorsed me on Memorial Day weekend, which, you know, he's the first president in 70 years that did not get us into a new conflict. And for him to endorse a man who's seen war, endless wars, really for my entire military career, you know, I'm so appreciative of that because I want peace and prosperity, and that's what he's going to bring to the United States.
What were some of the things that I saw in some of your political ads, right? They were very good, very strong for this country. But what was the main message you're trying to share with the American people?
Look, they're turning this country into what I ran away from. And I know what it's like to wake up without a flag to stand under or a country to call my own. I'm not going to let that happen to my children, your children, or our grandchildren.
And so tell us a little bit more about that when it comes to freedom versus tyranny, because at the end of the day, it's the free world versus a tyrannical few that are trying to control the masses. Am I not right?
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I saw this in Vietnam. I came here as a refugee from Vietnam. I grabbed onto the American dream because America saved my life. I mean, it gave me opportunity, it gave me hope. And I was able to go to the top schools in the country, including the United States Naval Academy and fellowships at Harvard and MIT. But I paid back every single dime with that American dream with my service in the United States Navy as a special operations officer. I was a Navy deep sea diver. I recovered John F. Kennedy Jr., his wife, and his sister-in-law, and I defused bombs for our SEAL teams and special forces teams in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Somalia. But again, like I said, they are attacking us from the inside, and that's why I'm running for office, because I can't let this country fall apart.
And I was looking on your website and I saw all of the topics, including border security, DEI, CRT, economy, education, election integrity. That's a lot, right, just there. And that's not even listing all of them. What are the top 2 or 3 items that you are the most passionate about to help for the American people?
Well, the top three issues is the border, the border, and the border. We're paying $1 billion a day for illegal immigrants. I mean, this is the money that could go back into investing into America, but also as a legal immigrant to this country, I'm telling you right now, don't ask for the American dream if you're not willing to obey the American laws and embrace the American culture. I love this country so much. I wrote a blank check to this country up to and including my life. And, you know, that's how much you should love this country if you're going to come over here, because you know what it's like where you came from.
I remember running into somebody from Sri Lanka at one of the Trump events, and he was just so happy to be a legal immigrant into this country. And he was just saying to everyone else, just do it the legal way. And that's the way to do it. But he was also saying the same thing, the American dream. What does freedom and the Constitution, the Bible, this country mean to you? But what do you think it also means to the free world in general?
Well, we are the beacon of hope around the world. I mean, that's why people are flooding to our shores. You don't see people flooding to China or Russia, right? I mean, that's what it means. I mean, but they're attacking, you know, my Christianity, my ability to worship my church. I mean, they're attacking everything that we believe in. And this is what we need to fight back for. Because, look, if there's no America, I'm telling you right now, there's nowhere else for us to run to.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many countries out there that are trying to be free, right? I mean, think about Brazil with the people there. The people of Brazil, they want Jair Bolsonaro in office, but then they have Lula over them, right? You've got these other countries out there that are hoping for freedom. And within this country, if you were to become a United States Senator from the state of Virginia or the Commonwealth of Virginia, what would be one of the things you'd want to see done on day one?
Well, like I said, besides preserving our border, you know, protecting our people, because there's tens of millions of illegal immigrants, including tens of thousands of military-age males from China, Russia, and Syria coming in over here. But we need to let the economy grow. We need to leave Americans alone. Let Americans grow on their own. I mean, since when does government get to tell you when you can open your stores, you know, who you let in, what you check at the door, what they stick on their face or what they stick in their arms? I mean, what happened in COVID should have never, ever happened. That's what happens in a third world country, not in the United States. And we destroyed, you know, a whole generation of kids that can never catch up for education. And then also we destroyed businesses that were passed down from generation to generation. This should never, ever happen again.
And finally, sir, again, thank you for your service with our military. Can you tell us how that is going to help you as someone that would be in the swamp in DC, in the sense of your mentality and your strength to deal with all the craziness that's out there in the world?
Well, I've always said, you know, Tim Kaine and I received a government paycheck signed by the American people for 30 years, except he has millions of dollars to show for it, and I've got scars. And, you know, of course, he's going crying around. I don't know why he doesn't respect my service as the way I respect his. I'm like, hold on. Are you telling me that your cushy Capitol Hill job, you know, where you're in an air-conditioned office is the same as me getting shot at and blown up in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Somalia? You know, it's just not the same thing. Of course, so the left-wing media is coming after me for that. But this is the thing. Americans are tired of these beta males. They want people that are going to go in and fight for them, like myself and President Trump.
Exactly. Peace through strength, not chaos through weakness, right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Hung Kao, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Best of luck, and we'll see you later today.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Mr. Kao will be speaking at around 1:30 Eastern Time right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network when the pre-program starts. We're working on getting our cameras that access there in Chesapeake to bring you back the stuff we love to show you here. Patriots in line and what we, the people, have to say out there live in Chesapeake, Virginia. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll be right back.
All right, guys, you have a video right here, a crazy one. This crazy lady who, I guess she's a judge, put a 6'2" repeat sexual assault offender in a women's prison simply because he wanted to be in a women's prison. What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to announce my new product, My Coffee. I get products all the time from entrepreneurs from my new platform, mystore.com. And when I tried my coffee for the first time, I was blown away. It is the best coffee I've ever had in my life. I spent the last 4 months doing my due diligence, and this family-owned business micromanages every step from the fields to the cup to ensure the best quality coffee you're ever going to have. It starts with the beans that are grown in Honduras. Honduras's volcanic soil and humid climate make the perfect growing conditions for coffee plants, which produce the best beans ever. Then each batch is tested for its aroma, taste, and other aspects to meet the highest standards in the coffee industry. And after that, it goes into production, which is all done right here in the USA. It's like you're getting that small batch specialty coffee, but delivered right to your front door. So go to mystore.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code and you'll get your very own My Coffee for 25% off. You guys all know that I've traveled the country for the past year and a half. I've stayed in hundreds of hotels. I've tried every coffee out there. Well, some of the coffees have that terrible aftertaste, some that leave me jittery, or I get an upset stomach. Well, my coffee is different. It's the richest, smoothest, best coffee I've ever had. My coffee comes in a variety of flavors. You get them ground or whole bean. Plus, it's certified organic and non-GMO. I guarantee it'll be the best coffee you've ever had. So go to mystore.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get my coffee for 25% off. And I'm going to give you deep discounts on all my store products. That's mystore.com. It's my new platform for USA entrepreneurs. Please order now.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale. And here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free. Hello, I'm Mike.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're here live in our studios in Alabama. We will be throwing it to Chesapeake, Virginia, working on our cameras there to get the access to show you the lines and also all of the great commentary and the interviews as we do here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So 1:30 starts the pre-program, and then President Trump slated to speak at 3 o'clock on the East Coast. We'll see if he's right on time at 3. Regardless, it's going to be great to hear from President Trump on the heels of this debate that happened last night. In my opinion, it wasn't really a debate. It was more of a speech by Mr. Biden, and then Mr. Trump was able to share his thoughts as well. But it really wasn't a debate back and forth, as you know, because the mics were cut off. But obviously, calm, cool, and collected with President Trump there. I'll get to some of the statements that we're hearing from how President Trump did. And of course, I mean, they're all rave reviews compared to what we saw last night. Before we get to some more of that information and some more interviews, I'd like to share with you about the free Trump book. So Mike Huckabee down there outside of Nashville has a great show in Hendersonville, so a suburb of Music City. He made this, thefreetrumpbook.com. So all you got to do is pay a little bit of shipping and handling. You'll get that book right to your mailbox. Great for the youth, but also great to have in general. I mean, all of the indoctrination and the propaganda and the lies from the left that continue to be poured out onto not only President Trump, but we the people and the Constitution and all that. It's an overwhelming majority of this country sees what's happening right now, and it's only a few that are really trying to lie and have that controlled narrative. But right there, freetrumpbook.com. Get the information of what President Trump actually did between 2016, when he was sworn in 2017, and then all the way through 2020. So freetrumpbook.com, a great book there for you. As I check out the information that I saw earlier from Palm Beach Playbook, speaking of books, there were a lot of statements that have been released on there about President Trump's victory last night. A Virginia voter said, calm, cool, and collected on Trump's part. Senator J.D. Vance said, quote, Donald Trump showed real compassion for the people harmed by Biden's border policies. Joe Biden showed none. There are more. Dr. Ben Carson, Governor Glenn Youngkin out of Virginia, who will be at the event today. As you heard earlier from Hung Kao, he's running for Senate, U.S. Senate in Virginia. He'll be speaking at the pre-program. So a lot on tap, a lot in store for you. As soon as our cameras are ready to roll, we'll be throwing it back to Nikki Stanzione and Vanessa Broussard. A lot of great energy there, a lot of sunshine, and it's a rally day here. So happy Friday to everyone watching, and thank you so much for joining us. I can tell you also that the one interview that I did earlier as well is with John McGuire. He's a Virginia state senator, a former Navy SEAL, also endorsed by President Trump. Right now, looking for the congressional position in Virginia. He's not only leading that, he is most likely going to win that race as well. Here's John McGuire from earlier today. Is John McGuire. John, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and of course endorsed by President Trump. So what are you feeling right now?
Oh, I feel great. I mean, it's been a lot of volunteers. A lot of people went into helping us do this. And as Trump would say with a Y, this is huge. This is a big win. And they told me about a year ago I had a 1% chance of beating a 4-time incumbent who was the chairman of the Freedom Caucus. But you put God first, you bring people together, and of course, having a Trump endorsement, we got it done. So I feel great.
Right now, of course, you know, the rally in Virginia, President Trump to speak there later today. What is it like for, first of all, 45 to be in the Commonwealth of Virginia?
Well, I think even Trump will tell you Virginia's in play. And the best advertisement for Trump to get 4 more years in the White House is the last 3.5 years of America Last, Marxist Biden policies. I mean, people are suffering everywhere. Crime is up. Right here in the 5th Congressional District in Virginia, an illegal alien who was released 4 times from jail just raped a 14-year-old girl. So we are less safe at the local, state, and federal level. The open borders, the fentanyl, gas prices, food prices. He's going to win Virginia.
Yeah, I hear you. And the fact of the chaos through weakness, we're seeing that all across the country, so many issues, as you know. What are some of the other issues that you would like to bring to Washington if winning in November?
Well, you know, I've been in the state legislature for 6 years. And one of the things I've been fighting in the legislature is human trafficking. It's modern day slavery. And I know President Trump, that's one of his top priorities. So closing that border is going to help us with that. Certainly energy dominance. I mean, the cost of energy is very high. I had an older woman recently tell me that her church is a 40-minute drive every Sunday. She now goes to a closer church because of the gas prices. And so, of course, and obviously, I think about a young person right now trying to buy a house, 8% interest rates, and the costs are climbing. And so we've got to get the energy, we got to get the economy going. We've got to get energy dominance. We got to make Virginia and the country better for the future.
Do you think that Virginia can actually turn red for 2024?
Well, I think so. If we all lock arms, and that's one of the things great about Trump. He's about building a coalition, and so is Governor Glenn Youngkin. And Ronald Reagan talked about the same thing, addition and multiplication. If we can put our petty differences aside, lock arms, and work together, just like that's what we did to help Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin win, and to have him on Trump's team is great. So together, we're going to get it done.
The Second Amendment, I was at the NRA events. I know President Trump's been doing great working with them in Texas, and he did a trip to Harrisburg, PA, where I'm actually from. But the point is, how important is that Second Amendment? I mean, it's one of the laws of the land. It seems like they're just trying to take it away from us.
Well, the Second Amendment is number one. You know, for me, it's a national security issue. You may remember in World War II, a Japanese admiral allegedly said he would be afraid to invade America. There would be a rifle behind every blade of grass. And so I put in a bill I got letters from all 50 states. They said it was the best pro-gun bill they'd ever seen. It's called sovereign immunity. And what that means, if you get shot in a gun-free zone, you can sue the government. Because you and I know these gun-free zones make us helpless victims, and it's our God-given right to protect ourselves, our family, and our country.
Exactly. And just recently, I don't know if you saw the interview, but Tucker Carlson was in Canberra in Australia, and an Australian reporter asked him all about, you know, the Second Amendment and Americans with guns, and he had some great answers back. If you haven't seen that, it's just a great comeback there. But the point is, he said, even Tucker said he's armed sometimes, you know, out there on the street, because it's part of what you do. You protect those that you love.
Well, it's smart. You know, I've given many speeches on the floor. I think this year in the state Senate, I gave more pro-gun speeches than any other legislator. And I talk about Hamas coming across the Jordan River into Israel and mowing down 240 college kids at a party without any concern for their own life. Because in Israel, it's hard to get a gun. And now Israel is second thinking that policy. And so to me, it's just so important. One of the speeches I gave, I said to the Democrat leader, I said, if a bad guy broke into your home tonight to kill you and your children, you'd be glad you had a gun. And if you didn't have a gun, you wish you had a gun. And we love our law enforcement, our men and women in law enforcement. We would not have a country without them, but they can't be everywhere. And by the time they get to most scenes, the shooting has already happened. And, you know, criminals don't care about any law you pass. They're going to get a gun. You look at Chicago. In our country, sadly, 40 people shot on a typical weekend, and they're criminals with illegal guns. And the thing is, they have the strictest gun laws ever. So these gun laws that the Democrats try to pass, they harm or hamper law-abiding citizens. So the Second Amendment, national security, local God-given right, very important.
I agree with you 100% there, sir. And also, you know, I just want to dive in real quick, no pun intended. You were a Navy SEAL. So tell us about some of the, not only mental, emotional, and just some of the strength that you have to be a Navy SEAL, but also how do you parlay that into politics and the way you look at our country? When you hear from President Trump, he says, peace through strength.
Well, absolutely. I think, who said, was it Roosevelt that said you got to speak softly, carry a big stick? Peace through strength, Ronald Reagan. It just makes sense, right? And we are less respected in the world. You know, that's one of the things under President Trump is the world respected us, and we had none of those foreign wars. And again, I go back to what I said earlier, the best advertisement for Trump back in the White House is this Biden administration, this America Last Biden administration. So my time in the service, there are many ways to serve. My service is no better than anyone else's. In the military, it's not about me. It's about we. It's about a team. We always get the job done, and we never leave a man or a woman behind. And that mindset is what we're going to need to do if we're going to save America. And I'm so excited to be on the ballot with President Trump in November. I can't wait to help him save America and make America great again. And I'm going to use the lens of having been a foster child, of having been a Navy SEAL, of having been a 25-year business owner and a father of 5, and all the experiences as a state legislator. I'm going to bring all those experiences to bear to be part of President Trump's team to help him pass his America First agenda.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John McGuire, for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Best of luck, and we'll talk to you soon.
God bless you. Thank you.
Back here live here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, that was John McGuire there. So 1:30 today is when the pre-program will start out there in Chesapeake, Virginia. Speaking of 1:30, 130 days until the election. We're that close at this point, under half of a year remaining as we work hard, we pray hard for election integrity, for a free and fair election, and also for our nation, right? So we're all in this together. We the people, and that's why we like President Trump, but also others that are outsiders, right? Anybody that's not of the so-called norm of the DC swamp, we are supportive of. And there are a few in there, of course, we know. Preaching to the choir, there are some great MAGA patriots that are in Washington right now, from Matt Gaetz to MTG, Eli Crane, hopefully Kerry Lake will win. So there's a number of people, the list goes on, but it's great to be on the same team as we look to see our country become great again and restored back to the Constitution, back to its roots. And I was looking at Virginia as well, the Commonwealth of Virginia. There are 13 electoral votes at stake for that road to 270 to win come November 5th of this year. So 13 electoral votes at stake. I'm going to get to the swing state polls here in just a minute. Obviously, it looks like there are 7 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, we're going to get right to those in a second. But speaking of roots, I took a trip with my wife to Jamestown, Virginia, just this past spring, and it was quite interesting to be there. 1607 is when the English settlers first landed on the shores of our country, and the history there with the settlement in Jamestown, and then not too far away in Williamsburg. I haven't gotten to see Williamsburg yet with the colonial kind of look there. But at the end of the day, our history, our Constitution, our moving forward, as a nation, as we the people, from all walks of life, supportive as the free world is, in the sense of leading for freedom. The world's looking at us right now. They're looking at the United States election to see what will happen to America. Will we have peace through strength again? Will we have freedom? Will we have our Judeo-Christian faith continue on in the sense of freedom with no government interference with that? I know the faith will obviously continue on regardless, but we just simply were born out of freedom, and that's what we're continuing to desire and always will here in this country. So I always think of the people in Brazil as well, with Jair Bolsonaro there. Bolsonaro should be the president of that great country. I've ran into a number of Brazilians in Nevada. I was out there for a conference with my wife. Great patriots. We were at the Trump International Hotel and out in the pool just talking about everything through some translation, some broken English between that and Portuguese. But when you see MAGA hats and when you see people that are just like you, they want freedom and they love President Trump for what he has done and what we believe he will continue to do if he wins in November with a free and fair election. So we'll be getting out there to our live coverage with Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione. As soon as our cameras are getting that access, we'll bring you that live photos and pictures and videos there. Speaking of Vanessa Broussard, Nikki Stanzione, Paul Ingrossia, Bobby McNeely, Jessica Rivera, and others, all people that are working in conservative media here at this network. And it's all because we love the truth and we want to connect with you, the people. And we are just as you are, you know, in the sense of the same belief systems and the same common sense desires. So it's great that you guys are joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. My name is Matthew Alvarez. If you'd like to follow Right Side Broadcasting Network on Truth Social, all you have to do is go to @RSBN. Also, go ahead and give Right Side a follow on X. There's about 982,000 people following Right Side Broadcasting on X. Let's get that up to 1 million. Let's see that one capital M here in the next, 45 days. Let's give it a try. On Truth Social, more than almost, I think it's 750,000. We're looking at, we're approaching the 700,000 mark there. So let's get that one up there as well. And why do that? At the end of the day, it's a community of believers, a community of people that love freedom, Judeo-Christian principles, and for us all to connect. I know sometimes it can be kind of an echo chamber in some ways on certain sites, but the point is we need that to encourage one another. And as we move forward here with this election coming up. So once again, 130 days until the election. Now, we were talking about earlier, or I was talking about earlier, we want, or at least I want, and I know a lot of people do, we want health for Joe Biden, health. But we don't want him as our so-called commander-in-chief. So that is from my opinion, that's what we want for this situation. But we know that yesterday was an absolute cringeworthy embarrassment. It's a very awkward feeling, right? That's the way I felt this morning after watching that. So the Democrats, what are they going to do? Are they really going to keep him? We'll see. But they are saying right now, as I mentioned earlier, the developing news and some of the breaking news within the hour is that the Biden-Harris camp says that Joe Biden's not dropping out of the presidential race. He will debate President Trump on September 10th, some 72 days from now, on ABC. So we'll see what happens. I mean, there is a list of people that could be put in his place, but we will see. That's what's awesome about the 24/7 news cycle. And then, of course, thank you for joining us here at Right Side, because we're going to be on top of all these different breaking news stories. But mainly, our main goal and objective since its founding will always be to do something that the other networks did the other day. We're not going to do what they did. They pulled away from President Trump's speech. It was not wall-to-wall coverage. Here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, you're going to get it from the beginning to the end. You're going to hear from the patriots out there. Many of you that are watching, you've been to rallies. I know some of you. I mean, it's great. It's great to stay connected here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So we just celebrated, just recently, 9 years, a 9-year anniversary of bringing you unedited, wall-to-wall coverage. And when I say unedited, I mean when we're out in the field and we interview someone, unless there's something that is not, if there's any threats or anything like that, we pull away from that. But the point is, there's no censorship being done. This is a free, pro-free speech, pro-God, pro-American network, and it always will be. And we are genuinely glad that you're here with us. I'm not reading this from a teleprompter. Just like, you know, all right, I'll compare myself to President Trump for one thing. He doesn't need the prompter. And it's because he's speaking from his heart and his mind. And sometimes if you hear me fumbling around here, it's because maybe I do need a teleprompter at times. But at the end of the day, again, thank you so much for watching here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're looking forward to tossing back out to Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione. It's going to be so much high energy, so much fun today. It is Rally Day in Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, 13 electoral votes at stake. And for those of you that are on Truth Social that I follow or you follow me back, thank you so much for doing that. I get some of my news from you, you know, because you've got your eyes on so many different conservative podcasts or outlets as well. But we as a team here at Right Side are also working to continue to build that network with confirmed news and various breaking news reports. Of course, as you've seen, whether it's a congressional hearing where MTG is really giving it to someone like Mr. Fauci, or where Matt Gaetz is out there, or Kerry Lake, or Eli Crane, or Matt Rosendale, or the legend himself, President Trump. You know, that coverage the other day, if you were watching out of Atlanta, as you're taking that recorded look there in Chesapeake, Virginia, at how long the line is, something you won't see at all for any let's be real. There has not been a candidate. I remember back in 2004, I think it was, like John Kerry, and he was running, and I was in Harrisburg, PA, and I saw a rally there. I was there because I was doing some internships with some Republican work. But the point is, you don't see this many people. Look how long this line is in Chesapeake, Virginia. We are hours away from President Trump speaking. 3 o'clock on the East Coast is when he'll take the stage, and people are there in droves. This is, I'll be honest, an absolute joke that we have anyone thinking that the majority of this country is not for Donald J. Trump. We need 4 more years, because we saw what it was like under Donald Trump between 2016 and 2020. We saw everything from grocery prices, rent prices, airfare, gasoline prices. All of these issues were really being worked on. President Trump wasn't out there, bought and paid for by some terrible thing. He was working for the American people. He already had everything already, right? He already had money, already has money as well, already has the housing, already has all the things that we work for in life, right? We have to provide for our families. Of course, it'd be nice to have a nicer vehicle or a nicer house, but we're all working to obviously try and get those kind of things. But within that framework, knowing that true peace comes through strength, and real true peace comes through Jesus. Let's be real. But the Bible and Judeo-Christian principles. So we're all on the same team here, and all of those people that you see there in Chesapeake, Virginia, we're going to hear from Nikki Stanzione live and Vanessa Broussard interviewing those fine folks there. As you've seen with me, I've been with Right Side Broadcasting Network since September of 2022. That was my first rally in Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, Pennsylvania, September 3rd. I remember I brought my wife to that one. And we weren't married yet. We got married in 2023. So anyway, the point is, it was a packed house in Wilkes-Barre, Scranton. If those of you that remember, a loud arena, loud chants that were echoing off the arena like you're at a hockey game or a basketball game or a huge, as you guys know, college football, or if you like the NFL and that kind of thing. You know, loud environment for President Trump. That was my first experience. And the reason why I was even there was because I reached out to Right Side Broadcasting Network after working in mainstream media for decades. I got a lot of my experience through that, but my mind and my heart was for and is for conservatism, is for capitalism, is for freedom, is for our country, is just like anybody in any part of the world. Not because it's just we're in America and that's what we're founded on is freedom, but think about it, like there's so many people around the world that want freedom, but they're under dictatorships or they're under an iron fist. It makes me think of that an Iranian woman who was not saying they wanted to be a part of a Islamic Republic state, but wanted freedom as an Iranian. They didn't associate themselves with terrible things that go on. So what I'm just talking about here is just the freedom aspect. Anyway, getting down a rabbit trail there a little bit, but just wanted to say that to you so you can know a little bit more about my career. I mean, I had an internship back in the day at Fox News Channel in Washington, D.C. Britt Hume was the anchor at Special Report. Brett Baer was a Pentagon correspondent. We worked with Brett one time at the Pentagon. The point of all of me sharing this with you is I'm just glad to be on the right side of history with the conservative media. There are many of you out there that are awesome rock stars on Truth Social, on X, on other networks, but obviously right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And it's awesome to be on the same team and to have a very authentic approach to our delivery with the news. I don't want to come across, and nobody does at this network and other networks, I believe, that are in conservative media. This is not about pompous anchor looking down on you. This is not, why waste your time? Those days are over, and people see through that anyway. So again, not reading it from a prompter here, just sharing my heart with you guys as we wait for the live pictures from Chesapeake, Virginia, where we'll have the Patriots there getting interviewed. On this Friday, we're approaching the top of the hour. It's 10:57 Eastern Time. We are glad that you're joining us, and I'm so glad for this network. It's an awesome network. So President Trump expected to speak at 3 o'clock, as you see there on the screen. 1:30 will be the pre-program, so we're looking forward to that. Again, 13 electoral votes at stake in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Let's get back to some of those polls with the swing states. So we're looking at Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and North Carolina. We know that in every one of those states, think about it, back in 2016, right? I think every one of those states voted for Donald Trump. Somehow, most of those states didn't vote for Donald Trump in 2020. But now all of them have polls that are leading for President Trump. So at the RNC, at the Republican National Convention, in some 17 days from now, we'll most likely already know President Trump's vice presidential pick. Will he announce it there at the RNC, or will it be prior to that? Will it be today? Who knows? But we'll obviously cover it as soon as we hear. But the point is, at the RNC, I remember watching a video on YouTube, and though it was on YouTube, I prefer Rumble, but hey, thank you to YouTube as well for airing our videos here. But anyway, so on YouTube, I watched this RNC speech with President Trump back in, I think it was 2016. And it wasn't when he was wearing the red tie. He was actually wearing a blue tie when it was not when he was first announced, when he actually did his speech. And the entire place had so much passion and so much fervor for Donald Trump, not only because of the man Donald Trump, but what Donald Trump stands for. And so it was awesome to watch that. So if you get a chance, go ahead and watch that. Rewatch some of the old RNC speeches. And if you're not a news nerd, a news junkie like I am, don't worry about it. But because we're going to see it here in 17 days. The place is going to be rocking in Milwaukee for July 15th through the 18th, where President Trump's going to be doing great things there. And also by then we'll know the VP pick. Now rewind just a few days to July 11th. We will have live coverage. Right Side Broadcasting will be live in New York City for the lawfare situation there, for the sentencing with some of the situations that have happened there. The reason why I just call it lawfare situation is because if you really want to hear what I have to say about it, I just know that it's, when I say lawfare, you know what that means. It's a coined phrase, right? You know exactly what's going on against the freedom candidate, against the people's candidate, the people's president. So we will have that live news for you here on Right Side Broadcasting on July 11th. And then 4 days later, it will be, of course, the RNC. As I mentioned earlier, 130 days out from the election in November. So obviously a lot of coverage this summer and into the fall of everything when it comes to the election cycle. Once again, if you're just joining us right now, my name is Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for tuning in to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're seeing reports, various reports, that the Biden-Harris camp says that Joe Biden is not planning on dropping out of the race, even though yesterday was an absolute disaster. And I did see, even though I'm not a big fan anymore of the Drudge Report, I'm not a big fan of the Drudge Report. There are a number of great conservative outlets out there, of course, including Right Side. Before I get to the statement I was about to make there, if you want to go and get a newsletter from Right Side Broadcasting Network, it's rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. And you can get some of our great reporting in your email inbox, so you can hear what's going on. There's a lot of great statistics as well. We have an awesome staff at Right Side Broadcasting Network that are providing the news to you through Truth Social, through X, even on Locals. On I don't know if we're on Getter at this point, but I do know that we're on Telegram. Also, the RSBN app is great to download. And then if you can go to rsbnetwork.com and bookmark that homepage to watch us on Rumble, of course, great network and great company there. and also with Truth Social and YouTube. I mean, there's so many places you can access Right Side Broadcasting Network. And we thank you, viewers that do support our network financially. The way we do all of this is because of our great sponsors and also because of we the people. So I've said this before, we're not bought and paid for by anybody in the sense of woke corporations that have nothing but terrible things to say about conservative media, but also we the people. So we're in this together, as I mentioned earlier. I was going to get to a point earlier about the swing state polls. As we know, they're all in favor of President Trump. But who will he pick as his running mate? I know we've had a number of names thrown out there. At the end of the day, I wouldn't be surprised if it's somebody that we hadn't even thought of. But also there are some great patriots that he has on that list. So we're looking forward to hearing that news. We'll bring that to you as soon as we get it. Once again, Matthew Alvarez live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're going to have a pre-program start at 1:30. 1:30, we're going to be definitely out there live with the pre-program. And then also President Trump speaking at 3 o'clock. Now, we're going to be seeing live pictures on the other side of this screen, and I'll be throwing it back out there to Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione. We're getting our cameras set up there. We are several hours, of course, before everything gets kick-started. But we are looking at 11 o'clock here on the East Coast. Again, so President Trump leading in the polls, a lot of information coming out of the Palm Beach playbook as well. A lot of comments from patriots throughout Virginia and also throughout the media when it comes to yesterday. Let's look at some of the left-wing mainstream media speaking here. The reviews of Biden were singing. The reaction from the mainstream media speaks for itself here on the Palm Beach playbook. NBC's Sleepy Chuck Todd says, Biden looks like the caricature that conservative media has been painting. You saw it before your eyes, end quote. Well, conservative media hasn't been painting that at all. We are speaking the truth as to what we see. That's as simple as that. We didn't make up some story that Joe Biden is sleepy or is at the point right now not doing so well with his health. So, and it's not something to be made fun of either. I know it's funny in some of the memes. I laugh at them. Whatever. But the point is, again, hoping for Biden's health, but not hoping for him to be a so-called commander-in-chief, which we know what happened in 2020. So anyway, CNN's Chris Wallace, who I also worked with as an intern. I was not an intern under Chris Wallace, but at Fox News when he was in D.C., now working, of course, for CNN. He says, this has been, quite frankly, a car accident in slow motion. CBS's Nora O'Donnell says, what's wrong with Biden? ? CNN's John King, let me rewind. Fake CNN, fake news CNN's John King says, Team Biden leaves this debate panicked. I can go on and on and on there with MSNBC and others out there. I mean, the reason why I say it that way too, I mean, I know President Trump says that, and I know he is way at a different sphere and stratosphere level, but here in conservative media, it's like, you see these morning talk shows and these other networks really hating on President Trump, we the people, are great Americans, which again, a majority of the country is a supporter of President Trump. Look at Atlanta the other day, that Black American Business Roundtable. Look at the Bronx the other day, the Hispanic population. I saw, when I was in the Bronx, I saw white, I saw black, I saw Hispanic, I saw Asian, I saw Middle Eastern. I saw a number of different backgrounds, but all there in support of patriotism, because we see so much. And producers, I'm not sure if we can access this, but the other day when I was doing the report here at the desk from Atlanta, there was a photo that I saw of two patriots from Manhattan. And if we could pull it up, great. If not, that's all right. But it was just two people that were different backgrounds, but together. not pinned against each other in the sense of what the mainstream media tries to do all the time. These are people that just love freedom and love Donald Trump, and so to take a verbal sledgehammer to all of the false narratives and all of the lies that we've been hearing from the mainstream media for decades and decades, right? When I went to college back in Pittsburgh, I went to Robert Morris University out there, and Walter Cronkite was a speaker at a Heinz Pittsburgh Speakers Series. So I got to, along with another person that was working in media at the college there, I was, doing a local news show and doing a Sports Center show. It was fun. And then doing a show called Life Factor, more of a faith-based thing. And I was able to meet Walter Cronkite back at Robert Morris, and had an internship at ABC, a local affiliate, WTA in Pittsburgh, when Brian Williams, or actually Peter Jennings, was there. If you see on my Truth Social, I've got an interview with Brian Williams on when I worked at NBC in Columbus. So all of this stuff, and I only say that to you, I don't post that a lot on Truth Social. I don't usually say all these kind of things, but I'm being very transparent with you to say, I get what it's like to be in the left-wing media. I get what it's like to be in all these terrible newsrooms that hate MAGA, hate President Trump, hate the Constitution, hate freedom, hate we the people. The interesting thing is, we the people are a huge majority, and it's all walks of life. So that's what we're dealing with here. Great to take a verbal sledgehammer along with Steve Bannon. We stand with Steve Bannon, along with all of the conservative media that we're all on the same team with the same goal, to come against the false narrative, the info war. Shout out quick to Alex Jones, the info war. I mean, all this stuff that's going on. So we just know that the truth will set us free. I believe personally through Jesus Christ that's happening, but also truth in general too, I believe sets you free. And that's why the info war is happening. That's why all this false narrative junk's been being thrown at us for years, to hate God, to hate freedom, to hate the youth, to bring all this evil into the world. And so, I say all that, and since I've been this transparent, and the reason why I'm rambling on here, we are waiting for our live capabilities to be back up and running there in Virginia. We'll go straight to that. Trust me, I don't want to hear myself talk any longer than you do when it comes to this, because I want to get back out there to the Patriots, because it's we the people, it's all of us together that we want to hear. But since we went to the transparent kind of my story, yes, I'm a Christian, but have I always been living a Christian life? No. Just like anybody, you go through ups and downs in your life, you go through hard times, you make wrong choices, you party a little too much, and that kind of thing. I've never taken a drug in my life, but sure, I've drank before in the past and all that. I'm not coming at you being like, oh, I'm this or that, but I am coming at you saying, you know what? Jesus saves, and he can turn your life around, and it's just wonderful to see God do great things. It's wonderful to see conservative media do great things. And also, without President Trump, how would we even know about fake news, right? How would we know about fake news? And I don't even think any of us would really be here in conservative media if it wasn't for God creating us, President Trump coining the phrase about fake news, and then we the people. So there's my story. We do see that live shot there. Producers, if you could please let me know if we can throw it out to Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione. It'd be great to get back out there live. I'll wait for you to, if you say anything in my ear here on the earpiece. Until then, I do want to give a shout out again to Vanessa Broussard, Nikki Stanzione, Paul Ingrossia, Bobby McNeely, Jessica Rivera, and others that you've seen right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Building a wonderful network here, but the point is, it's already been built since day one, 2015 to now. If all we showed you was the crowd and the president, that's why we're even at this point today, to be able to have interviews and different things lined up. I mean, what you see right there is what has brought this network to be a grassroots, from the ground up, genuine network for this country and for freedom, and for President Donald J. Trump. You see all the people there. It's all of us together. It's the speech from start to finish. I watched the speech in Philadelphia the other day. On Right Side, we showed the whole thing. On other networks, including, I like Gutfeld a lot, and there's a few that I like on there as well, but they pulled away from the speech. So why? Why would you pull away from a speech of a presumptive Republican nominee who riffs out there and who goes off prompter? That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of someone ripping it for the truth. They're afraid of, that's it. I said it already. They're afraid of the truth. They don't want to hear anything like that. They cringe at it. And so that's why President Trump goes on CNN and goes on Fox and goes on networks that, CNN you don't agree with, but it's because it gets more of the truth out there. So he goes on those networks. But when you want to get something that resonates with truth, when you want to get something that resonates with the Constitution, it's right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network and on conservative media and on podcasts, and all of us, again, together for the same goal. So no prompter right now here at Right Side, and maybe I should get some words to read, but I'm just happy to be here. Again, President Trump speaking at 3 o'clock Eastern time. That program will start at 1:30. If you saw earlier at the beginning of our broadcast, I had an interview with John McGuire, who's running for a congressional seat there in the lead right now, and most likely going to win that. He is a former Navy SEAL. I spoke with Hung Kao, who is also a former Navy captain. Both of these guys endorsed by President Trump. I know that Hung Kao will be speaking today at 1:30 there. I'm not sure if John McGuire will be speaking or not. He probably will be. And then we heard from Star Parker. So if you missed any of those interviews, go ahead and scrub back on Rumble or YouTube or wherever you're watching. We might air those a little bit later as well. But I'm hearing the producers saying something in the background. If you guys want me to. Okay, we're going to be going to Chesapeake, Virginia. That's why I know you tuned in today to see President Trump in Chesapeake, Virginia. He'll be live there at 3 o'clock. We'll be tossing it back out. A lot of energy, of course. I've been out there before at some of these events. They're always fun. They're always great to connect with we the people. So Vanessa Broussard, Nikki Stanzione about to take the coverage from here. We'll be back in the studio a little bit later, but we're looking forward to tossing back out there to Chesapeake, Virginia. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for listening to me ramble a little bit. Let's send it back out to our great correspondents, great patriots, right now in Chesapeake.
Welcome back live to Chesapeake, Virginia. We are having a great time out here. Good to see you. Yeah. Thanks for joining us on this Friday. I'm Vanessa Broussard.
I'm Nikki Stanzione, and we are so happy to be here post-debate. It is a very special rally. We saw that President Trump's Trump Force One, I believe, landed around 1:15 a.m., if I'm not mistaken. We texted each other about it. We said, he just got here. He's already in town. He's already and excited to see all of his supporters and to tell us how he feels about last night.
Yes, and we are going to talk to this huge crowd here about last night as well. But first, we want to remind you that this skin cream that we're about to tell you about is absolutely amazing,
angelic,
Nikki.
if you will.
It is. That's why they call it Angel Paste. Perfect. Angel Paste. It's a miracle cream that transforms the health of your skin naturally. Not only is it made in Spring, Texas, but everything is sourced right here in the USA. Yes. Can't beat that. And also, they love our veterans. They are really big with America First by hiring veterans. Even more reason to support Angel Paste. Unlike any other cream on the market, contains 0 chemicals.
So important.
Hydrates your skin without feeling greasy. You know, a lot of times you put these lotions on and you feel greasy.
Sticky,
yes.
Especially on humid, hot days like this, right?
Yes.
I know, I appreciate that so much.
Yes, but not with Angel Paste. So go ahead and go to that website on your screen. Miracle Cream. that everyone's talking about. That website is Angel Paste Miracle Cream, angelpaste.com. Many customers writing in, they're saying that it helps remove wrinkles, fewer wrinkles.
Listen, anything that's a miracle in the cream department, skin department, bring it on, especially if I know it's supporting our veterans and made in the USA. That makes it all the better.
Yes, and it gives you younger looking skin. A lot of people say they feel younger, they look younger, lightening of age spots, healings of burns and bruises. I mean, the list goes on.
The list goes on. I swear, this is the thing about RSBN. Not only do we get to bring you the incredible rallies and all the Trump events and meet all the supporters, but you even get great information about products and services that you may not have even known were available to you. And I love that we can do that for our customers and viewers.
Absolutely. And we love this cream. It's for anyone. If you have teenagers, adults, men, women, you name it, get yourself some of this miracle cream. Go to the website, angelpaste.com. That's angelpaste.com. At checkout, type in RSBN and save yourself 10% off your order. Do it today. Save yourself some money and also support this America First company. Everything's based in the USA. It is natural for your skin, heals your skin. People love it. Customers are raving about it.
We love that. Yes. Listen, we are all about great skincare. It's so important, especially when you're out in the sunshine, right? You want something that's going to be good for your skin. In addition to that, if you are watching and you're saying, I need to tell my friends to watch RSBN and I don't know how to do it, tell them, number one, the app is fantastic. That's how I was introduced to RSBN.
That's how I watch it.
Watch every live event right there on your own phone, on any of your social media platforms you can find us. And of course, you can also find us on Roku, on Apple Play, I believe on Google Play, on Android. We also, on Xbox, and here's what I love. I love going on YouTube or on Rumble, and I love going to the actual RSBN page on either of those formats and interacting in the live chat. I love doing that.
Yes, we love the people who chat with us, and thanks to our moderators as well. They watch the chats going on and keep an eye out on everything. But let us know where you're watching from as we take a look at the crowd.
Look at everybody's ready to have a good time today.
Look at these people.
Look at you, girls.
All patriotic.
How are you feeling today? Are you ready to see your favorite president? We're ready. I like the wardrobe first and foremost. You look fabulous. But I want to ask all of you, as you're standing here waiting, we want to know.
Alex says he needs to set up. Gage had to go in.
What your perspective and opinion is about the debate.
Well, I think that I was very proud that he went out there and just spoke the truth and let Mr. Biden, President Biden, speak for himself. I think the way that he answered the questions, Trump stayed on topic and President Biden was not able to, and that speaks for itself. Nothing else needed to be said. And just proud to be out here and be part of the process.
Proud to be an American, as the song says, right? And and when he comes out to that song, it always gets the crowd going, and today will be no exception. A quick question for you, since you're out here. Is there anyone that you would like to personally see as the VP pick?
Well, I do. There are many. Marco Rubio from Florida. I think I'm a Spanish teacher, and so I do respect, his culture, what he brings to the table as far as speaking his voice for a lot of America. And I think Tim Scott. I think really anybody, all of the people that I've heard, mentioned, because it's all rumor. But I think everybody. I think President Trump is so thoughtful and deliberate in the choices that he makes. And so I just trust that he's going to make a really sound choice for us.
So well said. And I have one last question, because I know that President Trump will watch oftentimes before the rallies. He'll see what the crowds are talking about. I know my list. I have a long list of reasons that I love him, but I always love to ask people, what's the one thing about President Trump that keeps you feeling so loyal to him and makes you want him as our leader of this great country?
He loves our country. And he doesn't do this because he has to. He does it because he wants to. And he said that last night. And I think he's so intelligent. And I think that he is really making good decisions for all of us. It's giving the power back to the people, which is what it's about. The government is for the people. And it's not supposed to be for the people who are running it. So I think that's why I love him. There are many reasons. I love his honesty. I love his sense of humor. He makes me laugh because I love that he speaks it so He's blunt, and you know what? But he's always right.
He tells it like it is. He's the real deal. Thank you so much. What's your name?
Sarah Myers.
Sarah Myers, thank you so much for talking to us today. That was such a brilliant answer, and I think a lot of people here echo your sentiments. As the pretzel man comes on through, everybody loves a good hot pretzel. Well, thank you so much for talking to me. And Vanessa, I know you've got a lot of fun over here with so many friends on the line.
To show you this line, continue to let you meet some of the faithful voters of America as I don't want to sneak up on them from behind, so we're going to try to get ahead of the game here, but we'll show you the line as we continue to move on up. The line is slowly moving, so the people here are enjoying the shade as we make our way here.
Chesapeake Rally shows.
Right here. Okay, we'll stand right here and kind of wait for some of these people. Hi, what's your name?
Brenda.
Brenda, where are you from?
Chesapeake, Virginia.
Chesapeake. Tell me how you felt when you found out President Trump was coming to your town.
Oh, that's my brother. And we were like, yes, we're going, whatever it takes.
And you made it.
Made it.
What is your shirt?
In line until it's all over with.
Yes. Well, tell me what your shirt says. Let's see. You'd rather vote for a felon. Got it. Okay, and they can read the rest.
Yeah. He has one too, but his,
we'll
yeah.
walk the line with you so you don't move lose your spot in line. Did you watch the debate last night?
Oh, yes.
What were your immediate feelings about the debate?
It was not good.
For who?
Biden. It wasn't good.
How do you think President Trump did in that debate last night?
I think he did okay. I really do. I think he did okay. I think he did better than Biden.
Do you think that Biden will be the nominee? There's a lot of talk that maybe the Democrats saw what happened last night and feel like maybe he's not the best choice. What do you think?
50-50. Sleepy Joe.
Are you worried that if the Democrats were to win in November that our country is, what President Trump says, we won't have a country if that were to be the case?
I do, yes.
How does that concern you?
It concerns me. I have grandchildren, children, and it concerns me a lot.
Well, what are the people saying here in Virginia? Is Virginia in play for President Trump?
I think so. I see guys riding around in their cars with signs, and I'm honking horns and waving, and he's laughing. And it's been quite a few days he's been doing this. Weeks, as a matter of fact. Oh, he knows who I am because I'm like, yahoo! I'm going.
She's excited about President Trump, and you're excited about today as well. It's actually history today. I know he does a lot of rallies, but this is the first rally right after the debate.
Yeah, I know. Oh, he'll work it.
He always does.
He'll work it. Yes. We're looking forward to it.
Okay, well, I'm glad you're here. Your first rally with President Trump. Enjoy your time with your brother, and stay hydrated. It is a little warm out here, Nikki.
One of the things that we heard so much about last night was the economy. Of course, we know that we want to have a more prosperous life here in America under a presidency with President Trump again. In the meantime, one of the things that's so important is that if you weren't following the news, then you probably don't realize that a massive hit to the U.S. dollar has just come in. It was in June in Saudi Arabia when they didn't renew its 50-year petrodollar deal with the U.S. And that is a big deal because since 1974, Saudi Arabia has sold oil solely in U.S. dollars. So that was a huge thing for our global economic dominance. But now they want options other than the U.S. dollar. And that's a potential problem for a lot of us, right? So we have to realize that Americans are turning to Birch Gold Group. For over 20 years, Birch Gold Group has helped tens of thousands of Americans protect their savings by converting an IRA or 401k into an IRA into physical gold. So you can learn more all about this. It's so important, my friends. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 9898 9898. It's that simple. Trump to 989898. Claim your free no obligation info kit on Gold. That's Trump to the number 989898. So 98 3 times. And Birch Gold has earned my trust. It's earned Vanessa's trust. It's got an education first approach, which is so important because you understand where your money is actually going and coming from, which is something a lot of places don't help you with. And there's countless 5-star reviews to help you out as well. Protect your savings with Gold before the dollar plunges any further. We don't want to see that happening. Text Trump to 989898 today. So that's an important part of our life right now. Gold is a big deal. Yes. Oh, yeah.
Right, your left, all the way down to that white tent. You see that white tent way down there, Nikki? Yep. Well, that's where the front of the line is, but there are bike racks that you have to go in and out of. So the line is long there that people have to make their way through those bike racks to get to security. And then it comes all the way down to where we are and then around this corner down as far as I can see right now. So the line is really forming with President Trump expected to speak here around 3 o'clock Eastern time.
It filled up a lot in the last half hour, just in the time that we were walking around, just talking to people, looking at the merchandise, seeing what's happening. The line started wrapping around, and I don't know if you can see, but there's a parking lot all the way in the very, very back of this field of these farms, and that's where the line begins and rolls around and wraps around and then goes all the way down to what Vanessa just pointed out. That's a lot of people. So I always say, if you see mainstream media and they tell you the crowds aren't large, watch RSBN for the truth.
Yes. You know what? We're also seeing a lot of these type of shirts right here where people are voting for the convicted felon. What is your name and where are you from?
Walt Hertzberg from Florida.
You're from Florida. Nice. You drove here from Florida?
Flew.
You flew here from Florida. Nice. What made you decide to come to this rally?
Well, I'm a Trump van. Family, all Trump here.
Yes.
We're all coming in here to celebrate. We're going to get it.
How many events have you gone to for President Trump?
First one.
Really? What was it about this one that you wanted to come to? Because he has rallies all over the country.
I'm here. I wasn't there. Yeah. I'm closer here at the time.
Well, that's awesome. Love to hear it. So, did you watch the debate last night?
Yeah, I certainly did.
What were your thoughts on the debate?
I think Trump got it. I think the other guy made a fool of himself.
Do you think he always makes a fool of himself?
Amen.
I take that as a yes. Yes, amen. So, anything that really stood out? You know, President Trump was he really kept his composure. He looked very presidential. Did you feel the same way when you saw him speak last night?
Trump stayed awake. The other guy kind of faltered, kind of fell asleep, I think, a little bit.
There was one time in the debate where President Trump mentioned that he didn't understand what Joe Biden had said, and he kind of mimicked, Joe Biden and said, I don't think that he even knows what he just said. Did you have a problem following along with Joe Biden's answers?
Joe Biden, yeah, he kind of trailed off a few times. I'm sure he was confused, but I would listen to Trump more than him.
What do you have to say to the independent voters? I know we have independent voters who watch, and maybe some undecided voters as well. Anything that you want to say to them to convince them that maybe Trump is the right choice for them?
I think Trump pretty well said it. We're going to straighten America out again, get back where we used to be.
And he's doing well in the polls when it comes to undecided voters and independent voters. So I think last night may be a big boost for him when it comes to that because, like you said, and what everyone else here is saying, he did amazing last night.
He sure did. I appreciate him, too.
Well, I love the fact that you came here from Florida. What part of Florida?
Deltona. Just outside of Daytona.
Okay. Nice. Well, enjoy your time here. Thanks for coming, and I love. Yes. Well, great. You're in the shade right now too, so you can't beat that.
Right. Thank you.
All right,
yeah.
Nikki.
This is a good spot right here. I kind of don't want to leave. I kind of love it over here. So, are you all from Florida? The whole crew?
No.
Okay. Where are you from?
Virginia.
Williamsburg.
Yes.
This is an important state, right? Because this is a state that really represents the history of America. And so when we talk about the America First agenda and people being here to make America great again, what do you want to see as far as changes in Virginia coming if we get to see President Trump as our 47th president?
Like for everything, gas prices, food to come back down to where they were when he was in office. And we need to just clean up the border, make it more safer, and just take care of everybody. Take care of the veterans, the homeless veterans, all that. Stop supporting them damn immigrants.
Listen, President Trump is all about immigrants that come here legally. His whole family was immigrants, right? We all come from somewhere.
Exactly.
It's about coming here legally. Yes, I love that message.
Do the legal thing, come in right way, we can all get together.
So well said. Thank you for that. It's a pleasure to be here today with all of you. I'm going to walk and talk with you for a second. Are you from Virginia?
I am. I live at Pungo.
Oh, well, welcome to this amazing day here in Chesapeake. It's really going to be a great rally because I think President Trump will be pretty fired up after last night. How did you feel?
Oh, I was right there with him. I was very excited. Saw every last word. I'm usually in bed by 9, but not last night.
So was Biden.
Yeah. Yes, usually he is, and
it was a late night for him. So have you been a supporter of President Trump since 2016, or is this a newer thing?
From the very beginning, I knew being a businessman is what we need to straighten this place out to a great extent. So
well, thank you so much for talking to me. That's so well said. Vanessa, we have so many fun patriots here today. Everybody is so positive and hopeful and happy and joyous, and they really have such an allegiance to President Trump, not because of some loyalty that they're told to have by a biased media, but because they see what life is like under President Trump versus not. And that difference speaks to us in volumes through action.
Vote. Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And the people here say no. I mean, in any aspect, when it comes to security, safety in their neighborhoods, when it comes to the border, when it comes to the economy, people are living paycheck to paycheck. They're worried about, foreign policy, what's going on with Ukraine and Russia and Israel. The people are just concerned because if America isn't firm and on its feet, then the rest of the world is affected. So we need a strong leader and someone who can go in and make not just this country great again, but we hear from viewers all over the world. We're on the internet streaming live, and so we have people from all different countries watching us, and they're supporting President Trump because they feel that they'll be better off when President Trump's in office again.
That's so well said and so important because everything that he did for our country affected everybody else, to your point. And so when you think about what's happening and the chaos in the world right now, and they talked about this a lot in the debate last night, the chaos on the world stage and what's happening as a result of the chaos in America. And so you got to clean it up here first.
Yes.
And then it'll clean up everywhere else.
Yes. And we were, struggling a lot during the pandemic. The entire world was, and we just don't know if that's going to be the case, if there's going to be another pandemic of source or any type of attack, God forbid.
Yeah.
Yes. And so that's why the wellness company, we urge you to go ahead and get yourself a kit on makecaregreatagain.com. As you know, we don't have a health care system in America. We have a sick care system.
True.
Pharmaceutical companies make billions off of you. That's billions with a B. They are making billions off of you every single year off sick Americans, and technically that makes me sick to hear that. Big Pharma needs you to be sick in order for you to rely on them. And just like Big Pharma, big government wants you to feel powerless, like they're in control of you and that you need them. So that's where Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Drew Pinsky come in. They've worked with President Trump in the past, and they really care about Americans and our health. And so they've been preaching the importance of keeping yourself healthy for years now. So get ready for the next thing. That's the Wellness Company's Medical Emergency Kit. You can get one of those for yourself, for your family. It contains 8 life-saving medications, including ivermectin, amoxicillin. You'll get a Z-Pack, a guidebook. So give them go to their link, give them a try. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Type in the RSBN code to save yourself some money at checkout. Again, that's MakeCareGreatAgain.com. RSBN code.
we need to make everything great again, right? I love when we get to the end of the speeches, which you'll see, of course, today. I love when we get to that part where it's make America safe again, make America strong again, make America wealthy again, make America powerful again.
Yes.
All free. Now that's the new one he added. Make
Yeah.
America free again and make America great. And make care great again, because all of the things that we're lacking and missing and wanting are things that we actually had. We just want them back and then some. And that's why the whole idea of MAGA, and I say it every time, but I have to say it again, MAGA means make America great. And no matter what side of the fence you're on, no matter what party you are persuaded towards and what your values are, if you're American, you should want America to be great. There's nothing controversial or confrontational about that.
Absolutely. And the people here, this whole crowd, they want to save this country. They love this country. And we're excited to talk to some more of them. I love these hats like this man has right here with the Trump hair in his pocket. But he's eating right now. So, and then you came with blankets. It's pretty hot out here.
For sitting.
To sit on. I was going to
very
say,
smart.
okay. What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Richard, and I'm here from Chesapeake.
Okay, nice. Right here in your own backyard.
Right.
First time to see President Trump?
No, second time.
Second time. Coming off last night's debate, what are you most excited for today?
Well, I think he did well. I think the world got to see Biden is where everybody says he is, with all this trouble he's having. So I think Trump hit all the high spots, so I think he's did really well. So I'm excited. I think it's just going to keep moving.
Keep you moving because I know the line is moving right now as these people are excited to see, Nikki, this line move so they can get inside the gate.
Yeah, are you enjoying yourself? Everybody says, I can't wait to get in there. Exactly. How are you doing today? What's your name?
Nancy.
Hi, Nancy. I'm Nikki. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Well, I'm glad you like RSBN. It's important to us to bring coverage that shows truth, right? Facts, truth, no narrative.
What I do when there's a Trump rally coming on, I go ahead and turn on RSBN and put it in my ear and listen to you guys, even if I'm not watching it.
I do that too.
And then when time for the rally comes on, then I tune into it. So
that makes me so happy. Now, have you been to any of the live rallies before?
Newport News. In 2020, I think it was October 2020.
So it's a different world, and that's a big point of what we heard a lot about last night, about the fact that the last election cycle, it was a very different world. We were in the height and the throes of COVID, and it was a bad time for the country. So what are you looking forward to now, 4 years later, after we're post-COVID, we're post-debate? Where are you feeling you want to see things going forward?
I would like to see our economy, of course, come back, because everybody's struggling, even people who previously had enough money. I see them struggling. And then, of course, the border. It has to be closed. Our town, our small town where I live, I'm not in Chesapeake, I'm from Yorktown. And our parks, I go to the park, and there's foreigners there who can't speak English. I go to our Walmart. Any town you're in, you go to a Walmart, and there's going to be illegals there. And I say the word illegal.
The thing about that is it's not a derogatory word, it's a fact, and it's actually written in it's what it's actually meant to be. If something is not lawful and it's illegal, it's called illegal, and that's not being derogatory or negative toward any person. It's just a fact.
It's the truth. All right.
And you're here for the truth and for some fun today.
Oh yes, excitement.
I love it. Well, thank you so much for talking to us, Nancy. So many people here, so happy today, like we said. And Vanessa, look at all of these happy faces.
Yes, they're happy too because the line is moving
Oh,
and
yeah.
they're
And there's a
one
breeze.
step closer to getting inside. We the people need Jesus. I like that shirt.
Amen. Amen.
Where are you from?
Chesapeake, Virginia.
What's your name?
Tony.
Okay, first time to see President Trump?
First time.
Okay, what are you excited most about today? Like, what do you want him to talk about?
I want him to just double down on the problems we're having with the economy. Inflation is a real thing. It's not a difference of $20, whatever that moderator said yesterday. It's a lot more. Just can't fit anything in a shopping cart anymore without spending hundreds and hundreds of dollars.
That's absolutely right. You know, I never, even if I just have 2 bags leaving the grocery store, I never leave without spending $100. And I'm thinking, I just have like 5 things. How did this get to $100?
You can spend $100 and not get any meat, no chicken, no fish, nothing.
Right.
Just on everyday essentials like paper towels and toilet paper and dish soap. It's something's got to stop.
And do you think the businessman can bring down that inflation for us?
I sure hope so. I think he's the better choice to do that because we have evidence that the one in power now isn't going to do it.
How do you think that he did last night? Were you even able to understand him? Some of the people here today said they couldn't really understand him mumbling.
No, he lost that debate the minute he walked out on stage. You can just look at him. He looked pale. He started mumbling. I had to say, what did he say? I was going to put captions on the TV to understand it better. Trump did great. He probably could have really do better. I think if they have a next debate, I think he'll just murder him on the next debate. But
Well, I'll walk with you so you don't have to lose your place in line. But, I think a lot, when you're here today, you'll see President Trump talk a lot about the big issues facing Americans, but we also see the real President Trump, the Trump that people love. His personality comes out. Last night, he didn't get to really show that because they were cutting off his mic because that's what the Biden campaign had wanted. That was the deal that they made. However, after the debate, we hadn't heard this before the debate, but after the debate, after the performance of Joe Biden, the Biden campaign comes out and says he had a cold. Do you believe that?
Absolutely not. If he had a cold, but then he went to an after party, and evidently he is going out on the campaign trail today. So if you've got an 80-year-old, anybody, president or just my father, if you're sick, you shouldn't be going campaigning.
Stay away from people, right? That's what we learn when we're kids. If you have a cold, stay home. Don't be contagious and spread it to everyone else. But hey, that's what they said. So we'll see how the days progress, what the Biden campaign comes out and says about last night's performance. But good to see you here. Love your shirt because we need more Jesus in our country. Faith and freedom. Absolutely, right. He is. All right, good to see you. Have a great time. Stay hydrated out there. All right, Nikki, how are you doing?
I've got some great guys over here, and we're talking about whiskey, steak, guns, and freedom. Okay, I'm all for that on a Friday night.
That's awesome.
So first of all, tell me your name and where you're from.
My name's Billy Lee, and I'm from Fort Worth, Texas. I live here now, but I grew up down there.
Well, Vanessa's over in Houston, Texas. She's a Texas girl. I lived in Austin for a while, but we got to turn Austin red. Meanwhile, we were just talking a little bit about everything that Trump does, all the President Trump rallies, all the excitement. What are you most excited about today?
Just to get to see him. Here's what he's got to say, just a repeat of last night, and everything. Give him some more ammunition.
What did you think about last night, if you had to put it into articulate words, unlike somebody on the stage who had a hard time with that part?
Well, I've got a difference of opinion about that. I felt really sorry for Joe Biden because I have compassion for somebody that's went through that, having a family member that's went through that, because that's where he's at. So his family should be ashamed of themselves for putting him out there like that. But
my heart broke for that, too.
Pardon me, I'm sorry. But I thought, Don Trump did a good job of not really going at him because he saw what he was dealing with. You know what I mean?
I think he used tremendous restraint. I really do, when he stood there and just nodded or grinned or just looked away, because that is not easy to do when somebody's insulting you.
Yeah, that's about what we felt the same. But I thought that Tapper and those guys with CNN did a pretty good job. I thought they were pretty fair as could be, you know what I mean, considering where it came from. So it was good, though. It was the result everybody knew it was going to be.
I agree. I think that we were all expecting a difficult moderation, if you will, and that turned out to be a pleasant surprise that they kept it pretty unbiased, which I was happy to see that. Now, today, what do you want to hear President Trump talk about? If there's one particular issue that you feel your home is most affected by, that you want to see changes, tell me what that would be.
Taxes.
How do you like the no tax on tip thing that he's doing now? Did you hear about that?
I love every bit of that because we pride ourselves in taxing all of our servers and bartenders with cash, because I don't want them to be taxed on money I've already paid tax on. So that's exactly what we do. So, yeah, that's a good thing. And if he can just get out there to Nevada and get those people on board, we're going to be in.
You're all for it. I love it. Well, it's so good to talk to you today. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, Vanessa, there are a lot of people on this line, and everybody has the same smile on their face because they're excited to see President Trump at 3 p.m. Eastern today.
Correct, and we're going to keep moving down. Yes, we are about 3 hours and 15 minutes away from President Trump. People have their food. They're eating lunch here in the shade. Hi, what's your name? Where are you from?
Dolores, Chesapeake, Virginia.
When you started screaming, I had to come talk to you. First Trump rally?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Her mouth's full. We won't keep you too long because we want you to enjoy your lunch. But welcome. Enjoy your food as we continue to move down the line here. Hi. What's your name?
Wayne.
Wayne. Where are you from?
I'm from right down the road here, about 5 minutes away.
Wow. So you didn't have to travel far. First time to see Trump?
Yep.
Tell us what you're looking forward to the most.
Just a great day.
What is it about President Trump that really makes you want to be here, support him? What is it?
Oh, don't put me on the spot. I just like him.
There's a lot, right? Is there a lot? Yeah. He makes America great is what your friend said.
America great again, yeah.
Well, we don't want to put you on the spot. Yes, yes. But I do like the golden hat. Are you a captain for because a lot of times they give the captains.
No, I've never been in the military.
No. I meant for the Trump campaign.
Oh, no. I have nothing to do with them.
Okay. Well, we're glad that you're here.
Just a supporter.
I'm glad that you're here. Are you a voter? Are you registered? Everything good to go for November?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's very important. At home, if you're watching, check your cards. Make sure you're registered up to date. Nothing's expired. No address change. He's a plumber from Virginia. Okay, you can give a shout out. That's fine.
T.W. Brooks Plumbing.
There you go. Give him a shout if you need some plumbing done at your house. All right.
You know, I was just looking at you ladies, and you look so incredibly patriotic today. Let's walk and talk for a few. First of all, where are you both from?
Chesapeake, Elizabeth City, North Carolina.
So you didn't have to go too far to come and see President Trump today. This is a big day for him because there was a lot of anticipation building before last night. Now we're in the post section of that. I was just curious how you're feeling today about the momentum going into the election after what we saw last night.
Oh my gosh. A lot of the people that are out there, they have no clue. They won't watch real America's news, right? They watch the fake news. So they will watch the debate though. And they got the real skinny last night. They saw a real presidential persona with action plan and the snoozer mumbler that's about ready to keel over with nothing but climate change and telling Trump a whiner. I mean, but they did. So I think a lot of people will change over, having recognized the difference for the first time. So I'm very excited. Just that worries me is the sentencing on the 11th. We all need to be praying. That's the only way. That's why they're trying to, but he could be president from the prison.
Well, let's all do a lot of praying, and let's also remember that the facts somehow always come through because we're seeing a lot of things coming to fruition now that back in 2020 were said one way, and now all of a sudden the truth comes out and people say, oh, actually this is really what was said and done. And hopefully that will happen when he takes his cases to the appellate courts. Meanwhile,
he's going to be the one that decides his fate because that's God's man. He's pro-Israel and anti-abortion. That's all you got to know. So you're on God's team if you pick him, and you better.
And is this your first rally?
Yes, it
is. What are you most excited to see?
Trump.
Yes. I don't know, it's just exciting. It gives me goosebumps. It's exciting to be here, to see the amazing turnout. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing for me, I feel like.
It's being a part of history. I always like to say that to people. I feel like when you come to a Trump rally, it's safe, it's happy, peaceful, patriotic, and you really do get to see a slice of American pie. I mean, it's so all-American, and no matter what side you're on, I would encourage anybody who's watching, who's on the fence, who's an independent, who maybe even was a Democrat, say to yourself, I'd like to see what this whole MAGA movement actually is all about, and then you see what making America great again looks like, and it's peaceful and it's wonderful.
Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you all so much for being here today. I hope you enjoy the speech at 3 p.m. Eastern. I think he'll be on time today. That's my prediction. You never know, but I do think today because he's already in town. He flew in after the debate last night. He arrived around 1:15 a.m. So he's here. He's in town. We just have to wait for him to get on that stage, and we will do that. Yeah, you have to vote because if you don't vote, it's a vote for the party you don't want. That's how I always say it. Yep, absolutely. Vanessa has a whole bunch of fellow patriots around her right now.
Yes, look at the line. The line continues here as people start moving in. Hi, how are you?
How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. You're a Trump chick. We can keep you. I don't want to make you lose your spot in line. A Trump chick.
That's right. I got that in Newport News when we saw him last time he was here.
Okay. Say that 3 times fast. Trump chick, Trump chick, Trump. Yeah, see, it's hard.
You got it twice.
I got it twice. That'll work. So what is it today? Did you watch the debate? How do you feel about it? More energy today? Do you think he did well?
I think he did well, and the debate was actually sad. I felt bad for Biden. It felt like elder abuse.
A lot of people are saying that.
Yeah, it was really sad to watch. But I thought he did great, and always been a supporter for years, even before.
Did you watch at the tail end when the debate was over and Biden went to maybe a ballroom or a room with some of his supporters and Jill Biden, and she congratulated him for answering all the questions?
I thought that was horrible for his wife to point that out. And that was his big win. That was so sad. It was sad. It was really sad.
And for President Trump, any key moments that you think stood out for him?
I like that he stayed calm. He didn't seem to get angry, and he made all of his points.
They even had a few arguments about golf.
That was funny.
Oh, yeah. And, yeah, Trump tried to get out of that one gracefully, I think.
He did. And I think we all know who has the better golf game out of the two, right?
Yes, definitely.
Not that, America, we're not struggling when it comes to golf games. We're struggling when it comes to the economy and our borders and safety and shootings and,
Our police officers, yes. It's a sad place right now.
When we were driving up, I always thank police officers, military, when I see them for their service. And one of the officers here mentioned that it's great to see all of these people because he knows that today, that his duty here today, his job here today, that he's supported by all these. Isn't that sad?
It is sad, and I think that's what's wrong with our country, and we need to get back. Yeah.
President Trump watches RSBN from time to time, and if he was watching right now, what would your message be for him?
We love you, and we love that you get the job done. You're not there just to be political. You're there to do the job, and we love that.
Well, I kind of echo that. I think we appreciate that he's, out for the people. I think he gets a lot of criticism, people that say that he is looking out for himself. But, I mean, you don't have the people like this turning out, for somebody that
And he wouldn't go through the abuse he's gone through.
And I was going to say that. One last question. I want to talk about that. Is that he said this last night, and I thought this really hit home. It did for me. When he said that he was almost rooting for Joe Biden to be a good president so he wouldn't have to run. He said, I didn't want to run. But when I saw how bad you have turned this country into, I had to run. I could be living this luxurious life, but yet I'm under indictments and facing possible jail time.
He's been attacked. Yeah, so he has no reason to do it other than for us.
And so that goes back on, the left says, oh, he's all about himself. Clearly he's not.
He's not. He absolutely isn't. And I don't think he sees everybody, I think he,
Yeah, and he's
the people's president, right?
Definitely the people's president, 100%.
Well, thank you both for talking to me today. Thanks for being here, and make sure, we just mentioned it a minute ago, but I'm going to really hit on that today a lot. Make sure your registration cards, your voter IDs are up to par, up to date.
I'm a poll watcher. It is.
Look at you. Good job. Love to hear it. Thanks so much. All right. Thank you. You too. You hear it from the people here. Everyone watched the debate last night. That's their opinion of what happened. And, people think that it was a home run for President Trump. And
we're talking to her, but first we've got a friend to talk to. But
Okay.
I do believe that we have some business to take care of first. Unfortunately, okay, there we go. I was gonna say I was having some Wi-Fi issues. We all were. Everybody was trying to watch RSBN, and they were saying, I can't get my RSBN because the Wi-Fi is not working. So that means we have a lot of people who watch us, and that makes us all happy. In the meantime, here's something else that does not make us happy: taxes, right? So we're going to talk today. Of course, I'm sure President Trump will talk about his no tax on tips initiative, which is exciting. But if you're struggling with back taxes or unified returns, the IRS is escalating collections. We know that is happening. That adds 20,000 new agents, sending over 5 million collection letters to kick off 2024. In these challenging times, your best defense is Tax Network USA. And you know this.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the Tax Network USA, they're licensed in every state, so no matter where you live, they can help you, whether you have filed an extension on your taxes and need help for this year or last year year's taxes, that is, to file for this year. Again, like Nikki mentioned, back taxes, they have saved their customers over $1 billion in back taxes. Let the experts handle it for you.
Yeah, over 14 years of experience, so you know that they know what they're doing, and the clock is ticking because time. Listen, the IRS doesn't wait for anybody, but they can do the negotiating for you, so you don't have to do those kind of negotiations that maybe you're not as skilled to do. I know I'm not. And so if you want to seize control of your financial future, just contact Tax Network USA for immediate relief and expert guidance. You call 1-800-357-1415, 1-800-357-1415, or visit tnusa.com and then /RSBN. You don't want to let tax issues overpower you.
Yes, and get ahead of the game, get ahead of the IRS. Like Nikki mentioned, they do the negotiating for you. They're experts. That's what they do. And so they have that inside that we don't have. And so let the experts do it for you. Tax Network USA. Again, that number 1-800-357-1415, tnusa.com /RSBN.
You've said that one before.
Yes.
Listen, we're so fortunate to be able to provide you with this information, and we're also fortunate to have so many fun American patriots here today, including my new buddy over here. I have to say, I was told, a few birdies in the trees told me that you are very, very passionate about President Trump and always have a lot to say when it comes to your opinion. But no, listen, he might be watching, and if he's watching right now, he loves to hear what his supporters say, what they ask, what they want to know more about. Tell me how you feel and why you feel such loyalty and passion for a President Trump life again here in the 2024 election cycle.
This is going to be kind of dumb to say, but I watched the debate last night and I looked at my husband and I said, I just miss affordable gas and affordable groceries. Why can't they just talk about that?
Listen, there's nothing wrong for wishing that you could pay $1.82 for gas. I believe it was $1.87, if I'm not mistaken, when he left office. And now to see those types of prices, it's almost impossible anywhere in the country. What are some of the things? Now, where are you originally from?
Virginia Beach.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So what kind of things are you hoping to see change in Virginia as a result of a President Trump presidency again?
I don't know.
The migration problem.
Yes.
Definitely. Yes.
People don't typically affiliate and associate migration issues in Virginia. You typically would think of Texas and Arizona, California, think of the border. We're all border states now, right?
We are. We're all border states.
Everywhere you go, you see them here.
I lock my doors now, and I didn't used to as often as I do now. It's, I've just kind of got this radar up now, and when you see so many people getting hurt, children, women, that breaks my heart. I really hope he comes back and he does something about that for sure.
Well, if he becomes president, I believe that is definitely at the top of his agenda. When he becomes president, I believe that will definitely be at the top of the agenda. Now, is this your first rally or have you been to many?
First rally, I'm very excited.
Yes, go Trump.
We were so happy when we heard about it. I was like, we have to go. We have to go. So
first
rally.
Well, I will warn you, because if you haven't been to them before, even if you've watched all of them on TV like I have, the first time you see him step out and you hear the crowd live, when you hear I'm just going to start crying just saying it. Proud to be an American comes on, he walks out, the crowd screams. There is an emotional feeling and a collective love that comes across to all of us. What are you most excited to hear him talk about today?
I don't know. What are you most excited to hear about him?
How he's going to make America great again, because it gives me hope. Yeah.
So hopeful messaging, if you could say, if President Trump was watching now and he says, I need to know what I can do better, what I can do more of, what I can do differently, would you say hopeful messaging is a big part of that?
I think so, yeah. I listen to him all the time, and we all can make fun of Joe Biden. It's just he makes it too easy, but a hopeful message to everybody and making things affordable again, making things safe again, making things great again. I mean, we just love that motto. I mean, we really do. We love it.
And it's a very collectively positive messaging. There's nothing, I always say nothing confrontational about it. I like that you're ultra MAGA and you're proud to show it. So ultra MAGA means just want to make America great again. That's what it's about. Well, it's so nice to talk to both of you. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having us on. I love you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
We love you too. We couldn't do what we do without you. So we appreciate you. So many people here. Oh, now so you don't only love Trump, you love hot moms too. Oh, yeah. Hey, listen, that's life. That's a good thing. Now, how long have you been a supporter of President Trump?
Since about 2020, since I was able to vote.
Oh, so he was the first president you ever voted for? Yeah. And I would assume that you're excited to vote for him again.
I am indeed.
What's your favorite thing about President Trump?
Lower gas prices, for sure. Lower gas prices.
Be able to travel. Are you from Virginia?
I am.
Well, thank you for welcoming us all into your state today. It's a treat and a pleasure. I know President Trump has been here since early morning, late last night. After the debate, he flew in, and he was proud to say he landed here and can't wait to see all of his supporters and all of the incredible patriots. Starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, we're seeing the helicopters circling. We're seeing Secret Service. Yeah, we'd love to talk to you. Absolutely. You never know. When you see a helicopter, oftentimes it could be his crew taking videos of the crowd. It's very exciting. No, you can wear your hat. It's about making America great again. Come on over. We'd love to talk to you. Hi, everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm great. What is your name and where are you from?
Kay Perkinson, and we're from Chesapeake.
Well, welcome to this incredible party.
My name's Bo, and I'm homegrown like a tomato. And this is Donald Trump is the man.
He is the man, and today he is going to talk to us I would say, from a different perspective than he has before, because today the whole world has seen him side by side with the current president at the White House. And so seeing the two of them together gave, I would say, an enlightening moment to America. What did you take from last night?
It was sad for him. I just hope that we can do better, and I know we can.
Well said.
I saw a slam dunk by Donald Trump, and he was a star, and I felt sorry for Biden, but Donald Trump is the man.
He wants to make America great again. And, you know, I've been hearing that echoed a lot today about how people feel sad about President Biden. It's even though we're angry about some of the witch hunts and the hoaxes and some of the weaponry really against President Trump in the court cases and the trials, you still can't help but feel sorry for somebody who's going through something like that. And what makes me upset the most is that his family is not honoring the fact that it's time to stop. Right? It's time to stop. And that's what a lot of people are saying, at least. In the meantime, if we see, and maybe when we see, President Trump, not just as our 45th president, but as our 47th, what would you like to see happen first?
Him getting control of the border, securing our country, taking care of the mess that we have right now. The economy is important. Abortion's important.
Excellent choices.
Open the gas lines up, get the gas flowing, get the groceries down, and put the eggs back on the farm, and he can do it. And we don't have to worry about somebody selling us an electric car. We can put gas in our car.
You want to see him drill, baby, drill.
Drill, baby, drill.
Yes, we all want to see that. Thank you both so much. I'm glad you didn't have to travel too far to be here.
You did a great job.
Well, thank you. You both did a great job. Listen, this is what it's all about. It's having conversations, making sure that people who are on this side of the aisle, as well as those who aren't, having a bit of an awakening of what is going on in our country and how we can literally just make it great again. So thank you both so much. Oh, so nice to meet you. This is RSBN, Right Side Broadcasting Network, and you can find us, for those who don't know, you can find us on the app. You can just put it on your phone, RSBN. It's very simple. It's free, and you can actually watch all of our live coverage from every Trump event, every live rally, every America First agenda. If there's a scheduled event, we will be there, and we'll show you everything. We'll show you the whole crowd, not just a portion where there's no crowd, because that happens on other places sometimes. And you can actually find us on YouTube and on Rumble as well if you just go to RSBN. We're also on Android, on Google, on, I believe, Roku, And I have a whole list. There's a whole list. There's a lot of places you can find us. So I implore you to put that app on your phone first and foremost.
I can put it this way. You can replace CNN News right
Okay,
now.
I'll take it.
Great.
We'll take it.
Can we get a picture made with
Well,
you?
sure, we can get a picture. Except, yeah, I love this. It's all, listen, we have to make memories, right? It's all about making memories. This is wonderful.
I look pretty famous here.
Thank you all so much. Got to stop and pause for photos these days. We all have the access. Thank you all so much. I believe also that I believe we're going to talk a little bit just quickly before I get to the next interview once again about Birch Gold, if I'm not mistaken. Birch Gold, for those who don't know, it's about the fact that, listen, when you think about the gold rush, you think about gold, one of the greatest commodities in the world, one of the only commodities that doesn't fall when we see a rise and fall in the markets. It's one of the steadiest commodities. But if you weren't following the news, a massive hit to the U.S. dollar just came in June when Saudi Arabia didn't renew its 50-year the petrodollar deal. And that was with the U.S. But since 1974, Saudi Arabia has sold oil solely in U.S. dollars. So that was a huge blow to the global economic dominance. And now they want options other than the U.S. dollar. So I ask you this, if there's less demand for the dollar, then what happens to the dollar, right? Think about it like that. And it's reasons like this that Americans are turning to Birch Gold. This is an incredible group. For over 20 years, Birch Gold has helped tens of thousands of Americans to protect their savings, converting an IRA or 401k into an IRA into physical gold. And to learn more, all you have to do is text Trump to 989898. It's that simple. And Birch Gold will earn your trust just as it's earned mine with its countless 5-star reviews. You can protect your savings. Again, that's text Trump to 989898. And that's it. It's that simple. Now, we're going to walk back a little bit. I will tell you, there are a lot of people on this line. Anybody that tells you it's not busy, what are they watching? That's my question. Look at all of these patriots. Look at all of these Americans ready to support President Trump. You guys ready for a good day today?
Yes, we are excited. We came all the way from Idaho.
From Idaho. Is it a lot hotter here?
Quite a bit, yeah.
Oh man, the humidity is hotter, but there's not enough potatoes here.
My hair knows about that humidity. So really quick, is this your first rally?
This is our first rally, yeah.
It sure is.
It is.
Yeah, he doesn't come to Idaho because he already knows he's got our support, so he doesn't need to really.
Amen.
Well, but here's the question. What do you want to see him talk about the most today? What are you most excited for?
How he just demolished it in the debate. he kicked his butt in the debate. That debate was wild, and he didn't even have a chance. Biden didn't know what he was talking about. Just the craziest thing ever, but it was awesome. I think it was awesome.
What did you think?
It was pretty funny for the short clips that I watched.
You know what? He called him out on it, too, because he said, I couldn't understand what you just said at the end of that sentence. I don't think you even understood what you just said. He said that out loud. But that's the thing. Sometimes you have to see the quiet part out loud. We'll walk and talk because I don't want you to lose your spot. But, you know, the thing is that you keep hearing about this whole cheap fake, which is what the mainstream media is telling us, that Republicans are putting up these videos to show Biden in his worst light. And that's something we're hearing a lot about. But actually, we're just showing the facts as they happen in reality without editing them, and that's what everybody saw on full display last night.
Well, that's the thing. We figured out last night that Biden is not competent at all, and that shows us, the younger generation, too. We're not dumb. We know what's going on here. Every single person of our age knows for a fact that Biden cannot run this presidency. One, because he is not strong enough, mentally, physically, in any way. He doesn't know anything about business. We can't buy homes at our age because the interest rate's at 7%. It was at 1.9 when President was in office. Gas was $1.25, gas was $2, around there, and now we're getting screwed because Biden is in the office.
What are your gas prices right now in Idaho?
350.
And they're saying it's down because at one point it was in the 4s and 5s, but actually, comparatively speaking, it's still terrible.
No, it's terrible, and especially when we're farming, because we all work on potato fields. Oh, we are the ones that go out there and work those fields, and we have to pay for the gas, we have to pay for the diesel to get the equipment running, and we have to pay for the gas to get to the field in the first place, but we can't do it when someone like this is in office.
We're glad you're here speaking on the behalf of our potato farmers in Idaho. We love you guys. We appreciate you guys. Listen, I don't know how I'd live without I love my potatoes. Thank you so much for what you do. Thank you guys so much for being here today.
This one in the bag. It's already going to happen. He's got us. This line goes for a mile. It's already evidence that Virginia is Trump. Automatic. And we had to come to Idaho to support Virginia, that it's going to win. So hopefully this is the one that does it for the whole presidency, and he's in the office.
We love to see this. You could be a good surrogate for President Trump. I'm not kidding about that. You got the looks, you got the personality. It's good. You got the whole thing. It's good, the whole package. I appreciate all of you so much, and I hope you enjoyed today. I think it's going to be one of his epic. I was at the one in Wildwood, which was an initial epic one. It's really turning New Jersey. But now to think that he's coming out here today with this much support post-debate, I think he's going to be Trump point, like when he's like Trump 2.0. When he gets to that level, it's very exciting to see.
He gets up there and he says, "I hope you all saw me kick his ass on the stage last night." Sorry for my language, but that's what happened. It was brutal. It was like Mike Tyson, versus Jake Paul. It's going to fight. We're going to see what happens,
Yeah, and listen, President Trump has been spending a lot of time in the UFC community. He was with Logan Paul on his podcast. Yeah. He is all about making sure that every generation and everyone who follows sports, who follows fights, who follows entertainment, he wants to get everybody united, and that's what we all want to see, a United States of America.
Even on that interview, they said they said that he got 8 more minutes with Trump, and Trump says, no, give him 20. He says, I'm going to keep speaking because I'm not like Biden. I can freaking talk.
I love that. And that's the thing about President Trump. Thank you all so much. Have fun today. That's the thing we love about President Trump is that if he has more to say, he finds a way to say it. He doesn't stop. He doesn't cut himself off. He says, give it more time because he wants to make sure he gets his voice heard from start to finish. I believe we're going to move to the front of the line right now. We're going to start moving. Oh, you want to get back there? Okay. So we're going to move this way, just so you guys can see all the people. Thank you all so much. It's our pleasure to report the truth. That's what we're here for. Thank you all. Look at all these patriots. Look at all these happy people. This is what it's about. Everybody's ready. You guys ready for a good time today?
Oh, yeah. You already know.
Anybody think Trump's going to become the 47th president?
Does anyone not?
You think so? Are you excited for today?
Yes, especially after the debate last night.
How did you feel about what you saw?
I felt very sad for Joe Biden. I think what the people that are pushing him towards what he's doing are actually abusing an elderly man.
Your sentiment is not alone. I've heard that a lot today, and I think it's important that people realize that MAGA, if you will, the Make America Great movement is compassionate. We care about people. We want to see America great. And if we see somebody who's literally suffering right before our eyes and not capable of leading our country, it's not that we're being insulting or negative. It's that we want the country to thrive and be at its best. But when you have a leader in charge who's not in that position, it's not just upsetting and angry that we get, but it's sad. It's sad to see.
It is. I agree with you.
Is this your first rally?
Yes, it is.
Are you from Virginia?
Grew up right here in Chesapeake.
Well, it is a pleasure. What is your name?
My name is Kent.
Kent, it is so nice to have you here in your own backyard. I love seeing all of our Virginia patriots and everybody that's come from all over the place in this country today to support President Trump. Thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. We're gonna walk and talk a little. Oh, yes.
One more comment.
Please.
About what you said about being compassionate. At first, after watching the debate, it was really easy to want to dunk on, all of our Democrat friends and family members. I woke up this morning and didn't feel right about it. The best analogy I can think of is imagine that a lifelong friend or perhaps a spouse had been lying to you, cheating on you, whatever. That's what the mainstream media has done to these poor people. And they need compassion from us because everything that they thought they knew about the world, it's not correct, right? So if you can start pulling on a little thread, knocking over the first domino. They said that Joe Biden's, time at Normandy and other recent flaws and gaffes were cheap fakes, AI generated. They saw for themselves last night. So, okay, if Joe Biden, if that's what he is, and a couple days earlier you said that it was an AI fake, wait, what else weren't we told the truth about, did Bernie Sanders actually win the Democratic nomination in 2016? If you're voting Democrat, you're voting to not actually control or put your representative in place. Joe Biden is not running this country. Who is? That's terrifying. If you don't like Trump, that's fine. You know, he's a little pugnacious, a little bombastic, not everyone's cup of tea. But when we elect Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States, at least we know who's running the country.
Wow, that was so beautifully said. I'm going to watch that back, and I'm going to share it with everybody, because it was such a beautiful way to share what this movement is about and what this nation is about, because what you're talking about are American values. And as Americans, we want to see the country do well, but we want to see people be compassionate towards others. And when they don't have the exposure to the truth, it is hard to formulate a fair, informed opinion. And that's exactly what you're saying. I think last night was exposure on full display.
Absolutely. And look, everyone that came here today is doing their small part. You're doing more by trying to get the word out through your outlet. We all can do something. In the American Revolution, 3% of people took up arms to gain our independence. I would never advocate for that. We are peaceful, people-loving people for the most part in the, Republican, libertarian, freedom-minded vein. But in order to get this country back on track, I think it's going to require effort from more than 3%. But it's not going to have to get to this awful place. We don't want to see war. We don't want to see people suffering. We don't want to see disharmony. We want to have open, honest dialogue. And the way to do that with the other side is just to ask, hey, what's important to you? And if it's open borders and unlimited abortion, hey, I understand why that might be important to you. That's not what's most important to me. I'd like to, employ people, feed my family, be able to build a life in this country. And but by asking them to share first and really listening, that's how we start the dialogue. That's how we tip the first domino. And we can be right or we can be righteous. So even though it's fun to say, hey, we won, just be gracious, be a little humble, and remember what we're actually going for here, which is a more perfect union. Not perfect, but more perfect.
Well said. What is your name?
My name's Phil.
Phil, thank you so much. That was a beautiful, beautiful way of explaining things, and I hope everybody was listening. We appreciate you so much. Thank you. Yes, you too. Thank you. I love what he just said. Everything about it just spoke to me. It was so impactful and so fair, right? So good to hear somebody speaking from that perspective and from really sharing something that I think collectively all of us feel, but it was articulated so well by Phil, and I'm so, so glad it was. And speaking of that, we need to articulate these points and these truths to the children of America as well. And so the best-selling kids guide to President Trump is available free to RSBN viewers. You just pay shipping and handling with this special promotion. And the thing that's so nice about it is that this guide actually been updated for hair's flying. It has been updated for 2024, and it explains Trump's vision for America, for the future of America, for the next generation, and to be able to see in writing all of these stories, it's incredible, because it's not surprising to learn that crime and drugs are getting worse. America is under siege by illegal immigrants that are pouring in, not just from the southern border, but all over the country right now. And so as a result of this, more and more Americans are agreeing with Trump's policies, and they are going to want to be, as future voters, the kids are going to want to be informed as well. So the Kids Guide to President Trump will help them understand this, and President Trump will help them understand this along with his vision for America once he's reelected. Go freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com, and do that today. You will get your free Trump book, and all you'll pay is shipping and handling. It's that easy. So let's see who else we can talk to on this line. By the way, anyone that says it's not a busy line, anyone that says that it's not a crowded day here in Chesapeake isn't watching the right side broadcasting. They're watching somewhere else, something else. And we want to make sure that they see the truth right here, right now. This line is wrapping all the way around. Do you believe how much it has filled up? I mean, in the last hour, the amount of people that have shown up, and it's so nice because we've got some shaded areas with a little bit of a breeze. And we get that summer breeze coming in. It makes you feel fine. Let's see who we can talk to. So many fun patriots today. Hi, guys. Great. How are you today? Women for Trump. I'm one. I'm with you, girl. So how far did you travel to come here today?
Virginia Beach.
By the way, it's beautiful here. It's a beautiful, beautiful place to be. And I know that President Trump's already in town and probably very excited to see all of you. Is this your first rally?
Yes, I'm so excited.
So have you been supporting President Trump since the first election, or is this a new thing for you?
From the first election. I am a Trump girl all the way. Woohoo! Go Trump!
I want you, if you would, because we've spoken to so many people, men, women, kids, adults, grown, every age group, every background. What is it as a woman? Because I try to impart my wisdom and my knowledge to people. As a woman, what do you tell other women out there who are on the fence? They want to vote and they say, I don't know. I'm hearing what mainstream media says about Trump. I don't know. And they say that women shouldn't be voting for Trump. And meanwhile, I think some of his biggest support are from women. So tell me what it is as a woman that you love so much about having President Trump.
I like the way that he supports our country. He supports our military. I love that he is very open to a woman's right for her body and her choice. I also believe that it's important that we really think about how many months or if Roe versus Wade needs to be. And for me, I love that it's not active, and and some people don't believe in that, but I don't believe that we as women all agree 100%. I believe that we all agree that taking a life at 9 months is something that I as a human being, as a woman, as an American, believe that that's something that we should do. There are some things that I don't agree with that Trump does, but I don't think just as human beings we agree with everything that everybody says.
Do you agree with everything your husband does, or your son, or your brother, or your best friend? Of course not.
But I also believe as an American citizen that we have the right to choose and also be kind to another person's vision and another person's right and not fight about it. At the end of the day, I need somebody that's going to back my military, back my country, and I know that he's going to be strong for us. Make America great again, because it's not.
That was so well said. I'm talking to some incredible people today. Thank you so much for sharing that. Appreciate you more. You too. It's so wonderful to hear things like this because it goes to show you the level of compassion of this party. It goes to show you that everybody that's here today who supports Donald Trump is saying, look, we want to open this up to everybody. It's not just about being Republican or Democrat or conservative or liberal. It's about being American, and it's about caring about your fellow neighbor and your fellow Americans. And if you're on one side or another, be open to listening to what the other person has to say. Don't judge, don't label, don't title, don't name call. It's so frustrating as somebody who sees the news, as I do, from both sides and reads the news on both sides and then witnesses the reality. And when I see things skewed, I know how frustrating it is, not only for myself, but for the entire American public. And I urge everyone out there who is on the fence or who maybe doesn't understand this movement to at least take a look and see what it's all about, because it's all about making America great for all of us. Not one party, not one people, but for all Americans alike. Look at the Pretzel Man. He's working hard today, the Pretzel Man. Pretzel Man is working hard today. We appreciate you, and we appreciate all of our patriots out there today as well. So many friends, so many happy people, so many hardworking Americans who want to see their country great, and that's what we want to see more of. Look at all of these people. We have young, you know what I'm noticing, and you guys as you look at this crowd are probably noticing, we have every age group. I'm seeing senior citizens, I'm seeing kids, I'm seeing people who may be voting for the very first time this year. It's just incredible to see this kind of turnout on a hot day today. Let's talk to some people. Let's say hello to some friends. Look at all these happy faces. Now, hi guys, how are you? I love seeing, I saw your happy face. I said, I got to get this guy on camera. What's your name?
David.
David, I'm Nikki. Nice to meet you. Are you here from here?
Beautiful wife.
Hi, Julie.
Hi, Julie. Are you both from Virginia?
Yes, from Smithfield, Virginia.
Well, it is a treat and a pleasure to have you with us. Let's walk and talk a little so you don't lose your place.
Have some fun.
Tell me, is this your first rally?
Yes, it is. Yeah, that's why I'm so excited.
And it's his birthday. Oh, happy birthday to you. Well, you're in for a treat. There's going to...
anniversary was yesterday, 54 years.
54, Studio 54 alive. Congratulations. Okay, well, so then let's talk about this because you've been together a long time. So you have a certain set of values that you grew up with. And what do you feel President Trump brings to Americans that resonate with you from the values that you grew up with, you know, in the 50s, in the 60s, things that we don't see as much today?
Patriotism, one thing, putting our country first, having a strong military. Everybody works hard and nobody should just be singled out by race or religion. It should just be everybody can do their own thing and get as far ahead as they want to, just like they did in the 50s and the 60s.
Beautifully said.
Ditto. Absolutely. And the economy. Yeah. Whatever my wife says, I have to say.
That's why it's 54 years. That makes sense. I'm coming to you too. That's for some love advice. This is what it's all about. And have you all noticed just how jovial and happy and positive everybody is today? Isn't it wonderful?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's exciting. It is. I've never been to one before, so this is a first for us.
Perfect.
Yep.
It's an experience, and I always tell people if you haven't been to a Trump rally, number one, you're so safe. You're surrounded by Secret Service everywhere, so you're always protected. You're always safe.
You're in a crowd full of friends. They all think the way you do.
Isn't it nice to not have to defend your opinion?
Yes.
Right? So let me just ask, because I can't not ask. What did you think about last night's debate?
Pitiful. He was just pitiful.
I think Biden was pretty sad.
Yeah. I actually feel sorry for him. Yeah, I feel sorry for the guy.
I can't take the lies. I'm a veteran. When he said that he never lost anybody on his watch, that was the biggest lie. I hurt my feelings because when he did that catastrophic out of Afghanistan, he got people killed, and those were U.S. soldiers, and he didn't even remember that. I mean, that's sad.
Yeah, I think about the 13 families that lost somebody that were watching last night that had to hurt them.
And brothers and sisters and aunts and uncles and all that.
Well, thank you for your service.
Fine. It's all good.
Listen, we appreciate our veterans and we love our military, and President Trump loves his military, and it's important that we all recognize that we're all here for a collective greater purpose, which is to
Make America great again.
Yes. Oh, you better be saying it nice and loud. He loves to hear it out there. So I hope you're ready to say it today. And just for those who are watching, 3 p.m. Eastern, we will see the man. We will see the boss. I like to call him, I'm from Jersey, and they call Bruce the boss. I call Trump the boss. He built our skyline that we look at every day. He's the master. So we're very grateful for President Trump all over this country, and he is going to make America great again. And with great patriots like all of you, it's only going to get better. So congratulations on your anniversary. Happy birthday. So wonderful to talk to all of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everybody. How are you feeling today? You revved up and ready?
Yes. Go. Trump 2024.
Yes, we're excited that everybody who's on this line today is in great spirits because they're about to see potentially our 47th president. We already know how much we love him as our 45th, and we are ready. It's just months away. The countdown is really on now. Now we are in the countdown where we can go into the weeks. How many weeks until we might see that change? And after last night, a lot of people are echoing the sentiment that they think the chances are a lot better than they even thought before. So we will see how that goes. But thank you all for being here today. And look at this, Harley Davidson motorcycles. I would imagine that Trump loves his bikers.
Bikers love Trump. Bikers love Trump. We love America, though. Yes. So that's what this is all about, is choosing America over anything else.
God bless you for that. And that's what it is all about. Now, in just a moment, we're going to throw things over to Vanessa. She has an incredible interview lined up. We're really excited. She's inside. She got into the zone. So we're very excited to see what's about to happen, because all of these people on this very long line that leads all the way back to the end of the parking lot are all waiting just to see their favorite president today. and we are going to be able to talk to more of our fellow patriots. We've got a lot coming your way, 3 p.m. President Trump, but in the meantime, we're so excited to be able to take you inside of everything that's going on, and I will be throwing it over now to the beautiful Vanessa. Here we go.
Hi, everyone. We are now inside the gates at the Trump rally here in Chesapeake, Virginia. So good to see you on this Friday. I'm Vanessa Broussard with Brightside Broadcasting Network, and we're so glad you chose RSBN to watch President Trump here this afternoon. The pre-program will be starting here shortly, and then we'll have President Trump right after that. So it's been a jam-packed day. The lines are long, as you've been seeing. We've been out with the lines, and Nikki has been out there talking to all of the great patriots who feel like Virginia is in play for President Trump. Now, this is a state who has not had a Republican presidential candidate win since 2004, so it's been some time. But again, all of these people are eager. They're excited. They say that they've never seen any momentum like they're seeing right now, so they believe Virginia could go to President Trump. And you can see behind me, with just about 2.5 hours before President Trump takes the stage, the people have already started coming in. The gates are open, and they're starting to take their seats. Now, it's a hot one out here today. We are in the 90s. The people here in Virginia say we're not really used to this kind of heat. We have a heat wave going on right now, but luckily for them and for me, there's a breeze here and there, and we're starting to get a little bit of cloud coverage, so that's actually helping out a lot. So the people, regardless if it's sunny, cloudy, or windy or not, they're here, they're happy, they're eager, and a lot of first-time Trump rally goers here today that we spoke to in the crowd. Now, as you've been watching, and if you haven't been watching and maybe just tuned in on your lunch hour, we haven't spoke to one person who did not watch the debate last night. I was actually on a flight here to Virginia and landed in Norfolk, and everyone on the plane was watching it. And you heard a few giggles, you saw a few, head motions, but we were all watching the debate last night, and we think that all America was. The people here said that they were, and they feel like it was a huge win for President Trump, and they said that Joe Biden the same mumbles and stumbles that we've been seeing for the last 3.5 years. And so the people here say it's a clear win for President Trump, and then they're hoping that the independents and also the people who are undecided really take a look at what happened last night. They took a look and are persuaded that President Trump is the right man for the job. So poll numbers, exit numbers from CNN actually last night showed that President Trump won last night's debate. So those poll numbers, we'll go into more details on those here in a little bit. But those poll numbers come straight from CNN, and it's showing that President Trump won the debate last night. Again, we're in a state right now in Virginia that has not had a Republican presidential candidate win since 2004. So Clinton won, Biden won, but Trump is coming here today right off the heels of that debate last night, and the people here are eager to see him, and they're ready to vote for him in November. So we think that Virginia is Trump country, and the people here say no doubt about it. Absolutely, it is. Now, you also have Governor Glenn Youngkin, who is expected to maybe be here today. We've heard some rumors that he may be here today. We're not 100% sure on that. Now, he has been governor here for about 2 years, took his term in 2022. So we may see him here today, trying to get some confirmation on those on if he's visiting today. Where is Joe Biden after the debate? Well, he's heading to North Carolina. We're told by the Biden camp that he is really focusing on North Carolina because President Trump is winning in the swing states. That's a good sign. That's a good news for President Trump. So what the Biden camp is thinking is that if they really go to a state that is leaning toward Trump, maybe they can flip that. So we're told that he's going to spend some time in North Carolina. That's where he is today. I do have viewers who write me, and they have a good point. They say, and President Trump says this as well. When they write me, they say, you know, we love that President Trump is winning in the poll numbers. He wasn't winning in the poll numbers when he faced Hillary Clinton in 2016 and ended up winning that election. So it's good to see him ahead of Biden this late in the game. You know, we're going into the fourth quarter. We're at the end of the game, nearly getting there. Time is running out before November. But what these viewers are worried about is that people may get complacent. That's what you can't do. So I told them I'll make sure that I remind you of that at home. Don't get complacent. So if you live in a state or a swing state where Joe Biden is trailing President Trump, make sure you still go out and vote. So no matter what the polls say, every vote is important. Don't sit at home on Election Day. Make sure your voice is heard. Make sure you get out and vote. So to all the viewers at home who have written and said, you know, we like the poll numbers, but we fear that people will see these numbers and not go vote because they think that President Trump will be a shoo-in. Not the case. President Trump's team, his campaign, has come up with the saying, too big to rig. That is their goal. They want to make this outcome too big for the Democrats to possibly rig this election in 2024. So keep that in mind, that, you know, the more the merrier. We need to just storm the polls in November. Looking at those poll numbers now, again, I just mentioned that CNN had exit polls. This was this afternoon from Interactive Polls, which is on Truth Social, President Trump's social media platform. The CNN poll who asked who won the debate, 67% say Donald Trump, 33% say Joe Biden. That's a 34% jump there, a lead there. Also from Interactive Polls coming from CNN post-debate poll, who do you think won tonight's debate? Another poll shows Donald Trump 67%, again 33%. Then you look at the presidential election winner from Interactive Polls. This is from Polly Market on Interactive Polls. I want you to follow me closely here with these numbers because this is showing how people are waking up, thank goodness, and really seeing we're really seeing a big jump from April to June. In April, according to Polly Market, it was neck and neck. Now, if you want to believe that, okay. If not, okay. But April 15th, the numbers were neck and neck between Trump and Biden. Fast forward to a month later, May 30th, President Trump jumped 15 points in this poll, 54% to 39%. Yesterday, they took a poll, the day of the debate. President Trump has jumped 43 points, 67% to Biden's 24%. So a 45% or point swing towards Trump, and that's just from the springtime. So that goes to show you that he is doing really well in the numbers and in the polling, and we're still waiting for some more exit polls to come out post-debate. It takes them some time for those numbers to come in. But if social media is any indication of what people think, people on social media today, this was a slam dunk for President Trump, so much so that CNN hosts and anchors were saying, whoa, the Democrats are in trouble right now. So what does that mean? What does that mean for November? Well, a lot of people think, could Joe Biden not be the nominee? Will the Democrats throw in another nominee late in the game at the 11th hour at the DNC this summer? Well, that is the talk that a lot of Americans are really concerned about. But I want to read you, just last night during the debate, a member of President Trump's campaign put this out on Twitter. It is structurally impossible for Democrats to swap out Joe Biden and replace him with another candidate. I'll read that to you again. It is structurally impossible for Democrats to swap out Joe Biden and replace him with another candidate. Now, last night on Fox News, Caroline Leavitt, who is the spokesperson for the Trump campaign, she basically went with this tweet as well, saying it's almost impossible at this time. Time is running out. So looking at their side and their point of view. They think that Joe Biden will be the nominee come November. But then, people still wonder, will he make it to November? Will he make it another 4 years? He's obviously in some type of mental cognitive decline. He's aging. He's mumbling. He's stumbling. And Americans are concerned. This is the leader of the free world. If he's like that now, what will the next 3 to 4 years look like with a Biden administration? That's just based off his cognitive decline. Last night in the debate, you saw that President Trump, when asked about his age, if that was a problem, and he says, I have passed my test when it comes to my mental health, when it comes to my physical health. I've taken 2 tests and I've done wonderful. I feel young. I feel great. I'm fine. And he actually encouraged Joe Biden to do the same. He says, I just want him to do 1. Why won't he do 1? And so that is a problem that America is seeing as well. Is can we have a president who is obviously struggling to talk, to speak, to be carried off the stage by his wife, escorted off, holding hands. Last night was really a performance that the Democrats did not want to see for their party. That they probably are meeting today in a state of shock and a state of panic on what to do next, because America saw with their own eyes for an hour and a half, for 90 minutes, a president who clearly was confused and not able to complete sentences. And that's just a fact. That's not an opinion. You saw it for yourself. Okay, I'm going to show you the crowd here in Chesapeake, Virginia, as we get ready for President Trump to take the stage here in a little over 2 hours. But we want you to stay with us because we have a lot to talk about. A lot of key points to talk about. A lot about the debate. We're going to talk about Steve Bannon, who is apparently supposed to be turning himself into jail on July 1st, that is, which would be Monday. We'll talk about the RNC, immigration, the economy, and of course that debate last.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
What's up, guys? My name is
All right, so welcome back to Chesapeake, Virginia, as we await President Trump, his post-debate rally here in Virginia, just hours after taking the stage at a CNN studio in Atlanta, Georgia. People say he was walking into the swamp of all swamps, into a CNN studio. You know, there were a lot of rules yesterday before the debate was agreed upon. If you weren't speaking, your mic was muted. No notes could be brought out on stage. You had only a pen, a notepad, and water. No audience. Again, no pre-written notes, muted mics, no audience. Only a pen, paper, and water. You know, during the debate, we saw a calm, collective President Trump. We saw someone who looked very presidential. And also in the middle of the debate, his son, Don Jr., posted that, "I actually like this format for my father. It gives him time to point out each flaw of the Biden administration, or, you know, each policy that I want to enact or put in place." So people like Don Jr. actually liked that format. So let us know what you feel, because there are people here who say President Trump did well, is what they were telling me. They say President Trump did well, but we would have liked to see more of him, more of his personality. And we saw a little bit of that last night, but you can only do so much when your mic is muted, and that was the whole point of the Biden administration enacting that rule before the debate was held. Now, this was a debate that was not actually organized by the Commission on Presidential Debates. So, as you know, though, it was Joe Biden who agreed to this debate when President Trump would come on this stage and even post on Truth Social, anytime, any place, anywhere. You name the time, you name the date, you name the place, I'll be there. I just want you to debate me. And it was almost like he was forced to debate President Trump, so that's why he chose CNN, muted mics, no audience and rules of that nature. But we do have several more debates coming up later on in the summer and fall, and we will definitely be following those as well. Now, as you know, Gavin Newsom was in the audience last night. Gavin Newsom, the California governor. People are rolling their eyes on the Republican side saying, why is he here? Why is he around all of a sudden? Don't California our America? So Gavin Newsom was in the audience last night. But on the flip side, you had Vivek Ramaswamy, who was there for President Trump. You had Senator J.D. Vance from Ohio. You had Doug Burgum, I heard, was there as well. Didn't see any video of him, but I heard that he was there. But we had a good team of supporters there for President Trump last night. And the only one that really mattered, I guess, if he does matter, is Gavin Newsom from California. But people think that after last night, Joe Biden just doesn't have it, that he's out, game over for him, and that they're going to shoo in Governor Newsom. How terrible would that be? If you look at California and the state of that beautiful state. I mean, California is gorgeous. And to think about how he's destroyed that state is just astonishing to me. It's amazing about how one person can destroy the state. But then you look at Joe Biden and look what he's done for the country in 3 years. So it can happen. But you have all these patriots here who are saying, no, we will not allow that to happen. So those were some of the key players who were at the debate last night. When Nikki gets here, we'll talk more about the economy that was brought up in the debate last night. Immigration played a key issue, and President Biden saying that he received endorsements that he didn't receive. So some fact checking that we'll go over. Also, Roe v. Wade was brought up last night. President Trump giving his take, Joe Biden giving his take. We'll talk about all that here in a little bit. But if you're watching right now in the chats, go ahead and tell us what some of your favorite moments were and who you thought won the debate last night. Again, all the polls that we show, the exit polls, even from CNN, show President Trump winning the debate and also winning the election in November. We're continuing to follow what's going to happen with Steve Bannon. As you know, he's supposed to turn himself in a couple of days on Monday. So that will, there's a last minute effort to keep him out of jail. We are, on a Friday afternoon here on the East Coast. He is expected to turn himself in to serve a 4-month sentence by Monday, again, July 1st. And so we have our eyes and ears on what's happening with that case as there's a rush to save him from reporting to jail. All right, I know you want to see the crowds. That's why you're watching. So let me show you the crowds. We also have a camera on the side that is going to be panning the crowds all evening because that's what we do here at RSBN, and we're happy to do it for you. So listen to the sounds, listen to the music, enjoy the day. Happy Friday to all of you. You're looking at live pictures from the President Trump rally in Chesapeake, Virginia.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, tvOS, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
It's Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, tvOS, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made...
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network Studios. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll get right back to Chesapeake, Virginia in just a moment. As you heard from Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione out there, a lot of patriots getting ready to hear President Trump speak at 3 o'clock. At 1:30, so not too long from now on the East Coast, the pre-program will start. Meantime, joining us right now is Philip Patrick with the Birch Gold Group. You know, we talk a lot, Philip, here at the network about how great Birch Gold Group is, but it's great to have you live right now. So thank you so much for joining us. So can you talk to us a little bit about the economic health of the country right now, but also with the U.S. dollar, especially with those BRICS nations?
Look to me like, you know, the economy could enter recession
potentially before the end of the year. Data is now weakening so fast and on so many fronts that we expect an official recession announcement not too long from now. So domestically, things are in trouble. And as you mentioned, globally as well, we have on the back of extreme monetary policy under the Biden administration, we have a world that is running away from the US dollar. The BRICS are now gathering steam. So, the realities of the Biden economy are starting to settle in, and it's not looking very good, at least short to medium term here.
But the BRICS nations, you said full head of steam. It seems like there's 10, 15, 20 more countries joining this, trying to use their dollar instead of, or their local currency instead of our dollar.
It's exactly correct. And the concerning thing is you can understand why, right? Through significant money printing, we devalued the dollar and incentivized nations around the world that are holding dollars to start seeking alternatives. Through weaponization of the US dollar, through sanctions, we've told nations around the world your assets could become liabilities overnight, and we're incentivizing them to start seeking alternatives. And as you mentioned, it is gathering steam. There are many countries now queuing up for membership to the BRICS coalition.
So then with the fragile economy, do you expect a cut in interest rates at the end of the year?
The Fed have been desperate to do it. They've been getting political, of course, and they want to keep the markets propped up between now and the end of the year. It's going to be a tough one with the economic chill we've been talking about. It puts the Fed in a tough position. They've said over and over again that they're data dependent, which means that they could act on the basis of any single report. If we look at what's happening with central banks around the world, Central Bank of Canada and the ECB, the European Central Bank, have both lowered rates, even though inflation's higher than their targets. That may be the excuse for the Federal Reserve to do the same.
So there are a number of people that are watching us that have different levels of understanding when it comes to the economy. I know I'm not one of the people that know everything about all of what you're talking about, to be honest with you, but can you talk to us about the info kit? And I mean, I saw the one that you sent us here. This is a great copy right here, the hard copy. And there's also a digital kit. Can you tell us a little bit about the 1, 2, 3s on how somebody could get more information and what you do next?
Well, it's very simple. For us, information is key. The more you know, the more we understand the problems, the easier the solutions become. So information is big for us. For anyone watching, all they have to do is text Trump to 989898. Again, Trump to 989898. What that's going to do is give them access to that information guide. It's very informative. It tells people not only why precious metals are so important, how they work in climates like this, but also how they can protect either cash in a bank account or IRAs with physical precious metals, which in this climate is becoming more and more important every day.
Exactly, and that's what we do share with the people. Text Trump to 989898 for that info kit, a digital one. You can get on text, I think. Is that right, Philip? I mean, you can get a digital one and you can get the hard copy. Do you kind of just request which one you want, or how does that work?
You text in Trump to 989898. That's going to get access to information, and then you can request whether you have it physically or digitally, whatever the customer prefers.
Awesome. So I read recently that the Central Bank Gold Trust actually just replaced the euro as the world's #2 reserve asset. What does that even mean? But also, explain that for us.
Of course. So the dollar is the #1 reserve asset, which means central banks around the world are holding lots of dollars. The euro used to be #2. But what we've been seeing, particularly with these BRICS nations, they've been looking to de-dollarize, get rid of their US dollars, and they're buying gold instead. So this isn't a reflection of countries selling euros. They're selling dollars, buying gold, and gold has now become the #2 reserve asset, and we expect that to continue. By the way, 2022, 2023, and the first quarter of 24 have been the largest 2.25 years for gold buying ever in central bank history. And it's for the same reasons as us. These nations are holding dollars. They're watching the US printing the dollars into oblivion, seeing the value drop, and they're hedging their dollar exposure with gold. And you know what applies to them applies to us, just at a smaller level, of course.
And also the value of the dollar, as you're mentioning, when we print so much of it out and then, of course, send it overseas to things that we are not putting America first, must not help at all either, huh?
No, listen, we talk about the world running away from the dollar, demand starting to wane. What are governments around the world thinking when they're watching, $2 trillion deficits? We're printing more and more money and driving the dollar, or the value of the dollar, further and further down. We are disincentivizing nations to hold dollars, and instead they're buying gold. And the reason that they do, gold and the dollar are directly inverse. So when the dollar goes down in value, gold goes up. It is the best hedge against dollar decline.
Philip Patrick with the Birch Gold Group. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. And everybody text Trump to 989898. Thank you again, Philip.
Thank you, Matthew.
All right, so let's take a live look, if we can, at also the live scene there in Chesapeake, Virginia. Of course, Nikki Stanzione and Vanessa Broussard will be out there talking with patriots as they have, but also on the media riser there. And we don't have the shot yet, I'm being told, but I can also tell you another awesome sponsor that we have here from Gold. We can go over to skincare products with Angel Paste. As you see, as we put that up on the screen there, this is made in Spring, Texas, but everything is sourced right here in the United States of America. So Angel Paste also sticks to America first by hiring veterans. So if you're looking for a skincare product that is made by people right here in the US of A, especially patriotic people, go to that information you see right there on your screen. And if producers, if you could let me know if we're getting a live look at all in Virginia as we await President Trump. At 3 o'clock will be the speech there. 1:30 will be a pre-program. So, of course, we're ready to roll here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Some great interviews before with Vanessa and Nikki. And I remember one thing Vanessa actually just mentioned before we had the interview in the commercial. She said that President Trump was in, quote, the swamp of swamps last night. And isn't that the truth? At CNN, formerly the headquarters of CNN, Atlanta, right? That was the international headquarters. They've since, gone away from that, and New York and DC are their bureaus. But at the end of the day, there was the swamp in DC and the swamp of swamps is CNN. The point is, it all goes hand in hand, Democrats and CNN. It's just facts. Not going to have any fiction here with that. So obviously President Trump did a great job yesterday. A lot of great reviews for President Trump. We'll see what happens with Joe Biden in the future. We do know his camp is saying that he's going to stay in the race. But then there's a number of other reports out there on both sides of the aisle that are saying that he will be replaced. So we'll see what happens. I mean, who am I to go out there and be a so-called political pundit other than watching what you're watching at home? We're watching it together. So we'll see what unfolds with the Biden administration for this upcoming election cycle. So the RNC, the Republican National Convention, of course, that will be on July 15th. We're only 17 days away from that. And then 130 days from the election. So as I've mentioned on these broadcasts, there's a lot of work going on with election integrity and security as well. So as people are working hard, as we are praying hard too, right, for a great outcome for our nation. And that's what this is all about. That's what Virginia is all about today, the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're looking at 13 electoral votes up for grabs in Virginia coming up in November. So some great America First patriots will be speaking at the pre-show. Hung Cao is one of them. He is a retired Navy captain endorsed by President Trump. John McGuire, interviewed him earlier as well. If you want to look at any of the interviews, when this whole broadcast is over, you want to see anything like that, just go ahead and scrub back on Rumble or YouTube or wherever you're watching, and you can watch some of the great interviews that Vanessa and Nikki have been doing as well out there in the field, as we are all on the same team here moving forward for this country. So once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Now's a great time to send this link or to text some friends and family here on this Friday, June 28th, and just let them know, hey, Right Side's about to go live with the pre-program and President Trump. This, as Vanessa was saying, the post-debate rally. This is the first kind of event where President Trump will speak to the American people after the debate from last night, which, as I mentioned earlier, it wasn't really a debate in that sense, because the microphones were shut off and you couldn't really debate. But still, the points came across. We saw what was spoken for the Republican Party. We saw what was spoken for the Democrat Party, and we know already going into it who most likely we're voting for. But if there's anybody that's in the middle or independent or even left-wing or Democrat, and they're just kind of like, you know what, might have to switch it up and go red. And that's what we're seeing possibly in Virginia this year. We do know in 2016 and in 2020 that went blue. Not all of the states, as we spoke about the other day on a broadcast, didn't go blue in 2020, but that's beside the point right now here in 24. So we're going to see what will happen. We see in New York City, Detroit, Philadelphia, Atlanta, President Trump or the Trump campaign, which is the same thing, right, are doing events in these cities. Just the other day in Atlanta, we had live coverage with a Black American business roundtable. It was awesome to see that. In the Bronx, when we have Black, white, Hispanic, all walks of life, Asian, Middle Eastern, all these people were there with MAGA gear on. So, you know, preaching to the choir a little bit, but the silent majority, that was for 2016. Thank God for us as the silent majority then. But now, unashamedly or unabashedly, courageous, speaking up, showing out, protesting peacefully and patriotically, and moving forward. And so that's what we're doing as a country. So wonderful again to interview Philip Patrick with the Birch Gold Group. Producers, if you'd like to let me know when we can toss back to Virginia, we can gladly do that, to Vanessa and to Nikki there live in Virginia. A couple programming notes until we get ready for that. We have July 11th, New York City live coverage with Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll be there for the lawfare situation on July 11th. And then July 15th, some 17 days away, we'll have a lot of coverage here at the studio and showing you pictures from the RNC. And we'll see when we'll hear from President Trump when it comes to his vice presidential pick. He did say that the vice presidential pick would be with him at the debate last night. Well, there were a number of people there that are possibilities. So we'll see what happens there. Obviously, MAGA Nation, we're following what's going on with that. And I mentioned about MAGA the other day, about MAGA Nation, and I think MAGA, as you've been seeing from various Truth Social posts and on X, what MAGA is, and 100% in agreement with MAGA is peace through strength. MAGA is freedom. MAGA is the Constitution. MAGA is we the people. And we know that a number of people, like Mark Robinson, said he didn't see MAGA doing all these criminal acts and that kind of thing, right? The point is, we are people that are about peaceful and patriotic, whether it's protesting or whether it's our heart and our mind for the country. This is just a nation that wants our freedom back and this country saved. So we're going to head back to Chesapeake, Virginia here in just a minute. Once again, my name is Matthew Alvarez. Donald Trump leading in all of the polls throughout the country, including the swing states. 13 electoral votes up for grabs in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Let's send it to Chesapeake, Virginia right now with Nikki and Vanessa.
Well, the music is roaring, the faces are happy, the laughter is abound, and we are here live from the Trump rally in Chesapeake, Virginia. It is a beauty of a day.
It is really gorgeous, a little hot, some temperatures that Virginia is not used to. They tell me it's a heat wave going on right now.
I think Mother Nature must have put something on me that said, everywhere you go, you're going to get a heat wave. Because so far, Philly, Palm Beach, and here, the hottest weeks in the history of the record books.
Oh my goodness. So you bring the heat.
Oh, I bring the heat.
There you go.
My hair loves it.
You know who's bringing the heat later? President Trump will be here in just a moment to talk to the crowd and all the people here. So it's going to be an exciting afternoon.
I have to say, it's thrilling once you get inside. So maybe we should paint the picture, because if you haven't been to a Trump Trump rally. Vanessa has been to thousands. I've been to a few, and I'll tell you, you walk in, you go through security, so everything's very safe. And once you get in, it's like, like you walk through. There's food, there's vendors, there's drinks, there's music, and it's like a big party every time.
Someone said this earlier when I was interviewing them. It's like a big tailgate party, and it is. It's a tailgate party for America.
I love that.
And I think they hit the nail right on the head because that's exactly what it is. We have about an hour and 45 minutes before President Trump takes the stage. The pre-programming will be starting here momentarily with some great guest speakers I'm excited to see here today. So that's coming up here shortly. Let us know what you thought about the debate last night. The debate was watched all over the country. I don't know who did not watch the debate last night, but some key points from President Trump that he got across. Joe Biden tried to make a few swings when he wasn't mumbling.
Correct.
But President Trump used some of his time. So whenever the moderator, Nikki, for example, would go back to President Trump and try to ask him a question on another topic, he would use some of that time to defend himself against Joe Biden.
He'd go back and say, wait, I just want to get back to that for a second. And I thought he handled it rather delicately because there were comments that were extremely derogatory and untrue that I know if you've seen President Trump and you watch him regularly, you know that he wanted to defend those things in a maybe a more assertive way, but he had to be delicate about it. And I think he was very respectful of President Biden considering some of the rough verbiage that was used. And on that note, I also feel like President Trump made sure to get his talking points. He wanted to stay focused on the messaging of the border and stay focused on the messaging of the economy and the crime that's going on in our country. Those three specific talking points kept coming back.
Right.
And by addressing that, it brought to the forefront for those who don't watch him regularly how disastrous a lot of these things have become since he left office.
Right. And one of the obviously is the border.
Yes.
An exit poll after Super Tuesday went out, and the people said that was their number one concern was illegal immigration over the economy. Now, everyone is struggling right now.
Yes.
The everyday average American can't afford to make ends meet.
Right.
And so over that, people said it is the border that is a concern.
Correct.
Joe Biden was not fact-checked by a moderator last night. He was fact-checked by Border Patrol.
Yes, I loved
Joe
that.
Biden went on last night and told America that he's doing a great job at the border and that Border Patrol has endorsed him. President Trump goes back and says, no, that's not true.
Right.
They like me and my policies because I enacted catch and release for Mexico.
Yes.
You stopped that. Now yours is catch and release into America. And
Right.
so immediately after that conversation, I'll read it to you. The Border Patrol Union sent out this tweet that says, quote, to be clear, we never have and never will endorse Biden. I'll read that one more time. To be clear, we never have and never will endorse Biden. So that was a fact check from the Border Patrol Union itself.
No doubt. I was actually expecting to see something similar from just one of the 13 families that lost a family member in the Afghanistan withdrawal, because when Biden made a comment about no deaths, no killings under his watch, it made me so not even angry, it made me so upset for those families who lost somebody, and they're sitting here saying, wait, what about the value of the life of my son or my daughter that was lost in Afghanistan with that disastrous pullout? Withdrawal was horrible.
I really don't know if he meant to lie to try to fool the American people, or he just doesn't know what he's saying at this point. I really can't tell, but President Trump said last night over and over again, this is the worst lying president we've ever had.
Yes.
And it was very clear, if you follow what's happening in this country,
yes,
no matter the topic, you can see that there were some lies spewed last night. And usually, Nikki, I see people come out and these moderators and fact check, but when you have someone like the Border Patrol Union, a group like that, who says, oh, no, we never did and we never will endorse Biden, then that really goes to show
bold.
you, yeah, that's very bold, and the people are fed up in this country. But yeah, President Trump doing great. There were some jabs even about golf.
Yeah, there were some golf jabs.
Yeah.
I would venture to say, I believe Donald Trump Jr. Tweeted something on X after the debate, something to the effect of, I'd love to invite him to our club, one of our clubs, for that golf match. That'd be interesting. And then, of course, President Trump also posted him playing golf versus Biden playing golf. And I think if you're a golfer, it's pretty clear which one would probably win if they were to play each other. But that being said, that's where President Trump brings a little levity, he brings a little humor, he brings a little lightness to the chaos and to the difficult negativity that we often get kind of sort of, I would say, almost like engulfed in at one point, and then he'll come out of it with something that makes you giggle, and that's what I love about it.
But I think that Joe Biden took it a little bit too far, because we have some major issues in this country and in this world.
Yes.
And President Trump did a good job of saying, okay, we're not going to act like children. Let's get back on track. So that was a great move from President Trump, acting and looking very presidential last night. We did speak to some voters here today, Nikki, who said, of course, President Trump did well.
Yeah.
But did we really see the President Trump that we see here at the rallies? Because people love his policies.
Yes.
They love what he did for the country in his first 4 years. They want to see that continue for another 4 years.
Yes.
But they also wanted to see some more of
spunk.
The
messages of hope, the really hopeful. Because it's hard. They were trying to rope him in and get him, and he was not playing. He was like, I'm not biting. But every now and then he had to defend himself. I found that President Biden was much more on the attack. And this is what I found the most interesting, Vanessa, and I think a lot of our viewers will agree. It wasn't even just the debate that really surprised me insofar as how bad President Biden really came across. It was the analysis after the debate, because what I expected was, as we always see, one side says, President Trump was phenomenal, he'll win, President Biden was the best. They sugarcoat it, but this is the first time they did not sugarcoat it, because you cannot hide truth.
Right. I agree with you 100%. There's not much that they could do. I think they're in panic mode today.
Correct. Yes.
And really worried about what's to come, not just in the presidency, but for their party. Look, one of the members of the squad just lost his election in New York. Jamal Bowman, lost his election in New York in the primary. And so you have AOC, who was, right there with him.
Very boisterous on that stage, wasn't she?
So the tide is turning. We're starting to see, and hopefully, November is going to be a tsunami of sorts. Red
am I
tsunami.
correct in saying there's only 2 other squad members that could potentially be taken out?
Yeah.
Because the rest are already safe.
Yeah.
I believe Omar in Minnesota. I lived in Minnesota. I have a lot of Republican friends out there. It's so important to get her out of Minnesota. She does not love America. She's made that very clear. The anti-Semitism it's so disturbing, and something I just never thought I'd see in today's America. And I feel like she's a leader in that culture of the anti-Israeli hate right now, which is very upsetting.
Yeah, so we need to get members of the squad out. If you saw Bowman and AOC at their rally in the Bronx just days ago, it was terrible. It looked like a concert. I don't know. It was bad. And the way they acted and jumping around the stage, and it was just very, to see that from congressional members is really sad, because people look up to you. Kids look up to you. College kids who want to get into politics look up to you.
Yeah.
And to see this type of behavior is just uncalled for. But more importantly, their policies are terrible.
Yes.
So we need to get them out of there.
Yeah.
But one down and several more to go. So we're on the right track there. Yeah. Lauren Boebert winning her race, a new congressional district for her.
Yes.
She had multiple members in the primary, or candidates, I should say, in the primary with her. She won that in a landslide. So she's looking to do good and win in a landslide in November.
That was great to see. In fact, several of President Trump endorsed candidates won in their district, and it was great to see that, because it just goes to show that when he puts his power and his belief behind somebody, people listen, people pay attention. That's why you see crowds like this, because they really believe in this president and they trust him. Trust is so important in leadership, and you know this as a person who goes around the country and speaks to people. It's so important as a leader to be trusted. Without trust, nothing you say matters, and action is what proves and validates that trust. And the one thing that I think last night was very evident and clear was the action of taking over a week off of your job as the president of the United States, taking a week off to practice for a 90-minute job interview, basically. I don't know anybody in the world who has a job where their boss lets them take 9 days off to go prepare for their 90-minute meeting about the job that they already do.
Right.
It just seems so just disgraceful to me. And then President Trump goes and prepares by talking to the people, by being out and about, by hearing what we want. And then he goes on stage and gave a better performance.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely he did. You know, President Biden had 16 advisors with him. 16. Think about that for a minute. 16 advisors with him at Camp David in the days leading up to last night's debate. I'm hearing word, too, that they even practiced with lights to prepare him for the debate. So clearly right there is a sign that the man needs help. He's not all there, in my opinion. And it's a scary time in our country, noting if you think this is the leader of the free world, it's very scary. So think about that. Come November.
Did you notice more of the people we interviewed today said they were sad for Biden, even though they're not pro-Biden? And that's what I want our viewers to see. Those of you who are out there watching maybe for the first time, maybe you haven't watched RSBN in the past, and you're saying, well, I'm not on the right side, I'm on the left side. I really appreciate if you're tuning in. I know Vanessa and I love to know that you're open-minded to hearing different perspectives. And the big perspective we got today was compassion. Compassion for somebody who really is not in a position to lead the greatest nation in the world and do the job at its greatest capacity. And you cannot be on a part-time schedule with that full-time job.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to step aside, Nikki. Yes. Let them see the crowd for a second. We are...
Love it.
In just moments now, the pre-programming will be starting. We'll have some great speakers. We have some great speakers coming up. Then, of course, President Trump will be taking the stage around 3 o'clock Eastern time. We want to remind you to sign up for notifications on social media. You know, the key to success in these elections is get the word out. Share, 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 share. You know, it's sad that people still don't know that there are independent networks out there like RSBN who are on the ground reporting the truth, reporting all day long live.
Yes.
You can watch live coverage, see the crowds. People just don't know. But the way that they can know is if you go and share our posts. If you're on Truth Social, share it. If you're on Facebook right now, share it. If you're on Instagram, load up your feeds. Whether you have 50 followers or Facebook friends or 5,000.
That's
we'll
right.
take it. America needs it. And so just share away.
Speaking of which, how can people find you if they want to share things with you directly?
Okay, so I am on Truth Social. It's just my first name, @Vanessa. Then you can go to Twitter, which is now X, @VanessaB, as in Broussard News. Same thing on TikTok. And then if you are on Instagram, I am Vanessa Broussard News. So if you got all that, just look up Vanessa Broussard, you'll find me.
That's perfect. I'm Nikki Stanzione, but I abbreviated both names on Instagram, on X. Actually, on X, I'm still Nikki Stanzione, but on YouTube, Instagram, and Truth, you can find me at Nick Stanz, NIKSTANZ, Nick Stanz. It's really easy. So that's how you can find us, because we like to hear your feedback. We want to hear what you're loving, what you're wanting to see more of, what kind of information and questions you like to see from our crowds. That's what it's all about. That's what we're here for. It is loud and proud today. Everybody is dancing, and listen, it's a hot day. There's no question about it. But everybody's here settling into place and getting ready for the big speech coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern.
You know, Nikki, I want to keep talking about the debate last night. There were so many important parts of the debate, and I think that America needs to really understand Let's talk about January 6th, because Steve Bannon is possibly going to jail in the coming days to serve a 4-month sentence regarding January 6th. President Trump last night, when asked about January 6th, we had a great border.
Oh, yeah.
We were energy independent. We had low taxes. We were respected. He reminded the moderator who asked a question again about it, he reminded them, I told the crowd, go peacefully and patriotically.
That's right.
And he reminded America, and if you haven't seen it, a quick Google search will pull it up. Nancy Pelosi was offered the National Guard. President Trump requested the National Guard for that day. Nancy Pelosi turned that down, and she admits it on tape. Go look at it for yourself on the internet. It's there. She admits it herself on tape. She turned down the National Guard. President Trump wanted more security. He asked her for it. So who's really behind January 6th?
And you can go and look up these videos. They are out there. And that's the beauty. And it goes back to what he said as well about Charlottesville, when he said it was debunked. And President Biden went after him saying, you said that you support the white supremacist movement, all of these things that are not true at all. If you actually listen to the full speech, which I believe every media outlet, even the ones that are typically very pro-Biden, all of the media outlets this week debunked that statement. They showed the full video, the full speech, where President Trump several times said, I absolutely condemn white supremacy. And he said, look, there's going to be good people on both sides. In other words, to say, yeah, no matter who you are, no matter where you are, there's always going to be a few good people in a crowd. There's always going to be a few bad apples. That was his point. But he very much condemned white supremacy. And it's very sad to hear that President Biden wasn't even aware of that when it was in the news cycle all week long. It goes to show you how out of touch the current president is with what's happening in the world.
Yes. And we, again, bringing it back here to Chesapeake, Virginia. We are live at the rally. You're seeing the crowds pouring in. And we'll listen in right now.
Joe Biden, the worst president of our country. I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will, once and for all, secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
All right, swampthevoteusa.com. It takes 30 seconds online. Request your mail ballot, update your voter registration, or pledge to vote early in person today. Swamp the Vote USA. They are wanting to flood the polls, Nikki.
Flood the polls. Too big to rig. It's important. You know, I always say, if you don't vote, you think, oh, well, I'm just not going to vote. I don't know what to do. What you're doing is you're voting for your opponent, basically. You're voting for when the person that was, it's like American Idol. If I tell people, don't get upset about who won if you didn't vote. It's so important. It's the only way to take our country back. Vanessa, I was telling you the other day, we were texting, I was watching the incredible roundtable in Atlanta at the barber shop with Byron Donalds and Ben, I believe it was Ben Carson.
Was there, yes.
And Wesley was there, and Rocky, who owns the barbershop, the whole crew. These guys were taking it to the next level. They were talking about real issues for black men, for black Americans. President Trump called in, and he said, hey guys, what's going on? He had a whole talk with them, and they said, Byron, how'd you hook up a call from the president in the barbershop? Like, they were so excited about that moment. They said, this is a big deal. What president takes the time, as busy as he is, to find a way to call in to a local barbershop and talk about the real issues and the real problems? And that's exactly what President Trump is doing. And last night, if you saw after the rally, Biden and Jill, Dr. Jill and President Biden went to the Waffle House. And President Biden made a comment like, you'd never see President Trump do something like this. Meanwhile, President Trump is going to steakhouses. He's going to he went to first Philly cheesesteak. He goes to Chick-fil-A. He goes to see all of the construction guys outside in the city. He goes to the Bodega. He goes to the Bronx. He goes to the beach in Wildwood, to the boardwalk. This man is all over America, making America great again. And he's going into the cities where people need help. And that's what we're seeing, and that's the big difference that we're seeing. One night at the Waffle House is not going to make a difference compared to what we've been seeing every single day from President Trump.
You're absolutely right. So we have a break in the music here. We're waiting to see if the program will be starting anytime soon. Oh, nope, more music. So yes, the people, no matter if you live in the city, if you live in the suburb, no matter if you live in the mountains, no matter if you live in the desert, it doesn't matter. People are struggling. They're hurting. They're wanting to save for their kids. They can't. And you know, Nikki, I heard this from friends as soon as school let out for the summer, was that, how do I afford for my kids to go to summer camp?
Right.
How do I afford for groceries, snacks all summer long while they're in the house and I'm at work? How do we afford this? And so that was coming from a lot of people who are struggling for their kids to be involved in the summer because they don't have that extra money right now to send their kids, or they're having to work multiple jobs to make sure their kids do get to go. So people are hurting. People are struggling. We talked about that last night in the debate. President Trump talked about that. Child care. People can't afford child care right now.
That's right. And child care is listen, President Trump is a family man first and foremost. And when Biden dares to say he doesn't care about child care, this man, his grandchildren are his life. If you watch any of his social media posts, if you see him at Bedminster, if you see him at Mar-a-Lago, he's always with his family, his children, his grandchildren. Child care is extremely important to his agenda. And so I would love to see more about that insofar as some of the talking points so that more of America can hear that. In addition, I also would like to say that one of my favorite moments of last night, one of my favorite moments, Vanessa, was when he said he wants to see the president succeed.
I loved that moment.
I loved it. Loved it. He said, I wish you did a great job. I wish you were a great president. That's what I want for our country. I don't have to be out here doing this. I could be living a great life at one of my hotels and resorts and relaxing and golfing. I'm doing this because I have to step in. We need help.
Right. I think that was a very sincere moment. I think that was a very honest moment, and it was a really good response, truthful response from President Trump about why he is here. He's taking all of these attacks, these indictments, facing possible jail time because he wants to save this country. And like you just mentioned, he did tell President Biden last night, I was rooting for you. I wanted you to do well, but you didn't. And our country is in decline. And in order to save this country, instead of living this life that I've worked for, I'm spending my time running for president in hopes I can help save this country.
Well, what was interesting is that throughout the debate, the Trump team was fact-checking everything on their own, and we were receiving emails minute by minute called Biden lies. And it would say, another Biden lie, another Biden lie, and it would say what was said versus what was actually the truth. And so the fact-checking was really essential here. You hear it a lot on the other side, but it's important that both sides are fact-checked. We want to know that everybody's telling the truth, which is why it's fun to tune into RSBN, because you're going to get the truth all day. We're showing the crowds as they are, in real time, in reality, live and in person, and you get to experience these events as if you were here. And to that point, the music is fabulous. It's all American, patriotic, fun, rock concert style soundtrack today. And everybody's pumped up and excited. It really keeps the crowd going. President Trump knows that people are here for many, many hours. He knows that everybody's waiting for him. And he wants to make sure everybody is enjoying themselves while they're waiting and making it a full day of fun and partying while you celebrate the greatest thing in the world, which is our country. We're so proud to be American, and I'm so grateful that I get to be a part of this with you, Vanessa, and with our whole team, because sharing the patriotism and the joy of being an American is what it comes down to, and we got to get that spirit back again all through the country, united.
You see a lot of that spirit here today. People are spirited, they're happy, they want to make this country powerful again, wealthy again, happy again, and they think that President Trump can do just that for them. We want to remind you that if you are struggling with your finances or even saving for the future, you can get involved with the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. The Birch Gold Group can help you save and invest your 401ks, your IRAs. They are experts at what they do, and they're so easy to talk to. They're very knowledgeable, and they want to help you and come up with a plan that fits you and your needs. So give them a call. Precious gold. Gold is the way to go right now, especially in this economy. We are leading into prayer, but again, text the word Trump to 989898.
Good afternoon, fellow patriots. Let's go to the throne of grace. Father God, in the name of Jesus, we come before your throne of grace, asking first to forgive us of our sins and our iniquities. And Father, we just thank you for letting us gather today in this event. We ask you to bless it, God, and bless your people in their goings and comings. God, we ask you to bless our President Trump in his goings and comings. God, we ask that you order his steps in your words, that sin may never have dominion over him, that he will be obedient unto you as your son was to the cross. God, we just ask you right now, God, just to come in this event and have your own way. God, we just thank you for all the elected officials who are here, God. We ask you to anoint them all fresh, along with the president. God, we just thank you for them today. We ask you to bless them, God. We ask you to be with us in our goings and comings, God. God, we just thank you for this event. We thank you for everything that you're about to do. Go before President Trump and make easy his way like you did Joshua, and conquer all of his enemies in the name of Jesus. And we'll be so careful to give you the praise, honor, and glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Gold Star parents Mark and Nancy Stetz to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I can't tell you what a blessing this is to be invited to speak. Having lost our son 14 years ago, We've been amazed at how the nation has reached out to us. My father was buried with a flag over his, and my son too. They paid, my dad didn't, but my son paid that ultimate price. One day we'll see him. God blessed us with him, with 3 granddaughters and 6 great-grandkids. So I looked around and I counted 32 flags. So you should be able to find one, and we'll say the pledge together. So please join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lieutenant Commander and former State Senator John Cosgrove to sing our national anthem.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this beautiful day in support of our future President, Donald Trump. I've been asked to sing our national anthem, but I always say that this should never be sung as a solo. It should all be in unison. So I'd ask, gentlemen, if you remove your headgear, and let's pay homage to our nation. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets ran glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? God bless America, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the 67th Governor of Virginia, George Allen.
A little less conversation, a little more action, please. All this aggravation ain't satisfaction in me. A little more fight, a little less fun. A little less fight, a little more spark. Close your mouth and open up your heart and maybe satisfy me. Satisfy me, baby.
All right. It's a great day to be alive in Virginia, and great to see all of y'all. Delegates, senators, local government officials, governors, ladies and gentlemen, freedom-loving patriots, all, are y'all fired up? And are you all ready to win to make Virginia, North Carolina, and America great again? Did any of y'all watch the debate last night? Who won the debate? Well, even CNN agrees with you all. Now, folks, there are some really clear competing visions about the differences and comparisons on a wide range of issues on our side compared to the opposition. Very different philosophies and principles. I want to focus just on a few points. First, number one, President Trump's tax cuts of 2017 were the best tax cuts since Ronald Reagan's of 1986, and those tax cuts, regulatory reform, and productive energy policy for our country had made our country more competitive. There were more investments in Virginia. And across America. There were more people keeping more of what they earn, and there were more jobs created with better pay thanks to those tax cuts that President Trump got through Congress. And President Trump was right last night in saying that President Biden was wrong and he should not take credit for the bounce back in jobs. What you ought to look at is the job numbers in February of 2020 to where they are now. And the Trump tax cuts worked for Americans and all Americans. Secondly, President Trump was right to blast President Biden's COVID vax mandate on federal employees and contractors. We're not against vaccines, but we're certainly against any government or any university telling us we must have vaccine mandates for COVID as a condition of services or education. And especially disrespectful of all of the COVID vaccine mandates was President Biden discharging patriotic, brave, courageous men and women in our military if they didn't take that COVID vax mandate. That's disrespectful and it's wrong and doesn't follow the so-called science. Third, on energy. Our country is blessed with the most energy resources than any country in the world. There's a lot of differences there, but here's one very personal one that everyone can understand. Who ought to decide what kind of car you drive? Yeah, exactly. You should make that decision, whether you want a gasoline, diesel-powered, hybrid, battery, compressed natural gas, or corn from a jar-powered vehicle. You decide. Now, the other side has these California EV mandates. Virginia was one of 14 states plus D.C. that had it. Thanks to a brilliant legal opinion by our outstanding Attorney General Jason Miyares, our great Governor Glenn Youngkin was able to extricate Virginia from those mandates. And now those other 13 states can continue to think that they're going to get 35% of their cars EVs just in a year and a half from now. It's impractical, it's illogical, it's idiotic. And we, the people, as free people in a free market, can make our own decisions for ourselves. So, folks, these foundational, common sense, I call them Jeffersonian or Crockett or Reagan or Trump policies, work for the people. We trust free people and free enterprise. As we go forward in these elections, we need to be positive. We need to be cheerful. We need to be optimistic because our ideas, our issues, our initiatives, our reforms improve the freedom and opportunities for all. And the reason we should be so cheerful when we're cheering and trying to get people to vote for Mayor Dyer or Congresswoman Jen Kiggins, who needs to be reelected, or Hung Cao, who I guarantee you will vote our way more than the current U.S. Senator, or President Trump, we need to be smiling because what we're doing is helping our fellow North Carolinians, Virginians, and Americans catch their dreams. So thank all of y'all for being here and for standing strong for freedom. Thank you all. Let's go out and win. Thank you all. Now we're going to have two speakers. I'm going to introduce them briefly to hear their views of people from the real world and their perspectives. And the first person who's going to come up and speak to y'all is a gentleman named Chris Johns. He's a father, a family man, and a small business owner from right near here in Smithfield, Virginia. Chris, please come up.
How's everybody doing today? Good, good, glad to hear it. I'll tell you what, you think I'd be up here shivering in my boots, speaking to a crowd this large, but I tell you, there's a certain energy in the air. Collective yearning for America to be revered as the #1 country in the world once again. And I tell you what, we all want the same things, right? We want the best for our families, for our kids, for ourselves, right? And I tell you what, Biden's America ain't it. But ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chris Johns. I'm a proud small business owner in Smithfield, Virginia. Today I stand before you not just as a business owner, but as a voice for countless others who are feeling the same struggles in our current economy. Inflation and higher prices have not just raised our grocery bill, but for many families and businesses, it has been a disaster. We've been led to believe that the current economy is running strong, that their policies are working for the average working family. As a father of an average family, let me tell you, they are wrong. Running a small business has always been a challenge, but under Joe Biden, every day is like climbing Mount Everest. Rising costs and relentless inflation have made it increasingly difficult to operate. The skyrocketing costs of materials, fuel, and transportation make expansion and maintaining a business a lot more costly. Bidenomics has forced businesses like mine to raise prices just to make payroll and meet expenses. It's tougher than ever to get ahead. However, this just isn't about my business. It's about the countless small business owners across Virginia and this great nation who are struggling with higher costs and uncertainty. The Biden administration has failed the American family and made life harder for all of us who are trying to make an honest living. Instead of seeing growth and prosperity, we are facing higher costs with fewer opportunities. But there is hope. We have a chance to turn things around. We need a leader who understands the value of hard work and the importance of small business. America needs a businessman to get things back on track. We need Donald Trump back in the White House. Under President Trump, we saw policies that supported business owners, cut taxes, and promoted economic growth. We need that kind of leadership again. This November, Virginia is in play. Every vote will count. We need to vote Republican, not just for Donald Trump, but up and down the ballot. Let's elect leaders who will fight for American interests, cut regulations, and create an environment where small businesses can thrive once again. Together we can and we will send a clear message. We will reject the failures of Bidenomics, sky-high inflation, and costly mandates. And we will choose a future where small businesses are the backbone of a strong, vibrant economy. And my family and every American family can live the American dream. So we work together to make America great again. Thank you, and God bless America.
Our next speaker is Rod Thompson. Rod Thompson is, he's got his cheering section over there. That's good. Rod Thompson is a Navy veteran, an author, a family man, and resides nearby in Suffolk, Virginia. Rod, please come on up.
It's loose. First and foremost, can I just get a big oorah? I'm gonna need to hear y'all a little bit more. Let me get an oorah. That's what I'm talking about. My name's Rod Thompson. I'm a retired Navy chief. And I am humbled to stand before you today to represent all of the angry veterans out there. As we support the 45th President of the United States, the man that will be the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. I look out at this crowd, I look at this stage, and I gotta wonder, how did I get here? How did a high school dropout from a 6 red light town in South Carolina get to the point where I'm standing on this stage right now? And I'm gonna tell you 3 answers. An almighty God, my wife, and the U.S. Navy. It also kind of helped that I was born in the greatest 3.8 million square mile plot of land on the planet called the United States. This is a country where the poor can find wealth, where the weak can find strength, where the oppressed and the foreign can legally come here and find a better future. And for 23 years, my job was to defend that future. I think of my veterans in my family. My grandfather, Robert Andrew Willingham, who served in World War II. My uncle Andy Willingham, who was a frogman in Vietnam. My brother-in-law, Bill Dickinson, who was in the Marine Corps. We all signed on the dotted line to protect that future. And I got to tell you, when I joined the Navy, I thought that's all it took. I thought all you had to do was defend the future. I thought that the divine magic that made this country great would go on in autopilot. But that's not the way it is. I was naive and I was foolish. I didn't understand that requiring freedoms takes more than the soldiers, the sailors, the Marine Corps, the airmen, the Coast Guardsmen, and new Space Guardians. It takes the citizen. It takes the artist, the lawyer, the real estate mogul. It takes the moms and the pops, the stay-home moms and the stay-home dads. Sometimes I turn on the TV or I scroll through social media and I feel like we owe every Gold Star family an apology. What has happened to this country? Did we drop the ball? Young misguided Americans are out here burning our flag and raising the flag of our adversaries? Are you serious right now? World leaders mock us and no longer respect us. America should always be the silent giant in the room keeping the peace, but we are not that anymore because we have bumbling idiocy in the White House. In Joe Biden's America, our president would rather stare at his watch than render honors at a military funeral. In Joe Biden's America, we haphazardly pull out of combat zones and cost the lives of American soldiers. In Joe Biden's America, the U.S. military has turned into a social experiment where social political ideologies override national defense and wartime readiness. Worst of all, in Joe Biden's America, the government has grown into such an overbloated monster that they don't even serve we the people anymore. And I say people with a capital P. And that capital P stands for the power that the Constitution gave every last one of us to run this country. P stands for the prosperity that we should all rise to attain. P stands for all of the patriots out here in front of me today. And I'm going to tell you, P stands for pretty much the best damn country on the planet. Am I right? And the last P is my favorite. Please get Joe Biden out of the White House. This November, we are going to show up. We are going to show out. I'm calling all my veterans. I want you guys to meet the Democrats on the field of battle where they are resting because they think they've already won. We're going to show up with the mail-in ballots and the absentee ballots. We're going to go to the old folks' home and talk to them into voting for Donald Trump. We are going to come out in November, and we are going to make this country great again. My name is Rod Thompson. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump.
Thank you, Rod. Thank all of y'all for being here. This election matters a great deal. It is our time for choosing. Rod has served in our military. He has the spirit, the principles, the priorities that are needed for our country. You know what Joe Biden and his military thinks is the greatest threat to our country? The weather. Yeah, you got it, ma'am. Climate. No, I'm sorry. The terrorists in Iran, Hamas, Russia, China, those are our threats. Peace through strength works. President Trump understands that. He did it when he was president. He will need people in the Congress, whether it's Jen Kiggans, and I see others, McGuire's here, just got nominated in the 5th Congressional District, Anderson in the 7th, and whatever other Republicans are running. You'll hear from Hung Kaus shortly after Governor McDonald. But thank all of y'all for being here. Thank you for caring about the future of our country and standing strong for freedom. No matter the weather, it's weather for freedom-loving people. Thank you all. Fight on.
Less conversation, a little more action, please. All this aggravation ain't satisfaction in me. A little more fight, a little less fun, a little less fight, a little more spark. Close your mouth and open up your heart and maybe satisfy me. Satisfy me, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the 71st Governor of Virginia, Bob McDonnell.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chesapeake. What a great afternoon to welcome President Donald Trump here to this region of the state, to Virginia, the mother of presidents, the cradle of democracy, where the United States of America began in 1607. We are thrilled to have him here in our part of the state. You know, this election really comes down to two questions. Number one, who's got the physical and mental and intellectual capacity to be the commander-in-chief and also the leader of the free world? And number two, good answer. Number two is who's got the ability to put forth the ideas that matter, that actually work, and unify this country after this election. And what's the answer to that question? Who's that person? You know, this election, like most, is about the economy. And I thought it would be good to compare the records of Donald Trump for 4 years and the last 3.5 years of Joe Biden so we can really see what the clear difference is that we've got this November. Now, first of all, I'm not sure who the Democratic candidate's going to be after last night. Could be different. But whoever it is, we know it's going to be some secular progressive liberal that's got a different view of America, and they can be beaten. It's going to be like Joe Biden. So let's look at this for those years. Every poll shows that people trust Donald Trump more with managing the economy in double-digit figures than Joe Biden. And that's a great source of encouragement for us. But what did Donald Trump do about jobs during his time? He had the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years, the lowest unemployment for African-American citizens in history. I'd say that's a pretty good start for the economy for the next 4 years. The stock market went up 68% to a record level during Trump's time in office. Inflation was at 1.9% on average for those 4 years. It's been nearly at 6% during the time that Joe Biden has been president. What about energy? You remember those good old days under Donald Trump where the average gas price was $2.28, $1.99 sometimes in Virginia Beach and Chesapeake. The average gas price under this president now, $3.58, nearly 40% greater than when Donald Trump was president. And how about the secure borders we had during those times of Donald Trump? Even the New York Times, that conservative bastion, has said that we've now got 2.5 million more people illegally present in the United States now than we did in 2020 when President Trump was finishing his term. Look at these numbers from the Border Patrol. In 2020, we had only 646,000 crossings. We're headed this year, 2024, to now almost 4.5 million illegal crossings from our southern border. And that's a disgrace, but President Trump will fix that problem. And the people coming across, there are a lot of hardworking people that want to experience the American dream, but you know what? Fentanyl is a major crisis and leading killer of young people. In 2023, under the leadership of Joe Biden with open borders, we had 27,000 pounds of fentanyl coming across the southern border, 500% more than what we had during Donald Trump. That's a disgrace that President Trump will fix. The stay in Mexico policy has now been catch and release. And what a hypocrisy it is that the liberals only scream about illegal immigration when you go to D.C., New York, or Martha's Vineyard. That's ridiculous. And President Trump will fix that problem. Think about where we are. The national debt now, highest in history. Social Security bankrupt in 10 years. So what the question is I've got for you, who do you trust more with the United States economy? 100% right. What about foreign policy after the debacle of American leaving the tarmac in Afghanistan? People lost faith in the commander-in-chief. and the leader of the free world. And so what do we have today? We have Russia in Ukraine. We have Hamas slaughtering Israeli civilians. We have Iran close to a nuclear weapon. We have China rattling the saber in the Taiwan Straits. We have the military not being able to meet its recruitment goal. I could go on, but you get the picture. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say in conclusion that Governor Allen mentioned that great speech in 1964, A Time for Choosing, by the great Ronald Reagan in support of Barry Goldwater. And this is a time for choosing, 60 years after that speech, like no other in the United States of America. It's a time where we're going to choose, do we want capitalism or socialism? Are we going to want secure borders or no borders at all? Do we want unlimited spending and debt, $35 trillion, record high under Joe Biden, or do we want to have fiscal restraint? And most importantly, do we want to have respect for the traditional values that have made this country great, or do we want to have a government program that you pay for to fix every one of those problems for the people? So I think the choice is very clear. Thank God the people are smarter than the politicians, because the Biden approval rating now is at an all-time low of 36%. 70% of Americans say we're now on the wrong track. But ladies and gentlemen, we can't win without you. You have to do the hard work of freeing this next couple months to support President Trump and Bobby Dyer and Hung Cao and Jen Kiggins and Mr. Anderson and all the people that are here. Get a sign, tell your neighbor, go to the polls, vote, and tell people that the United States of America needs Donald Trump. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Trump-endorsed candidate for U.S. Senate, Hung Cao.
I was born to run, I was born for this. Whip, run me like a racehorse, pull me like a ripcord, break me down and build me up. I wanna be the slip, word upon your lip, rather that you rip, break me down and build me up, whatever it takes. 'Cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do whatever it takes. 'Cause I love how it feels when I break.
Hello, Hampton Roads. It's so great to be here, where we spent 3 tours of duty here, and most of our kids were born right here. A knock at the door. That's the scariest sound you'll ever hear if you grow up in a communist country. A knock at the door in the middle of the night, and you have no idea who's on the other side. A knock at the door. That's the last thing my parents heard when their fathers were taken away and they never saw them again. That's my family's life story. We escaped Vietnam days before Saigon fell to the communists. We were given a new life, the most generous country on earth. America saved my life. I grabbed onto that American dream. I went to top schools in the country, the United States Naval Academy, fellowships at MIT and Harvard. But you know what? I paid back every single dime of that American dream. I paid it back with 25 years of service in the United States Navy as a special operations officer. I fought in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Somalia, and I retired as a Navy captain. And today, I stand before you as your Republican nominee for the United States Senate here in Virginia. Only in America can this happen. But you know what? We're losing our country. A knock at the door.
That's the sound of Joe Biden's Justice Department raiding President Trump's home. Joe Biden arrested the next president of the United States, Donald Trump, to prevent him from winning this election. I'm surprised he didn't try to arrest him last night for elder abuse. You know what? Joe Biden's right. Democracy is under attack. The problem is, he's the son of a bitch that's doing it. I never thought I would see this in America. But we have a fighter in President Trump. When President Trump was in office, we had peace. Under Joe Biden, the world is on fire. Under President Trump, it was our economy that was on fire. Under Joe Biden, millions of illegal aliens poured across our border, killing our people in our country. Under President Trump, we had the most secure border in history. When President Trump is reelected in November, I will join him as a U.S. Senator. Together, President Trump and I will secure the border. We will deport illegal aliens who should never have been in this country. Let me be very clear to anyone who comes to this country, from one immigrant to another. Don't ask for the American dream if you're not willing to obey the American laws and embrace the American culture. I say that because I did. I embraced that culture. And you know what? I wrote a blank check up to including my life to protect this country because I love it so much. That's what every immigrant should do. Because I know what it's like to wake up one day without a flag to stand under or a country to call my own. And I'll be damned if that happens to my kids, your kids, or our grandchildren. President Trump and I will save America, and you'll never hear that knock ever again. November 5th is Liberation Day. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hung Kao, and I'm your next U.S. Senator from the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor Glenn Youngkin.
Good afternoon, Virginia. Hey, friends, I think this is the best Trump rally ever. As governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, it is my distinct honor to say, President Trump, welcome back to Virginia. Come on, Virginia, the home of American democracy, the cradle, the home of George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, Patrick Henry. Give me liberty or give me death. Mr. President, Virginia is the home to the greatest military on the face of the planet. Naval Station Norfolk. Quantico. Home to Navy SEALs. Fort Eustis. Langley Air Force Base. Oceana. And Virginia is the home to 700,000 of the most amazing Americans on the planet, our veterans. Let's hear it for our vets. Come on now. Woo! Come on. USA, 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 USA. That's great. Mr. President, Virginians know who we are. We are people who believe that there is dignity in work and therefore jobs matter. Mr. President, in Virginia, we back the blue. Mr. President, in Virginia, we teach our children how to think, not what to think. Mr. President, in Virginia, parents matter. And Mr. President, in Virginia, we just recently declared independence from the California electric vehicle mandate. Mr. President, 8 years ago, you left your business career and you built a great America. And in Virginia, we are going to work to elect Donald Trump back into the White House. Mr. President, welcome to Virginia. Okay, who won the debate last night? Are you ready to retire Joe Biden? And are you ready to elect Donald Trump, the next president of the United States? Fellow Virginians, this is about strength versus weakness. Strength versus weakness. We have seen the weak America that Joe Biden has created, and we all lived through the strong America that Donald Trump built. Donald Trump built a rip-roaring economy, an economy that lifted up all Americans. The Trump economy had high growth and low inflation, and the Biden economy has low growth and high inflation. President Trump handed Joe Biden an economy with 1.4% inflation, and it took Joe Biden no time to get it to 9%. Mortgage rates were below 3%, and now they're over 7%. And gas prices are up 40%. Come on, Virginians, this is easy. Success versus failure, strength versus weakness. President Trump had a secure border. The Biden border has thousands of people running over it every day, causing chaos across America. Every state is a border state. Terrorists, drugs, violence. Friends, just a few months ago, a 14-year-old girl, she was sexually assaulted in Virginia by a Venezuelan illegal immigrant. Yeah, boo. Laken Riley was murdered in Georgia. Rachel Morin, a mother of 5 from Maryland, was assaulted and murdered. And just recently, Jacqueline Nungray, a 12-year-old girl in Texas, was assaulted and murdered by 2 illegal immigrants. Friends, our hearts break for these families. Our souls pour out to them. Our prayers are lifted up for them. And we ask that God Almighty has grace and mercy upon them. Friends, this must stop now, and President Donald Trump will stop it, and Joe Biden will not. This election is about national security. Under President Trump, ISIS was decimated and Iran was isolated. Under Joe Biden, Iran has been strengthened and terrorists have been emboldened. We have war in Ukraine, we have war in Israel, and we have China threatening war in Taiwan. Friends, this is about strength versus weakness. We must put strength back in the White House and elect Donald Trump President of the United States. The choice couldn't be more clear because we know that elections have consequences. Friends, elections have consequences. And we must continue the hard work that we started in 2021. By the way, thank you for hiring me. But we have more work to do. We have to elect Jen Kiggins back into Congress and the 2nd congressional seat. And my friend Jen Kiggins goes to work every single day for our 2nd congressional district, for Virginia, and for America. Let's hear it for Jen Kiggins.
Real quick, I just wanted to say welcome to the best district in the nation, Virginia's 2nd congressional district. It is a true privilege and the honor of a lifetime to represent this great district in the halls of Congress in Washington, D.C. But let me tell you, I'm a geriatric nurse practitioner by trade, and I know elder abuse. And what we saw last night was definitely elder abuse. It's sad. It's sad. Do you want that man? I think of our great military. I think of our great military district we have here. To think of that man as the commander-in-chief of our armed forces, I'm tired of him being an embarrassment to our great nation. I come from a big Navy family as a former Navy pilot, married to a Navy pilot, and the mom now of a future Navy pilot, in addition to being the daughter of a Green Beret who served in Vietnam. I know what it means to serve. That man is not serving our great nation and not doing it justice. Let me tell you, I am here today. I rushed back from Washington, D.C. in the morning to be here with you. I never miss an opportunity to speak to the people that sent me to Washington. Today is about unity. Today is about unifying our party. Today is about getting it done. We have to switch up the White House next year. The future of our country is at stake. We're switching up the White House. We're taking back the Senate. We're growing our majority in the U.S. House of Representatives, and we're taking our country back. I always talk about politics being a team sport. It is an honor to have all the great people on this stage on my team. It is an honor to have each and every one of you on my team. With each and every one of us working very hard, we will get this done in November. So remember that. It starts today. We take back our country in November. God bless each and every one of you. God bless our great Commonwealth. God bless our great nation, the United States of America. Thank you.
Perfect. How about Jen Kiggins? Woo! But friends, we have a lot more work to do. We have a chance to flip the 7th Congressional District, and Derek Anderson is with us today, and Derek Anderson is going to go to Congress, and one more Green Beret in Congress is what we need. And we are going to send Hung Cal to the Senate. The work is clear. We must extend our majority in the U.S. House of Representatives. We must flip the Senate, and we must elect Donald J. Trump, the next president of the United States. See, at the end of the day, friends, we know we want a strong America, not a weak America. And Virginians know what a strong America looks like. A strong America has the world's strongest economy. A strong America has energy independence. We use our American resources to have energy dominance around the globe. A strong America understands that we back the blue and we stand for law enforcement. A strong America knows that we must have President Trump stand up to Chinese Communist Party and be respected around the world. That is a strong America. This choice is clear. My fellow Virginians, in 1776, the American spirit was let free. A spirit of freedom, a spirit of liberty, a spirit of prosperity. And that American spirit was inscribed in the most important document ever written in this hemisphere. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. And among them are, and you all know this, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Virginians, Americans, the American spirit is alive and well. I had a friend who once told me that all roads lead through Hampton Roads. Well, let me tell you, North Carolina, you're about right, too, because you are here and you're about to help elect Donald J. Trump into the White House. But yes, all roads roads do lead through Hampton Roads, and Joe Biden's road to retirement is going right through Hampton Roads. My friends, it is time to elect strength back into the White House. And in just a few minutes, let's join together and welcome the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. God bless you. Thank you.
Prepare yourself, you know it's a must. Gonna have a friend in Jesus. So you know that when you die, he's gonna recommend you to the spirit in the sky.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
And what a great, great speech there by President Trump there, sharing information about election security. He was saying paper ballots, voter ID, same-day voting. Obviously, election security, a huge, huge deal, as we know. So going into our November 2024 election, some 130 days from today, 130 days until Election Day. So that was President Trump there on that video. Prior to that, Governor Glenn Youngkin with a rousing speech. And then Hung Kao, a great job there, as well as he's running for United States Senate. So Wonderful speakers there in the pre-program. That started at 1:30 Eastern, as you see on your screen there. 3 o'clock will be when President Trump takes to the stage. It is 20 minutes until then, so we'll see if it's right on the nose for that. Sometimes a little bit early, sometimes a little bit late, but regardless, as you see, the Patriots are ready to go in Chesapeake, Virginia. This is team coverage, Right Side Broadcasting Network. Obviously, Vanessa Broussard, as you've seen today, and Nikki Stanzione live there on the ground interviewing great Patriots and people that just love their country and love President Trump. Some people there never have seen a Trump rally before, so they're in for a good show, of course, at 3 o'clock. And this is pretty awesome as well because, Vanessa was referring to this a few times, that this is a post-debate rally. This is the first time President Trump is speaking publicly since yesterday's very interesting debate that we saw where Donald Trump did a fabulous job. Even if I was, whatever side of the aisle, right? If I was on right or left, whatever, Donald Trump did a great job. Joe Biden did a terrible job. I'm preaching to the choir. But at the end of the day, the polls show that President Trump won that debate by far. A lot of the microphones being clipped or cut off, that's a lot of censorship going on there as well. So it really wasn't, in my opinion, an actual debate. There wasn't a lot of back and forth going on. So anyway, as you can see there, some people enjoying the music. Always a fun time at a Trump rally, a Trump event, taking photos and interacting with other patriots and just like-minded people of the country that simply want the same thing the majority of the people of Brazil and other countries out there. They want freedom. So we're all part of the free world here. And of course, leading the way is the leader of the free world. And in my opinion, and I know in many of yours, is Donald J. Trump. Even though he's not technically at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, but we do know there is a job opening there at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue for November 5th. Once again, 130 days from now. There's a couple things I want to get to before we thank some of our sponsors, and then we'll be throwing it right back out there to Chesapeake, Virginia with Vanessa Broussard and also Nikki Stanzione. One thing I wanted to share with you is a quote from Donald J. Trump in Truth Social just last week. It's something he's been recorded saying before, but it's a very powerful quote that I think that goes beyond everything, right? In the sense of being an outsider. He said, quote, treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider, because it's the outsiders who change the world and make a real and lasting difference, end quote. As we see, President Trump, when he took to the stage back in the RNC in 2016 and then became the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, he wasn't one of the same old politicians. Obviously, there's a small percentage of so-called politicians, if you want to call them that. In my opinion, they're MAGA. They're MAGA Republicans. They're America Firsts. And that's a great thing to be a MAGA Republican. It's a great thing to be MAGA. MAGA Independent, if you want to be, whatever, but MAGA Republican, right? The point is that he wasn't the same old politician. He stepped in there, and that's why we resonated with him, and we still do to this day. And that's what the bar has now been set to any candidates running for office. I know I keep bringing up Hung Cao. He is a retired Navy captain, brought up in a different country where communism was the way. And he's here, so glad to be here. And on top of that, running for U.S. Senate in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So I always talk about freedom because this is what this is all about, right? No teleprompter right now, just speaking from my heart here for you guys. 3 o'clock, President Trump will be taken to the stage. Now, there's some developing news from RSBNetwork.com. One of the Supreme Court's most highly anticipated opinions, Fisher versus the United States, was handed down today. So it's likely upending the federal prosecutions of more than 350 January 6 defendants and at least a portion of special counsel Jack Smith's prosecution of President Trump. In a 6-3 decision, the court ruled that the 3-judge panel on the D.C. Circuit erred when it reinstated a charge for obstructing an official proceeding against Boston police officer Joseph Fisher. So that's on RSBnetwork.com. So for some of the latest news when it comes to that decision, once again, it was likely upending the federal prosecutions of more than 350 January 6 defendants and at least a portion of special counsel's Jack Smith's prosecution of President Trump. So a lot of news developing within that framework. And then earlier in the broadcast, as we mentioned, the Biden-Harris camp says that Joe Biden's not going anywhere, basically, that he's going to be debating on September 10th against President Trump. We'll see if that actually happens. We'll see if he's actually the nominee. But at the end of the day, he is right now. And there are people speaking on both sides about that. But what we are seeing is that he is still the nominee and will be through to the election. Again, September 10th, that on ABC, 72 days from now, will be the debate between Mr. Biden and the president, President Donald Trump. It was interesting yesterday to hear Jake Tapper call President Trump president instead of former president. I know we heard former president a lot. But again, back in the day, think about it, before President Trump took office, whenever there was an outgoing president or a president that was not in office anymore, you'd always by respect call them President Clinton or President Bush or President Obama, whatever, right? But you should also call President Trump out of respect of the office, out of respect for the American people who voted him in 2016 and in 2020. So what we're seeing is in 2024, we're hoping for this country to be restored and the Constitution to be the law of the land. So as we take a live look at the Chesapeake, Virginia there, producers, I'm going to put the IFB back in. Hopefully programming is not in the ear here, but we do want to thank some of our great sponsors as well. The Birch Gold Group, if you caught that interview earlier with Philip Patrick with the Birch Gold Group, very straight up. I mean, you can get this info kit, whether it's this hard copy right here, or you can get the digital copy by getting one on text message. First, you have to text Trump to 989898. You know, these BRICS nations, so BRICS is basically, what it stands for is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, right? There are other countries that are trying to, decrease the value of the US dollar. So having a little bit of peace of mind within that whole framework. I mean, the dollar's still around, obviously, but gold and silver and precious metals are awesome to have as a backup plan. So whether that's for a 401k or a tax-sheltered IRA, all you got to do is go to Trump, text Trump to 989898. You can get that free info kit. Whether you're ready to do that right now or not, in the sense of put some cash into hard-earned, gold and silver and precious metals, at least get the info kit. At least text Trump to 989898. Get the information ready as we move on to one of our other sponsors as well, the Wellness Company. This emergency kit that you can have at your house and you can have in your car, you can have at your workplace, has amoxicillin, ivermectin, Z-Pak, and more. All you got to do is fill out a prescription kind of medical form with the folks there at makecaregreatagain.com. Use that promo code RSBN for that 15% off as well. So yeah, I mean, finances and health, two very important things, two important sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. As we take another live look there in Virginia, I mentioned a little bit earlier, I was talking about the key swing states, but before we get to the key swing states, we're going to take a quick break. I'm Matthew Alvarez here live at the Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back out there live soon. We'll be right back.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, tvOS, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back here at the Right Side Broadcasting Network studios. I believe you're taking a live look right now at Chesapeake, Virginia. We're going to get right back out there in just a second. Wanted to share with you, of course, the 7 swing states right now. The polls are in favor of President Trump. We've seen all around, even in some cities that you'd think would be blue, you have people showing up for President Trump. The other day at a roundtable in Atlanta, then the Philadelphia event, then the Bronx, right? Then the People's Convention and the speech and the Trump campaign event in Detroit. We're seeing it all across the country. So it's kind of preaching to the choir that he's doing well, right? Before I toss it back out there to the field, I was talking about Virginia before and how my wife and I went to Jamestown about 3 or 4 months ago. And it was just interesting to be there. The English settlers, 1607, the first settlers to ever come to that state there in the country. And we used to live up near Gettysburg. And just one of the other things I wanted to read real quick was part of that Gettysburg Address, because obviously Governor Youngkin was referring to a speech as well. And it just made me think about the Gettysburg Address, where I actually was able to go up there to Gettysburg. If you've been there, I'm sure many of you have. But you can go where Abraham Lincoln delivered the Gettysburg Address. And this patriotism that I'm sharing with you right now, have I been like this for years? No. I definitely loved being in this country, but I also didn't know what was going on back in 2000 or 2001. We saw with the 9/11 and that kind of thing. But my point is, in college, you think about, we're in America, everything's good, life's all right, But now when we see what's happened to our country, it has birthed kind of a desire for me, and I know for many of you, and including my family and friends, like for our country, right? So I just want to read this part of the Gettysburg Address towards the end. We take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Abraham Lincoln, November 19th, 1863. It's just wild to be there in Gettysburg to see that. So if you ever get a chance to go to Gettysburg, you can actually stand right where he delivered that speech. There's only one photo. It's actually the memorial is there where the speech was, right? It says about, half a mile from this location. Well, I'm not somebody that just stops there. I want to go and be where it happened, right? And you can do the same thing. It's in a cemetery that's right across from the area where there's a plaque, and it has a little picture, and it shows Abraham Lincoln in that crowd. What a time there. Gettysburg National Park. All right, so I'm from Pennsylvania, so it's just wild to think about all the things that happened in that great state, from Philadelphia with Independence Hall, and then Gettysburg and other things that have happened there, of course. So we're going to be tossing it back to Chesapeake, Virginia there, obviously one of the original 13 colonies, but President Trump getting ready to speak there at 3 o'clock. Let's send it back to Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione live right now.
Studio. We are certainly living it up here at the incredible Trump rally here in Chesapeake, Virginia. It is such a gift to be able to celebrate true patriotism with so many happy patriots today. I do want to say, if there's one thing we can say about President Trump, it's that he was right about everything. And I will tell you that there is actually a hat, a really, really cool hat, a red hat. It's the Trump was right red hat. It is $40. It is the official Trump campaign hat made in the USA. It's got the high crown. I'd like to wear it right now on this bad hair day. It's structured. It's got cotton twill, a plastic snap closure, and a curved bill, which is always flattering. But this is the thing. Due to high demand, this is the problem. When we have such high demand on something that's limited, shipping could be delayed. So you do want to make sure you get yours as soon as possible. Just winred.com. winred.com. It's that easy. So I implore you to do so that you can have an official Trump campaign hat. I am enjoying every minute of this incredible experience. And for those of you who want to be here right now, there's a little wind. I know, I'm doing that. It's one of those things where you can't really explain it unless you've been through it. And when you've actually been here, you get a perspective of how exciting it is to be in this kind of energy where everybody gets along, where everybody's just happy to be here, where nobody's fighting, nobody's getting angry at each other. Everybody's just hearing each other as true Americans with a purpose. And one of the purposes of this campaign, of course, is to eliminate the high taxes that we're dealing with across the USA right now. We heard President Trump last night talk about the tax credits. He also talked about no tax on tip, which is amazing. But if you're struggling with those back taxes or the unified returns, one of the problems is that the IRS is escalating conditions and collections, adding 20,000 new agents, and they're sending over 5 million collection letters to kick off 2024. It's very challenging, and in these challenging times, we have to turn somewhere, and your best defense is Tax Network USA. We're so glad to be able to share this with you. We don't want the IRS to take advantage of any of us, and with over 14 years of experience, you'll be able to have your best defense no matter what your tax issue. And Tax Network USA doesn't just negotiate, but they actually also protect your assets. So a lot of really important things that they're doing for us, and they're licensed to help you. That's important, but the clock is ticking, so you do have to get it done. Don't wait for the IRS to come through. Make the decision now and call 1-800-357-1415, 1-800-357-1415, or you can visit tnusa.com/RSBN. That's the network. So again, tnusa.com/RSBN. It's really important to protect our taxes, to protect the money that we earn and the money that we have, and then to have to keep paying taxes is very, very frustrating. So this is the way to go. Now, I will tell you, because you're hearing me in a microphone, you hear me nice and clear, but it is so loud and exciting. It's like being at a concert, and you can hear the soundtrack, you can hear the music behind me. And so if I am like, it's because I'm trying to talk over the music. Adele is playing right now. The soundtrack that President Trump aligns for these parties And I call them parties because a party signifies a celebration. And we should celebrate that we are a part of the most incredible country in the world. And when we think about what we've gone through over these last 3.5 years, what are we going to do over the next 5 months? My goodness, that even seems like an eternity. But the good news is that help is on its way. We are all hopeful. And I want everyone who's out there right now watching to open your mind to the potentials of the possibilities of unity. Unity is such an important characteristic of this agenda on this campaign. And seeing more of that unity is going to change the dynamic and the trajectory of our country as we move forward for next generations to come. People always say you don't want to leave the generation ahead worse than what they saw before. You want every generation to have better than the next and better than the last. And that is why we need to see some change. And right now that change will come in the potential election of Donald J. Trump as the 47th president. Right now he's playing Hello, Is It Me You're Looking For by Lionel Richie. And you know what? I think he is what we're looking for. You know, it's interesting. Last night during the debate, I listened to a lot of the analysis after the fact, and you were hearing all of the pundits, the scholars, the lawyers, the campaigns, the networks, everybody on every side echoing the same sentiments, which was, are we now in a situation where we have a leader who's not able to lead? And I say able very, very intentionally, because physically, mentally, it's sad to see. It really is. And I don't want to comment too much on that. I want to comment on the hope that President Trump provides for the nation. And whether you love President Trump, maybe you were against him at one point, maybe you're contemplating how you feel about him, I just want you to know that at the end of the day, his entire agenda is really and truly about making us great again. When he said last night, I wanted you to be a good president. He said that to President Biden because ultimately he wants the country to be great, whether he's leading it or not. So I actually get very frustrated when people say that he's out for himself. If he was out for himself, he'd be playing golf every day. He'd be at one of his resorts, one of his hotels. He'd be wining and dining with his beautiful wife and family. He's extremely close to his children and his grandchildren. And he'd be with them all the time. And yet somehow he still finds time to squeeze that in as a priority. So my point being, he didn't take a salary. He didn't take a salary for this job, and he wouldn't take a salary for this job. He doesn't do it for the money. He doesn't do it for the notoriety. He's already the most famous man in the world. He does it because he loves his country, and he wants this country to come back to where it was. You know, a really wonderful analyst I was talking to last night, he's an attorney in New Jersey, Andrew Bronsnick. He said Trump is upset because he built this momentum. He had this momentum going into the election of 2020. He had this incredible momentum that he built as the president. And that momentum was taken away as all of the bills and all of the plans were abolished and really destructed by this current administration. And so now he wants to see his vision come back. He wants to see that vision for America that he built the momentum on to return once again. And I think what he did last night was paint a very stark contrast between one president and another. And it's up to you, the American people, to make that decision for yourself on November 5th. But I hope that you make the decision that will lead us to having greatness in this country, to having safety, to honoring our veterans, our military, and to honor all of the people who have come here legally. Our immigrants are what make us a country. We're a melting pot. It's beautiful, but you got to do it lawfully. That's the key, and that's the difference. I also want to just step away for a moment because I'd love for you to see all these crowds. I want you to see all these people. It is a packed house today. We are outside on this gorgeous day here in Chesapeake, Virginia. Everybody's pumped up, ready to see President Trump. It's exciting. And it's love all around. You know, he likes to call these events a love fest. And truthfully, that's what it is. It's a love fest of American patriots who want their country to be beautiful. You can see the flags flying. Everybody's dressed in their wardrobe for red, white, and blue, stars and stripes.
I could never see tomorrow.
And you know what? These people, like us, have been here since 8, 9 a.m., lined up. And you know what? They're happy to be here. They're not worried about the heat. They're not worried about waiting around. They're just excited and anticipation. And it's an exciting time for our nation. And right now, our country has a broken heart. Our country has been suffering financially. Our parents, grandparents are afraid to send the kids out into the world because, number one, they can't afford it. But number two, it's crime-ridden. There is no reason why any American citizen should be afraid to go jogging and getting a good workout with a walk and being afraid that they will be raped or murdered by an illegal migrant. It's absolutely appalling and unacceptable in this nation. And I know that President Trump is going to fight with everything he's got to make sure that the people who come here are vetted and the people that come here legally. That is what we need to see. We need to see that. It's heartbreaking to see the families of these children, of these parents, of these sisters and brothers who are brutally murdered by evil monsters. And I say that very candidly, brutal monsters. And what really, I think, is making the nation stand up and think differently is the fact that people like Alvin Bragg are letting them go. We saw the campus of Columbia University absolutely taken over with anti-Semitic remarks and hateful speech and breaking into the building. You want to talk about an insurrection? That was an insurrection. But as many of you probably know, last week, those criminals were released. They were let go. And yet, you see what's going on in the justice system when it comes to President Trump because of saying that he overvalued property, things like that. It's a little bit confusing, isn't it? So I implore you to read the truth, learn the stories, learn the evidence, read the evidence, look at both sides, and then make an informed opinion. And don't judge or title or label people who think differently than you. The beauty of America is we can all think differently. I have many friends who think differently than I do. I love them just as much, and I respect them and their values, and I want all of us to start to remember that that's what makes America great. That being said, there's a lot of children out there that hear what they hear, but they don't really know what to believe. They're fed a lot of information on every level, and whether it be on the level of the election, whether it be about their sexuality, whether it be about anything in this world that we're dealing with right now with the children, I think one of the most important thing is that they're informed with the truth about President Trump so they aren't swayed or persuaded by a narrative that might not be accurate. In my opinion, not accurate. The free Trump book is a great way for the kids to learn. The best-selling kids guide to President Trump is available free to the viewers, which is lovely. All you have to do is pay shipping and handling. That's it. And, sorry, I got very excited. The music is just so good. I want to also remind you guys that this guide for President Trump was updated for 2024. So it's an updated book. It's not surprising when you learn about all the things that we talked about going on in America right now. And because of it, more and more Americans are starting to align more with President Trump's policies. So as future voters, you kids out there need to learn more about these policies, and the best way to do it is to get this book, freetrumpbook.com. freetrumpbook.com. It's that simple. Just get the free Trump book and you'll be able to teach your kids more about President Trump and his policies and what he aims to do for this incredible country of ours. It's a beautiful, beautiful day right now. I will tell you, as hot and humid as it is, I always say, I feel like I just got out of the gym. It's so hot and humid, and I don't even care. It is so wonderful to be here. It is such a gift. It's such a part of American history, and no matter what side of the line you are on, we are the Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we want you to get an experience and a perspective and see the joy, the acceptance, and the love that's here today. And you don't see any hate speech. You don't see any violence. You don't see any negativity. It's beautiful. And who wouldn't love that? Who couldn't love that? And President Trump often will say, it's not about being conservative or being liberal. It's about common sense. It's that simple. I hope that you guys will follow me. I'm Nikki Stanzione. Go to Truth Social or Instagram and find me on Nick Stanz, Nikstanz. And you'll also want to go find my beautiful friend Vanessa.
Hello,
Hi,
everyone.
Vanessa. I found Vanessa.
Yes, we found each other. You can follow me on social media at Vanessa on Truth Social. Also, I'm on Twitter, which is now X. You can follow me there. I am on Instagram. I'm on TikTok now. You'll hear me get excited when I bring TikTok because I was kind of anti-TikTok until President Trump came on board. But now I'm enjoying it. I'm kind of learning. So if you have any TikTok tricks or tips for me, let me know. I think that's it. So Truth, X, Instagram.
It's all the ways to find us.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, the thing is, we actually listen to the people. We care about what you feel and think and want. And so that's why we like to, it's not to be self-gratuitous. We do it because we want to be able to interact with you. I believe that President Trump loves this song.
Yes, he chooses the music for the rallies. We're told that this is his playlist that he chooses, and it's all wonderful, great music. President Trump coming on the heels of a wonderful debate last night. The people here are giving him an A+ on his debate last night with Joe Biden, and they're not giving a good grade to Joe Biden. I think the debate last night just reiterated, Nikki, what people here already knew, that Joe Biden is not fit to be president, and President Trump is the best choice.
It's so true. And I have to say, I'm watching over your shoulder right now, behind us, and you saw the crowd here. Behind, there are, swarms of people all huddled kind of together, and they're standing with their hands on their heart, listening to this song, Hallelujah. And it just tells you, people needed this. I feel like our nation needed this kind of togetherness, unity, this feeling. It inspires something. I've been to many rallies now, and I still get choked up. I still cry when I hear the Star Spangled Banner. I cry when I hear our national anthem. I cry when he comes out to make, proud to be an American. There's something. This is what America's made of, and I want the whole country to get back to that.
And it looks like we're well on our way.
Yes.
If everything plays out how it's supposed to play out and legally and done correctly, that's exactly what will happen.
Yes.
We will have this embrace come November. But, looking at our country and looking at the people here, and we talked about the Bronx, and we talked about these rallies in Detroit and places like that. No matter your color or your religion or your background, or if you're rich or poor or whatever the case may be, people want to be loved.
Yes.
They love each other. Hate is taught. And I feel like the left is full of hate. They like the divide. And that's not what anybody wants, no matter who you are or what background you're from. People want to be loved and to spread love. And I think we've hit almost a rock bottom to where people are like, no, we have to hold each other's hands, pick each other up, and we are the greatest country in the world, and we have to continue that. But the route we're on right now is going to turn into a train wreck disaster, so we have to detour and get back on track.
That is such a beautiful message. I'm so glad you said that, because it really resonates with me. I know it resonates with so many viewers right now. It's really enlightening, if you will, to see that we have more similarities than we have differences, no matter where you're from. To your point about the diversity that we're seeing on the campaign trail, in the inner cities, in the Bronx, in Philadelphia. I was telling some friends, I said, oh yeah, it was packed. I said, and I spoke to as many Black Americans, Hispanic Americans. I spoke to just as many as I did white Americans. And people were surprised. And I said, why are you surprised? This is a man for the people, not a man for whites, not a man for blacks, not a man for Hispanic, a man for America, all America. Yes. And that's why we have to stop with the judgment.
Let's take a look right now. Here comes the motorcade. President Trump making his way, and the crowd goes crazy. We're always facing you, but we hear the crowd, and when they make that exciting scream out for President Trump.
Oh boy.
Take a listen in.
Now, President Trump is very dramatic, but he will not be coming in on a motorcycle tonight. I don't think he's coming in on a motorcycle, but he will be coming in following the motorcycles.
And as we wait for President Trump, we want to remind you that the best way to invest in your future, we believe, we are firm advocates of the Birch Gold Group. If you are wanting to save for your kids, your grandkids, even yourself, your retirement, and if you're just struggling, wondering, I'm not saving like I used to, where do I go next? You can go to the Birch Gold Group. And look, if you only have a little bit to start off with, that's okay.
Yes.
They can help you out. So whether it's an IRA or 401k or just some money you want to invest and let them help you let that money grow, contact the Birch Gold Group. They can get you on the right track. Great group of experts, so polite to talk to on the phone. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898.
Do you remember when your extra money was for savings or things you wanted? Now your extra money is to help you pay for your needs.
Yeah.
So your necessities are covered. That's it. And then you're hoping you can just cover that much.
These days.
Right?
Yeah. So that's where the Birch Gold Group comes in.
It's a
All
different
right,
time.
we're getting more excitement from the crowd.
I love seeing all the cars. Everyone's trying to guess which one is President Trump. Where's President? It's like, where's Waldo? Where's President Trump in the motorcade? Which car? Can you guess?
And we're not done with the police escort. There are about over a dozen more behind him, and then more. It looks like more SUVs, police SUVs. But when President Trump comes in, he comes in with an entrance, and he comes in with very good security. We love our law enforcement officers. We thank our law enforcement officers. We know that in some of these liberal cities, your hands are tied. If you're at the border, your hands are tied, and you just want to do your job, and that's protect this great country and our citizens and put the bad guys in jail and just bring back law and order. And this is what President Trump wants as well. And we know these law enforcement officers who protect him, protect us at these rallies. We thank them. They're also kind and nice and very helpful. So thank a police officer.
I feel like everybody's playing guessing games right now who's coming out of that motorcade. That looked a little like Lara Trump before. I wasn't sure if that was her, but it looked like her. I know she's certainly spending a lot of time on the campaign trail, not just because she is President Trump's daughter-in-law, but because she is now head of the RNC. By the way, we are only weeks out now, only weeks out on the RNC. I will tell you, that's pretty exciting when you think about how soon we are going to be approaching that. And also, something else I wanted to share with everybody is the fact that we don't have a healthcare system in this country right now. Vanessa was saying it earlier. We don't have a healthcare. We have a sickness. It's sickness care system, which is really sad that we have to think like that. But, you know, people are trying to make money off of bad health instead of trying to make money off of good health. And so what does this mean? We're seeing pharmaceutical companies literally making billions, not millions, billions with a B. And so big pharma needs you to be sick in order for you to rely on them. I mean, and that's just tragic in my opinion, because we should want everybody to be healthy, but they got to make their money, right? So you need them to protect you? No, I don't think so. I think what we need to do is we need to find a way to push back. And so the way that we do that is with the right president and with the right way to be able to listen to the right doctors. For instance, Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Drew. I used to love watching all of Dr. Drew's interventions, right? He works so hard for people. And so they actually are really going to be preaching to everybody the importance of early intervention and treatment. This has been going on since 2020, and it's paramount. It's important. And so there is a kit that is prescription only. Right. You cannot find it anywhere else. You can't find it like in a pharmacy or in a drugstore. You just can't. So every American should have at least one of these kits in their home. If you order it, it'll take you less than 2 minutes. It's very easy. Go to makecaregreatagain.com. Makecaregreatagain.com. Use the code RSBN. RSBN is the code. When you use that code, well, actually, this is pretty good. You can get $45 off, which is wonderful, and free shipping. We love free shipping.
Oh, yeah. We know how much shipping is these days as well. So you're looking at good savings right there on MakeCareGreatAgain.com, your emergency medical kit.
Yeah.
So what's happening right now? President Trump is meeting with some of his supporters and donors in the back in that tent behind the stage there. But you can see the people are on their feet. They're standing on their chairs. They're ready to see President Trump, and they've been out here for a very long time, for hours, since the early morning hours, waiting out here in the heat.
In the heat. I can't wait to hear the eruption and the roars. That's always my favorite part, is hearing everybody when they see him for the first time emerge and they hear the song. And everybody in that moment is so proud to be an American.
Yes, and it's just people ask me all the time, Nikki, what is it like? And I say, it never gets old.
No.
And when he walks out to that song, every single time it makes the hair stand up on your arms, and you just feel so patriotic, and the love for your country just expands in that moment. It's a wonderful moment, and to be here with people who think like you and love the country like you and love the Lord like you, and your faith and your freedoms and the Constitution, and just to be surrounded by tens of thousands of people who want the same thing you do. It's just a magical moment.
It is magical. That's a perfect word. And everybody that's watching right now, the thing that's so nice about RSBN, and before I had the privilege of working with you, I would watch our rallies because I felt like I was there. Even though I wasn't live in person, it brought the experience home to me. So I hope that is how you feel right now. That's our goal, is to bring the experience back to you so that you can feel like you are a part of this experience in this moment. And I'll tell you, every time that we go to any of these rallies, especially a day like this after the debate last night, it reminds me that even if it's just a small part, we are a part of American history.
Yes, we are. All right, we are going to send it back over to Matthew Alvarez in the studio. Hey, Matthew.
Hi, Matthew.
Hey, Vanessa and Nikki. I mean, what a great moment out there as you guys are live, and the music is perfect. As you saw, President Trump just arriving there right behind that stage as thousands of people get ready to hear President Trump do his thing, and he obviously is ready to go, because yesterday's debate obviously did a great job, but this time he has an opportunity now, the first time since the debate, to be able to share with the American people his thoughts on yesterday. Let's see how he comes out. I mean, is he going to come out bashing Biden? I don't know. You know, at various Trump rallies, as you guys have seen, it's been happening a lot, where, you know, he's going to say crooked Biden or crooked Joe or sleepy Joe, that kind of thing. I mean, he'll even do sometimes the polls, the live polls with the audiences right there, saying which one do they like better, sleepy Joe or crooked Joe. But at this point, the wisdom that was seen yesterday by President Trump, you know, obviously President Trump could have said a lot more, I think, yesterday, but I think he was perfect with how it all was handled. But at the end of the day, we know that the Biden camp is saying that Joe Biden is planning on staying in the 2024 presidential race, at least until September 10th, which is the next debate. That's on ABC. That's 72 days from now. So obviously a lot can happen from now until then in the sense of decision making. There are people on either side saying that he's going to get replaced, and then there's some people saying, no, he's sticking through. So we're going to see what happens there. Before we get to some more commentary and before we send it back out there live to Chesapeake, Virginia, once again, it is Rally Day here on Friday. Happy Friday to those of you watching in Virginia and anywhere in the country and in some places around the world. Tax Network USA, we've got to thank our sponsor and our friends there, Tax Network USA. If you've got any filing issues or you missed the April 15th deadline and you're concerned about IRS and other things, all you got to do is reach out to them, 800-357-1415. They'll come alongside you. They'll work with you to take care of the filing and also any back taxes, whether that was for tax year 23 or 22 or even back to 18. They will be there for you. So use a promo code once you get there to that website there. It's /RSBN, as you see, tnusa.com/RSBN. Settle your back taxes today. Meantime, back here live in Alabama and also live to the north of us in Virginia, Chesapeake, Virginia. It's been quite the day of coverage today for you. We started at 9 a.m. Eastern. It's now 3:26 Eastern, so a full day of coverage for you. As you've seen, President Trump pulled up there behind the stage in his security detail and campaign staff. And then, of course, Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione holding down the fort there live in Virginia with some awesome points that they're bringing up, and also interviewing some great patriots in that area. So Virginia right now, 13 electoral votes is what that state has up for grabs come November 5th, some 130 days from today. So how will President Trump come out? What would he say today on the heels of this debate? Will he have, will he go bashing Biden, or will he stick to Agenda 47 and still be comical at times? He has awesome, great, serious points that he makes on a constant basis. So obviously, thank you so much for joining us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. It is 27 after the hour. I know a lot of you thought he would be speaking at 3. Well, obviously him flying all across the country and all of the different people to meet, and a lot of surrogates there in Virginia. You heard from some of them earlier today on the pre-program at 1:30. Governor Glenn Youngkin was one of them. Hung Cao was another one who's running for U.S. Senate, and a number of other speakers. So as he says hello to them, he'll be coming out there to the crowd there in Virginia. And it's great to be able to bring you live coverage from the beginning of the show this morning, where there were people. I mean, if you rewind, or I know I'm using some VHS terms right there, but if you scrub back on Rumble or on YouTube or wherever you're watching, you can see at the beginning of this event that there were just people waiting hours and hours and hours in advance. That right there is the truth. That right there, you can't hide it. It's the people right there. That's not an altered image. That is a live photo, a live video from Chesapeake, Virginia, showing all of these people there right now at 3:28 Eastern Time as we await President Trump to take the stage there. This on the heels, of course, of the debate. And then recently, if you watched RSBN's coverage of an Atlanta Black American roundtable the other day, Representative Wesley Hunt, Byron Donalds, Dr. Ben Carson, a number of great people, great patriots there discussing various things about the President Trump's vision for the economy and for Black Americans. And regardless, you know, it's interesting. You hear on the news people trying to pin everybody against each other, whether it's black, white, Hispanic, Asian, Middle Eastern, whatever. There's no reason to be pinned against each other. The left wing desires that. But at the end of the day, if you love God, or if you love freedom, or if you are loving the Constitution, usually all of those are loved by everyone, we're on the same team here. And so the Trump campaign is seeing an increase of polling for people across this land. So listening to the left-wing media try and spin it any other way is quite ridiculous. They've been lying and lying and lying constantly to you. And so having conservative media now with the power of God, let's be real, and the power of we the people, and then also the power and strength as from Donald Trump. Think about it. Like, again, we didn't know about fake news until he took to the stage and really coined that word or that phrase, right? And so now everybody's like, calling a false report or a spun report for years, sitting at anchor desks and reporters and correspondents. Ooh, you're a national correspondent for X, Y, and Z liberal network. Big deal. That sounds like a liar to me. You know, at the end of the day, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it either. I've worked in the mainstream media before, and very glad to be out here for Right Side Broadcasting Network. So speaking of people that are doing that, Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione out there live. Going to be a great time there as you see the Patriots geared up, ready to go, having a great time, listening to that music, a nice calm breeze there on this Friday afternoon. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez here live at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We saw some pretty cool rallies pretty recently too. Up in Wisconsin the other day with the gorgeous bay right there, Lake Michigan, to this right here in Virginia. So we're going to send it back out to Chesapeake, Virginia with Nikki Stanzione and Vanessa Broussard. Thank you so much for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll have some sponsors to talk about and also some closing commentary right after President Trump exits the stage. But before that, we're waiting for him to take the stage here at 3:31 Eastern Time. Let's send it back there to Virginia right now.
Boy. All right, we are just moments away from President Trump coming out, and the music is great, and we are just having a wonderful time out here in
Once you hear Elvis playing, you know
Virginia.
Someone else is almost in the building. Yes. They used to say Elvis has left the building. Now it's President Trump has entered the arena.
Yes, the man in the arena. Well, we're actually on a farm, so the man on the farm is here. So, so you can see everyone is on their feet. Everyone's excited. We are in the mid-90s here in Virginia, and these people have been standing out here all day. They're hot, but they don't care.
Everyone's
dancing. They are excited. Yes, they are very excited to see President Trump. They're really focusing on today's SwampTheVoteUSA.com. SwampTheVoteUSA.com. That's a way for you to get involved. It takes 30 seconds online. Swamp the Vote. Request your mail ballot. Update your voter registration. Pledge to vote early in person today. Again, it only takes 30 seconds. SwampTheVoteUSA.com. They're also really pushing Trump Force 47. TrumpForce47.com. Check out that website. These are all campaign websites to really get you involved and motivated in your community, in your hometowns, in your cities, and just really get everybody around you involved. So go ahead and check out those websites, and if you want to, and get involved today for those elections. So a big party here the day after the debate.
I'm watching people right now doing the dance moves. They're doing Elvis dance moves. It's very cute. Everybody's pumped up. It's exciting. It's fun. It's exhilarating. And I also think about the energy that's required of that job called president. And we talked earlier about President Biden needing a week off just to study for a debate. But you think about President Trump. He was on last Saturday afternoon, Washington, D.C., Saturday night, Philadelphia, back in Florida Sunday, all over the country all week long, back in Atlanta last night, back in Virginia today. I mean, he does not stop. His energy level is incomparable. It's like Superman. And that's the man that we want leading this nation, someone who has endless, countless, unbelievable energy. It's so important for a job like this.
When he walks into the room, you know it. When he walks on that stage, you'll know it. President Trump just has this air about him and this persona about him. Like, he is just, when he's there. You know when he enters the room.
He's in the ring of fire.
He is. And so there's not a lot of President Trumps. I don't think there's ever been a President Trump or anyone like him. He has started this MAGA movement that the country has never seen before and may never even see again. But the MAGA movement is historic. And I asked people, Nikki, in their 70s and their 80s, in your lifetime, have you seen anything like this? And immediately, without thinking, they say, no. I have never in my lifetime. I have lived through many presidents, and they say, I've never seen anything like this or even close to this movement that's taking over the country.
It's like going to a rock concert with a legend. I mean, if you go to certain rock concerts, it's the exact same feeling. I try to tell that to people. And, when they try to divide us or they label it like a cult or what have you, I say, you know what? This is about a collective group of Americans who are so amped up with excitement and really, truly just peace. Everybody gets along. It's wonderful. And when you see this kind of excitement, you have to wonder, what will happen when this election is over. We're gonna miss this because it's like it's like a tour, like a world tour, but in our nation. It's our nation's tour of our president, and I don't want the tour to end. I want it to continue into the presidency, right to the White House. That's what we need to see.
Yes, it's going to be a interesting ride going into November, and then of course into January's inauguration. But it's like you said, you don't want it to end. I'm so ready for November, but at the same time, I am enjoying meeting the people all over the country.
Oh, yes.
People, Nikki, that are friends now, who I've met, who I would have never met if it wasn't for
It's
this
so
election
true.
cycle. And America really does have great people living in it. And don't listen to the mainstream media tell you any different. They want to tell you the negativity. They want to divide you. And when you come to these events, it's a complete opposite. Like there's love.
Yes.
In the air. There's love in the air, and you can feel it.
And you make, like you said, you make lifelong friends that you'll have forever, and it's wonderful to share that experience. And I say to the people out there who are having any kind of divisiveness with friends because they think differently, I encourage you to just open your heart, open your mind, and just listen to different perspectives so that you can talk it out. Talk things through. Don't just immediately make a decision of what you believe until you hear things out. I do the same thing with both sides because I think it's important to be able to speak my opinion. I need to be informed, and I think that's a wonderful lesson for all of us. I also think it's interesting, you know, one of the things that we've noticed, as analyst Andrew Bronsnick said to me, he said, it's important to recognize the stark difference and the stark comparison that President Trump made last night with President Biden by not only illuminating his incredible ability mentally, but also how he is in real life, not just on the political side of things, how he will run the country, how he will be as a political figure, but as a human being, physically and mentally. And that's what we saw last night, and we need to see energy back in the White House. And we need a macho man, right?
Yes, macho man playing here in Chesapeake, Virginia. We are looking at temperatures in the 90s. Now, just to remind you, they're saying that Virginia is Trump country, that Virginia is in play. Now, a Republican presidential candidate has not won this state since 2004, but the Trump campaign and all of these people feel like that's all going to change here in 2024. Governor Glenn Youngkin was here earlier. He spoke. If you missed that, you can go back online and replay that after this broadcast ends. The crowd loved it when he was on stage. They were on their feet for Governor Youngkin, who has been here in office in Virginia for 2 years as the governor. When it comes to November, Nikki, 13 electoral votes are up for grabs here in Virginia. So President Trump is hoping for a big win here. So a reminder, a programming note for everyone at home. We will be covering the RNC in July, so that's coming up. We also have President Trump's sentencing is set for July 11th. Now,
that's going to be interesting.
Say that again.
You said July 11th?
July 11th.
I'll be there in New York City. And we're just all praying a lot.
Yes, we're hoping for the best, but you know what? It's a Democrat city with a Democrat judge and Democrat DA, so you just don't know what's going to happen there. Then in August is the Democrat National Convention. Now we are hearing rumors that even after last night that the Democrats will try to put another candidate in place because even they're admitting Joe Biden is not fit to be president. But the Trump campaign issued some tweets out last night saying at this point it's almost nearly impossible for them to switch out a candidate. So we'll see. You know, they always have something up their sleeves, we believe. And so we'll just see what happens as we near the finish line. We're almost to July, and November will be here before we know it. Will it be Joe Biden as the incumbent running, or will they try to sneak someone in? Again, the Trump campaign says that's almost nearly impossible to do at this point, but we'll see.
Yeah, you know, you hear a lot of the political pundits last night scrambling. There was a nervousness in the air about what are we going to do now, and it is sad and it's hard to see in our country. But right now, we need to figure out what's going to propel us to move forward. And we on this side, of course, are super excited for President Trump to take the stage tonight, but also to take the stage of the world stage by being in charge, leading from the White House. On the other side, we have to wonder, what is the plan? Has there been a plan all along? Was this an expose, if you will, last night, so that it would be simpler to change the game? Or was it a devastation that was unexpected and frightening, and now they're in trouble? So we don't know. We won't know. Everything is kind of a little secretive right now, but we will find out soon enough. And in the meantime, we urge you to register to vote. Make sure you get registered and just get informed. That's the goal. Get informed. I like what you said about Governor Youngkin. He was here earlier, really getting the crowd excited. He has so many amazing plans for the state of Virginia. He talked a little bit about the history of Virginia and the founding fathers in Virginia and what this state means to the nation. And he wants to see the state prosperous again. He wants gas prices down, as we all do. And really, I think as a nation, there are so many similar values that we all encompass no matter what side we're on. And we need to find a way to get those resolved before it's too late and there's no coming back.
You're absolutely right. All right, just minutes away now from President Trump taking the stage. We have a break in the music, so it could be happening any second now.
Oh, boy.
I mean, we have more music, but the crowd is starting to chant for President Trump. We want you to get a good idea of what it feels like out here, so listen to the sights and sounds as people are on their feet here in Chesapeake, Virginia. Not even 24 hours after President Trump and President Joe Biden met face-to-face in a debate on CNN. Now President Trump will take the stage to address Virginia here any minute. Enjoy the sights and sounds.
Every age group. Closer. President Trump is expected any minute now, so stand by. He will be joining us in just a moment, and in the meantime, we're enjoying the beautiful sights of this gorgeous farm. It's so much fun, and it's historical, which is lovely. hear the voice of Elvis saying glory, glory, hallelujah, and everybody is getting really excited. So much fun.
Thank you. You're fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Safe, everything is protected, and we're always surrounded by the police, by the Secret Service, and President Trump often will use his own money to employ additional law enforcement at a lot of different locations to make sure that safety is number one and is always paramount, which is wonderful. I love seeing the flags flying to the music. There's something very touching about that and almost coordinated. Here it comes.
Deuteronomy, just before dawn,
Scoping the area.
you feel you could cut with a knife. And now says the cat, who can now be reborn and come back.
You know, you look around at the crowd and you see people of all ages. You see the young, the old. You see people of all races. You see people from all over the country coming in. A lot of people follow him to a lot of rallies. A lot of people here, it's their first time to see President Trump. Everyone's excited. They're happy. They're waiting in the heat. And every time, Nikki, that the song plays out and a new song comes on, they go, oh, because they thought that that might be the one where he comes out next. So they've been waiting a long time to see President Trump here today here on the East Coast as we are at 3:48 p.m. Eastern Time. We know he's in the back talking to sponsors, people who donate. Not sure what's going on with the crowd right now, but
you know,
they turned around and started booing someone.
Yeah, somebody probably wasn't being excited like all of us. Somebody, you know, it's amazing. You see thousands and thousands and thousands of people happy, getting along, promoting positivity, and then you get one or two people who are the bad actors who come in and they just want to cause trouble, and it's so rare, but it's so few and far between. And thankfully we have an incredible law enforcement here in Virginia, as we do in every city in America, protecting everybody and making sure that everything is safe, not just for President Trump but for his supporters.
Yes, we love our law enforcement officers. We love the military, and then also you know, we had a surrogate who spoke earlier in the pre-show, Hung Cao, who is running for Senate here in Virginia, and he is a Navy veteran, so very thankful for him and his service. He is Trump endorsed, and he endorses Trump himself, so if you're in Virginia watching right now, Trump-endorsed candidate Hung Cao here today and got a huge standing ovation from the crowd. Okay, so we are going to let you listen in as we wait for President Trump. Again, we're told from the Trump team, just got a message. It could be any minute now, so stick with us here from Chesapeake, Virginia.
Love it.
President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Virginia. Did anybody last night watch a thing called The Debate? Man, that was a big one. But as you saw on television last night, we had a big victory against a man that really is looking to destroy our country. He's the worst. He's the most corrupt, the most incompetent president in the history of our country. And we have to take it back from that party. That's an evil party, despite the fact that crooked Joe Biden spent the entire week at Camp David resting, working, studying. He studied very hard. He studied so hard that he didn't know what the hell he was doing. He got the debate rules that he wanted. He got the date that he wanted. He got the network that he wanted with the moderates he wanted. No amount of rest or rigging could help him defend his atrocious record. It's not defensible. I don't care who you were. You could be the late, great Clarence Darrow. Has anyone ever heard of Clarence Darrow? He was known as quite a good debater. Not as good as your governor, but that's okay. Hello, Governor. I can't miss this guy in the crowd. But his son's much better looking than him. Joe Biden's problem is not his age. It's not his anything, really. He's got no problem other than it's his competence. He's grossly incompetent. You know, they keep saying old. I know people that are much older than him that are doing unbelievable things, making a fortune. I knew a man that at 79, he was never a success, and he made $1 billion, $1.5 billion from 79 to 92. And that's what it is. It's not his age, it's his competence. He's not respected anywhere in the world. Our country is being laughed at all over the world. Biden is using the weaponization of his Justice Department, the FBI, local district attorneys and attorneys general to try and win an election against his political opponent. That happens to be me. Do you know who I am? Something that actually was unthinkable in our nation, but which is very common in third world countries or in banana republics. That's what he's doing. He's using law enforcement to try and hurt his political opponent. Every one of those things last night, you saw that, was all started by this guy, this crooked guy. And not only crooked, I mean, just so bad in so many ways. He's killing our country. He's incapable of winning based on his far-left policies of open borders, massive tax increases, the Green New Scam. That's a windmill on every corner, most of which don't work. And things like putting men in women's sports, really not a great idea. As every American saw firsthand last night, this election is a choice between strength and weakness, competence and incompetence, peace and prosperity, or war or no war. They like a war. They love wars. You know, they love killing people. It's so wonderful. You know, I'm the only president in many, many decades that didn't start a war. I finished one. I beat ISIS in record time. As soon as I left, we had the situation where Russia went into Ukraine. They would have never done that. And where Israel's attacked. And then we had inflation. And then we had that horrible event that took place in Afghanistan. The worst, I think the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And it's a choice, though, between a president who puts America first or a train wreck who puts America last. They put America last. Actually, the Democrats put America last. You take a look at that. Look at a guy like Senator Schumer. I've always known him. I've known him a long time. I come from New York. I knew Schumer. He's become a Palestinian. He's a Palestinian now. Congratulations. He was very loyal to Israel and to Jewish people. He's Jewish, but he's become a Palestinian because they have a couple of more votes or something. Nobody's quite figured it out. A vote for Joe Biden is a vote for failure, surrender, and disaster for our country. A vote for your all-time favorite president, President Donald J. Trump. Is a vote for stopping Joe Biden's inflation, stopping the border invasion, and very simply making America great again. It will make America great again. You see these beautiful women. I'm not allowed to use the term beautiful as a politician. In fact, it could be the end of my career. If Glenn ever ran against me, he'd say he called women beautiful, and that could be the end of my career. But they're beautiful. What am I going to do? I can't lie. But you see these beautiful women up here? They come from a place called North Carolina. We all love North Carolina. And this is their 127th rally. And it's hard to believe. I seldom see their husbands, but they're happily married. I said, are you all happily married? They love their husbands. You love your husbands? They put up with a lot, huh? No, they're very happily married women, but it's 127. But I'll tell you, front row Joes even have that. They're about 200 and something, right? They must have made a lot of money somewhere along the line. Do my people treat you good? Huh? They better treat you good. Front row Joes, they become very famous. The question every voter should be asking themselves today is not whether Joe Biden can survive a 90-minute debate performance, but whether America can survive 4 more years of crooked Joe Biden in the White House. In fact, I don't know if we can really survive 5 more months. This is the most dangerous time in the history of our country, in my opinion, and we have a transition period because hopefully there has to be a transition. We've never been so close to World War III before, and if it happens, it will be a war like no other. This because of the threat of certain types of weapons. We don't even want to mention the word, but because of the type of weapons that you're talking about today, and I know them better than anybody. You know, I built our military. I totally rebuilt our military. I know more about weapons than just about anybody. And when you look at the incredible destructive power of these weapons, this will be a war like no other. This will not be 2 army tanks running against each other and shooting. This is going to be something the likes of which we've never seen. And we have a man who's grossly incompetent heading up our nation, and he's competing against Putin and President Xi of China and Kim Jong-un of North Korea. He's competing against people that are at the top of their game, and he was never really at the top of his game. He was never very good, but now he's really not good. Last night was a defeat not only for Biden, but for the entire radical left Democrat Party and the fake news media, who have been lying to the American people as our country was being destroyed. The fake news media, look at all of them back there. Look at all of them. That's a lot of cameras. That's a lot of cameras. That's a lot of camera power. The Joe Biden on stage yesterday was the same Joe Biden who gave us open borders, crushing inflation, rampant crime, 2 new wars, a disastrous Afghanistan embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, and the international humiliation. Think of it, one after another, international humiliation, one after another. Nobody respects him. Foreign leaders don't respect him. You know, we put up $124 billion more given to Ukraine than Europe. Now, Europe is a lot closer. We have a thing called an ocean in between us, right? So no matter how you cut it, it's got to be more important. Why is it that we're not equalized? Why is it that they put up $124 billion, our people, these people in Washington that don't know what the hell they're doing? You know, I stopped it with NATO. We were spending almost 100% of the money for NATO. And I went in my first meeting, I realized, I said, you know, they're not paying their bills. They're delinquent. My second meeting, I said, you got to pay. And they said, well, what would happen if we don't? Then we won't defend you against Russia. And the next day, money came in by the billions. You never saw money come in so fast, Len. The money was pouring in. And I took a lot of heat, Michael. Oh, there's Mike Waltz. He knows better than anybody on this subject. He's the all-time. He's the all-time. But am I right? The money came in like at a level that was never seen. Hundreds of billions of dollars poured in. And then I took heat from the press because they said, no, I will not defend you if you're not current. And they said, well, that's not very nice. I said, it's not nice. Now, if I said I will, they wouldn't have paid, right? I suspect. But I took a lot of heat. But the fact is, the Secretary General called it the greatest. He's never seen anything like it, because Bush would come in, make a speech and leave. Obama would come in, make a speech and leave. And then I came in and I didn't make a speech. I just said, these guys aren't paying their bills. They're not paying their bills. I don't want to make a speech until they pay their bills. But they asked me, will you defend us if we don't pay? I said, no, I will not defend you. We're not stupid anymore. And $400 billion came pouring in. You never saw money pouring in so fast. The whole world should know that while Biden is the worst president in the history of America, our country is going to be strong again, and it's going to be very soon. I want the enemies to know that, because we have a 5-month transition period, and I want the enemies to know, don't play around with us during this 5-month period. Don't play around. It's only for them. It's also from, in all fairness, we have enemies on the outside, China, Russia, North Korea, enemies, but they're not really enemies if you have a smart president. If you have a smart president, they're not enemies. You'll make them do great. We had no problems. China paid us hundreds of billions of dollars, and it was so because they respected our country. Thank you very much. He said they respected you. Thank you. Stand up, please. Who said that? Stand up. Because they respected us. You said it better than I could. Thank you. I plagiarized. Thank you. No, they respected us. There was no games. But we have the enemy on the outside, and you can do great things with them. And then we have a worse enemy. I call it the enemy from within. These are the sick people, the socialists. Remember I said, America will never be a socialist country. I was right. I was right. It skipped over socialism, went directly into fascism and communism. It never stopped at the station called socialism. It went worse. And that's a big problem that we have. But I think you're starting to see the end of that. And it's been starting for a while now with us, but I think last night was a big moment for people with common sense that want to see America be great again, want to put America first. Many people are saying that after last night's performance that Joe Biden is leaving the race. But the fact is, I don't really believe that, because he does better in polls than any of the Democrats they're talking about. You've seen that, Glenn. These polls come out with some of the names they're being, like Gavin Newsom. He can't run California. He's one of the worst governors. No, he's a bad governor. He can't run California. People are leaving one of the most beautiful places on earth in terms of weather, in terms of everything else. You can't do any better than California. He's doing a terrible job. But he gets up and he says, oh, California's doing great, pa, 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 like a machine gun, pa, 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 pa. But it's doing bad. People are leaving so fast, and he'd be easy. But he's got lousy poll numbers. And you take a look at some of the others. Then, of course, Kamala is somebody that will be on the scope. It might have been Joe Biden's single best decision, putting her as vice president. Might have been his best, because nobody wants that. I do. I'd be very happy with that. But they don't poll as well as this guy. I mean, I don't want to speak against myself, but maybe, and they polled everybody. They polled Michelle Obama. She polls very badly. No, she polls terribly. Michelle Obama, people, you know, they polled many people, and it's hard to believe, but crooked Joe Biden polls better than those people. So I don't know what's going to happen. I have absolutely no idea. I just know that we're going to make America great again. That's a good-looking group back there. Better looking than front row Joes. You know what happens? You think they don't have a good seat. They actually have the best seat, because oftentimes the cameras are on them. The cameras aren't on you. And I'm making a speech, and they have all this stuff. It's all over the world, and a lot of them get picked. Would you like to come to Hollywood? You'd be amazed how many people. They see some of these beautiful faces, and they say, let's move them to Hollywood. They have the best seat. They don't know it, but they do. Okay, I don't want to point to too many of them. Get myself in trouble. But remember, the biggest problem for our country is not Joe Biden's personal decline. It's that Joe Biden's policies are causing America's decline at a level that we've never seen before. That's why this November, the people of Virginia and the people of America are going to tell crooked Joe Biden, Biden, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired. Get out. We don't want you. You've been the worst president in the history of our country. We don't want you. Get the hell out of here. But we don't just need to fire Biden. As you saw yesterday, the whole Democrat Party deserves to be voted out of office. You have some great people. You have some great people in this state. And the reason I'm honored to be with you, Governor, who's here, just made a really fantastic speech. I saw it coming in. I'm flying in on my plane. I'm watching him speak. I said, what a beautiful crowd that is. But he just made a great speech, because what he says turns out to be right. He's got common sense. He's got great policy. He's got the policy that made America great. Now America is in decline because they have people that are going against those basic policies. But he's got the policies that made America great. And I'll call him up. I just said to him, do you want to come up? I know you just spoke for 45 minutes. Will you want to come up? And I said, come on up. You know, so he's going to come up in a couple of seconds. And as far as I'm concerned, he can say it all again. He can say it all again. But we're proud of him. He's done a great job. Time and again, Joe Biden revealed how extreme and divisive the radical left Democrats have become. Before your very eyes, Crooked Joe endorsed unlimited extreme late-term abortion up to the moment of birth, and even after think of this, and even death after a baby is born. And I always am very clear about this. When I say the governor of Virginia, I always go back and say the former governor, because you don't want to be tied into this. But the former governor, that was, I call him Michael Jackson. Remember? His wife saved him. He was going to moonwalk. He was trying to say why he wore blackface, and he was going to moonwalk across the stage. And that's when his wife finally put down her foot. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're already destroyed us. You've destroyed us. Don't do it. Remember, she stopped him because nobody can moonwalk like Michael Jackson, the greatest people. So this would not have been a pretty scene. But he said that, and you can see it. I mean, they have tapes on it. He said the baby is born. Yes, the baby is born, and then we make a decision on what to do with the baby. And there's some states that allow that. It's not even believable. But think of that. But Biden celebrates throwing his political opponents in jail. He bragged about surrendering our energy independence and all of the other things that he's done in favor of China and India and other countries. And he claimed that the strength of our economy comes not from hardworking Americans, but from illegal aliens, where almost all of our new jobs have gone to illegal aliens. You know that? And just remember I said this because this is a disaster waiting to happen. You know, we're doing very well with the black and Hispanic vote. We're doing very well with the union vote. Like record numbers. Because we've done a lot. We've done criminal justice reform. We've saved the historically black colleges and universities. We had great economic development programs with Tim Scott. Opportunity zones, it's called. It's probably the most successful opportunity. I mean, it's the most incredible thing. And that's gone largely to black, Hispanic people. It's been great. So we've done a lot. But, you know, the worst thing that's happening to black, number one, Hispanic, number two, unions, number three, is the millions of people pouring into our country. They're taking their jobs, and they're taking the black jobs. People that have had their jobs for a long time are losing their jobs. And Hispanic jobs, people that have had them for a long time, they're losing their jobs. And you know who else is the biggest loser? Is going to be the unions. The unions, like the Teamsters. I have such respect for Sean. He's the head of the Teamsters. I don't want to throw around names, but he's a good man. And I don't know, I think, you know, we're at 89% approval within the Teamsters union. And I use Teamsters when I build buildings in Manhattan. They do unbelievable. They take the concrete trucks, and there's nobody can wheel a truck. These guys are incredible. And, you know, maybe we get lucky. Maybe somebody's smart, you know, when they have 89% approval, and then they endorse, because for 50 years they endorse automatically. It's almost like automatic. They endorse the Democrat, but I think maybe the Teamsters go with us. You know, when you have a vast majority on your side, and then the person that did it, Hoffa did it last time, and he ended up getting sort of thrown out of the union. But I think they have some good leadership. I think a lot of unions are coming our way, but these millions and millions of people that are coming from prisons and jails, you know, there is a slight difference, okay? They're coming from prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums like Silence of the Lamb. The press always says, why does he ramble about Silence of the Lamb? The late, great Hannibal Lecter, he'd like to have you over for dinner. Did you ever? Don't do it. If he suggests, I'd like to have you for dinner, don't go. But these are the people that are coming into our country, and they're coming in at numbers that nobody can believe. Venezuela has its lowest crime rate in 30 years because they're taking their gang members and they're dropping them into Virginia, but you have a governor that's not letting them stay very long. Right? But Joe Biden and the Democrats know this, but they're unwilling to do, for whatever reason. I don't understand, for whatever. You know, you always like to understand the other side or your opponent's reasoning. Why would somebody want open borders? Why would somebody want men playing in women's sports? Why would somebody want 100% electric vehicles and they don't go far? They're too expensive. And you know what? They have a place. Elon is a friend of mine. He probably doesn't like me too much with what I say, but they have a a great place for a certain application. But you don't want 100%. They've made so many. They've spent trillions of dollars on subsidies. You ever notice that the car companies aren't selling cars, but they seem to be very happy? You know why? Because they're getting massive amounts of subsidy from the government. Normally, they'd all be out of business because they're not selling cars. They're making far more electric vehicles than you need. But they do have a place. They have a great place. But it's 9%, 7%, 8%. You have hundreds of thousands of unsold cars. This would be a great time for you to go buy an electric vehicle. But the car companies normally would be losing their shirt. But this stupid, stupid, stupid man that we have is giving massive subsidies. He's given massive subsidies to windmills all over the country that are ruining our beautiful plains, our beautiful land, our beautiful oceans. Whales aren't exactly in love with them. How about in New Jersey, where they had one whale in 50 years that washed up to shore, and last year they had 18. Would you say there's something going on? Little. They had one whale in 50 years. Last year they had 18. That's a lot. And happening more. It does something to them. It drives them crazy. Joe Biden's radical left Democrat Party is now the party of open borders, massive tax hikes, the destruction of Social Security. They are destroying your Social Security because these millions of people are coming in. They're giving them Social Security. Do you believe this? They're destroying it. They're the party of endless wars, weaponization of law enforcement, lies, hoaxes, and corruption. They're corrupt people. The Republican Party is now the party for all Americans because the Republican Party is the party of common sense. Common sense. And in the wake of all these Biden disasters, it's time for our country to finally come together so that our whole nation can win together once again. We're going to win together. We're going to bring our country together with success. Our country, pre-COVID, we had a country that was rocking and rolling like no country in the history of the world. And everybody wanted to come together. It was going to unify. I was getting calls from people that I would have said were radical left, serious radical left, Democrats. They wanted to come. They wanted to have lunch. And then we got the gift from China, COVID, the China virus, as we more accurately call it. And we did a great job. You know, we were recognized for doing great economy. We started no wars. We rebuilt our military. We got the greatest tax cuts in history, greater than the Reagan tax cuts many years before. The greatest, we had the greatest cuts in regulation of any country and of this country. Nobody has even come within 25, 30% of what we did. We cut regulations at a level that nobody ever saw before. And, you know, when I went to the big companies and the small companies, and I'd say, which was more important, the biggest tax cuts in history or the biggest regulation cuts in history? I have never heard one person say the tax cuts. They'd say the regulation cuts were more important. People couldn't build. They couldn't do anything. They were just stagnated. We had a case in Louisiana where an LNG plant, it was stuck in 14 years of traffic. They couldn't get their environmental permits. I got them in one day when I came into office, one day. And they built a $15 billion, this is like 3 Empire State Buildings rolled over and put together. This was the longest thing I've ever seen, made up of like all pipes. And I said, what the hell? But it was a $15 billion project, and they couldn't get it done. I got it done in one day. I took all the things. I said, let's get it done. And then we got 2 of the other ones done, and they're doing unbelievable business. And it was foreign money being poured into the United States. They would have never gotten it approved. And we have many such plants, different types, but plants will never get approved. And all they do is produce good things for us and lots of jobs. And in Virginia, we're doing that, too. We're working with your government to get a lot of things approved that you thought would never happen. And we'll get them done very, very quickly. But with these guys, you'll never get them done. You'll never get them done. They don't have any clue. All they know is electric. They want electric army tanks. They want electric planes. What happens if the sun isn't shining while you're up in the air? Well, sir, I told you there'd be problems, sir. No, they want electric everything. They want electric boats. The problem, the boats, they don't float because the battery is so heavy, it sinks the boat. They say, we don't care, we want them anyway. Whether you're a Democrat or Republican, young or old, black, brown, or white, we welcome you to our movement and ask for your help and your partnership in making America the strongest, most magnificent country again anywhere in the world. As I said last night, I'm not in this race for me. I'm in this race for the sake of our country. You know, I told him last night, I wish you were a great president. I wouldn't even be here. I wouldn't have been indicted more than Al Capone. Al Capone was indicted one time. He was a killer. If he took you, see the guy standing up? See that guy? I don't know who the hell he is, but if Al Capone took him to dinner, he'd say, he's so obnoxious, kill him. He'd say, kill him. He'd be dead, and then the cops were afraid to investigate him. They'd say, Al Capone did it? I'm not interested in looking at that. He'd be at the bottom of a foundation of a nice big building. And I got indicted more than Alphonse Capone, Scarface. Can you believe it? And it's all been because of Biden. But I said to him, I wish you were the greatest president because I wouldn't have run. I wouldn't have done this. I wouldn't. Look, it was rigged. The election was totally rigged. But I wouldn't have run. If he were a great president, I'd say, you know what? If he's doing a great job, that's so important. I wouldn't have run. And I wouldn't have been going through all this stuff. But I wouldn't be here with you, and I'm enjoying this. This is better than sitting home watching television. This is much better. This is better than being on some magnificent island that I own and enjoying the fruits of life. This is much better standing out here in 100-degree weather. Global warming. Every time it turns a little slightly warm, it's global warming. It's global. The planet is going to hell. What about those people that used to say we have 12 years, in which case we're all gone? That ended about 5 years ago. We keep waiting. No, he said last night, you know, he loves his word. It's an existential threat. Existential. He has no idea what the hell the word means. I was going to ask him. But he said it again last night, that global warming is an existential threat. And I say that the thing that's an existential threat is not global warming, where the ocean will rise, maybe, and it may go down also, but it may rise 1/8 of an inch in the next 497 years, they say. 1/8, which gives you a little bit more waterfront property if you're lucky enough to own. No, that's not the threat. You know what the threat is? That's the threat. Joe Biden. It's a threat. Now, the threat is weaponry. The threat is nuclear weapons, okay? The threat is nuclear warming. That can happen tomorrow. We have 6 countries out there with massive nuclear capability. He doesn't mention it. You know, I watch these people talking about global warming, and they don't use that now. They use climate change because global warming was no good because it was actually getting cooler. So they used to have in the 1920s, you know, they thought the planet was going to freeze. They had a thing, global cooling. They had a picture, I think it was on Time magazine, of the Earth, very cool. 1920s, it was a global cooling thing. But now they got smart. It's climate change. Because climate change, if it goes warm, it's good. If it goes cool, it doesn't matter what. If it rains, if it snows, if you have more tornadoes or less tornadoes. You know, I read about some bad tornadoes, and we do have bad tornadoes. But the worst tornado was in 1987. The worst tornado was in the 1800s. They say 1857 ripped the hell out of the country. In 1893, we had a series of tornadoes that made these look like babies. Now, that's only reporting, you know, who knows, but they were very serious. It's cold weather. The risk is weaponry. The risk is nuclear warming. And we have to be careful. And we need our smartest people to head this up. My uncle was a professor at MIT, the longest-serving professor in the history of MIT, Dr. John Trump. And Dr. John Trump told me many years ago, I was a little boy, just like that beautiful kid over there. I wasn't as good-looking as him, but other than that, but I was the same age. And you know what? He told me, I say, what do you mean, Uncle John? No, someday he knew nuclear better than anybody. You know, when he graduated from MIT, they said, would you do us a favor? What? Become a professor. And because he was so smart. And he said, well, I'd like to think about it. But he did. And he was there for 41 years. He's the longest-serving professor in the history of MIT. He used to tell me about nuclear many years ago when I was a little boy. He said, Someday you'll have a bomb that can do destruction, the likes of which nobody can even imagine. And I won't tell you what he said in terms of the power, but he would say just that, and then he'd go into some more details. And I said, no way, Uncle John. No way. No, he said, yes, that will be. And he was very worried about it. That's your threat, and we don't even talk about it. We never even met. Can you imagine this guy saying global warming is the greatest threat to our country? Global warming is fine. In fact, I heard it was going to be very warm today. It's fine. It's fine. I believe that, and we were united. I'll tell you, during that period of time, just prior to COVID coming in, I was with Tony Fabrizio and John McLaughlin, two of the great pollsters, and there are good pollsters. You know, we have a lot of fake pollsters, like we have a lot of fake news. They are fake news in a sense. But by the way, did you see? We had a poll last week, Rasmussen, which is a good poll. That's only good because I like them. You know, they happen to be good. If they were bad, like 2 months from now, I'd say they're terrible. But the Rasmussen poll is a big deal. It's a really good poll, and they have us up 10 points on this guy. 10 points. That's pretty good. And a friend of mine who's very smart, but he's not really into politics, he said, could I ask you a question? Why is 10 points good? You mean he's going to get 40 points? I said, you have to understand the Democrats basically get 40 points. It doesn't matter. If this lectern was running for office, it would get 40. Actually, Joe, that's true. They get 40 automatically. The Republicans have to do it the old-fashioned way. We have to earn it. We have to do like in 2016. We have to do really like 2020. You know, we got many millions of more votes in 2020 than we got in 2016. We did actually much better. But it was rigged. What are you going to do? But you know what? We're not going to let that happen again. We're not letting that happen. They used COVID to cheat. They did everything possible to cheat. And Hillary Clinton said, why didn't you do that to me? Why didn't you find those votes for me like you found for Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? Oh, ready? Poll. What's a better name? I go Crooked Joe first, and then Crooked Joe Biden or Sleepy Joe Biden. Ready? Crooked Joe first. Who likes Crooked Joe Biden first? Okay. Who likes Sleepy Joe Biden? Similar. Okay, let's do it again. Crooked Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe Biden. Crooked. The other time, last week I did that. You know, I like saving money. You go to these pollsters, they interview. I don't even think they interview them, if you want to know the truth. I think they just say they interview because they make money. I don't even think they interview them. But they say they interview like 243 people, and they tell you what's going to happen with the race, right? And then they want to charge you $500,000. Politicians know this. And I come to these rallies, and I do my own polls. We have 25,000 people or something here today. I get a free poll. It's a free poll. Okay, here's another one. Who likes Governor Glenn Youngkin? That's the end of that. I don't know who to put against him because there's nobody going to win. Anyway, well, you're right. But we were a truly united country, and I believe that we can be a very great country again. It's going to be stronger. It's going to be more glorious. It's going to be better than ever. We're going to make our country better than ever. Our mission must start with restoring safety to America, one of the most disturbing lies out of Crooked Joe's mouth. In our debate last night was when he denied anything having to do with the border. Anything having to do with the border. He said the border is such a lovely place, letting massive numbers of terrorists pour into our country. Just 2 days ago, news reports revealed that while Biden was taking his 10-day rest and study period, it was a rest and study. Where is he going to be? I love Camp David, by the way. I'm not a rustic person. I don't love rustic look, but I loved it. You had to see this place. I started to love it. Very seductive. You go up these log cabins. They're so beautiful, the best. And I'd see FDR, pictures of FDR and pictures of the great presidents. And it was so historic and so incredible. But I'm not sure he has any idea what the history is. He just likes a log cabin. He wants to lock himself in. He wants a place to sleep, okay? Just leave me alone. Leave me alone. I want to sleep. I'm studying for the debate. I want to sleep and study. That's all I'm going to do for 10 days while the world is going to hell. But he had a study period at Camp David while more than 50 terrorists, 55 to be exact, were running into the United States after Biden allowed them to cross our wide open southern border. Crooked Joe has no idea where they are, what kind of slaughter they intend to commit, but you will bet anything. ISIS terrorists, 55 of them last week. ISIS terrorists, the worst in the world. By the way, I defeated ISIS, you know that, with General Kane, right? Raisin Kane, you know that story, Raisin Kane. He was great, great general, real general, not the television. We have a lot of television generals, they're no good. Like Milley. How about Milley? We had some, like the dumbest of them all, General Kelly. He didn't know. He was lost in the White House. That poor guy didn't know what the hell was happening. He was like a lost, we used to call him a lost soul. Under the Trump administration, we will not rest until we have found every single radical Islamic terrorist who Joe Biden has let into America. We will arrest them or we will throw them the hell out of our country immediately, and we will not let them back in. We have no choice. And already Biden's open border nightmare has stolen countless innocent lives. Yesterday in Houston, you read about this, 12-year-old Jocelyn Nunguri was laid to rest by her grieving mother, who I spoke to yesterday, incredible woman, just devastated. Literally, I was going up to the debate, and I got the return call from the mother, and I talked to her, and they're screaming at me, "Sir, you're going to the debate. You're going right now, sir." You know, and I'm on the phone, and I said, "I can't, I might be late." But that's okay. But I said I will. I did talk to her, and then I said, "I'll speak to you, and I'm going to call her today or tomorrow." A devastated person. She was a devastated person, but her precious daughter became yet another victim of the Biden migrant crime. People that would have never come in here. In fact, a lot of these people that you're reading about, we threw them out. They were gone, and they came back under Biden. Last week, Jocelyn was savagely tied up, viciously assaulted, and brutally murdered by two Biden migrants who Crooked Joe released into the United States to prey on our women and girls. One of these monsters waited just 20 days before ending Jocelyn's beautiful American life. Crooked Joe proved last night he has no regret, no remorse, had no idea who she was, no empathy and no compassion for all the innocent victims whose lives have been just absolutely destroyed. And you look at so many of the other young people that you're hearing about, so many of them are young, 13, 12, raped and killed. 13 years old, 12 years old, raped and killed. And remember this, I say this a lot, this is just starting because they're just getting comfortable in the country. They never heard about politically correct law enforcement. We have the greatest police in the world, but they're not allowed to do their job. And we're going to let them do their job. And we're going to give them immunity so they can't be prosecuted for doing their job. Joe Biden inherited a great border because I fixed it. Remember, I fixed it in 2016. I got elected because of the border. But that border was nothing compared to what we have. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But I fixed it. It was a big deal, and I would say it was probably one or two in terms of my points that I had a lot of things, but the border was a big deal. It was a bad border. I fixed it, so much so that I couldn't even speak about it during the 2020 race because nobody cared about it anymore because it was fixed. So he inherited a perfect border, and he proceeded to destroy it almost immediately. He destroyed it at a level that nobody can even believe, but many times worse than it was in 2016. I'd love, I have a chart. I don't know if these guys don't know about this, but I have a chart that if they could find it, put it up, because there's one little stat on this chart. Oh, wow. These guys have become good. It used to take a day to get that chart. They'd say, "Sir, we'll have it up tomorrow." I said, "Tomorrow's not going to help me, Glenn." So you see the arrow, Glenn, on the bottom. See the arrow, the big red arrow on the bottom. That's the lowest level of illegal immigration ever in recorded history right there. That's the week that I left office. And look what happened after that. Look at the numbers on the right. Look at what happened after that. So that was the lowest level, and then it started marching upward. But what you don't see are the drugs. We're at the lowest level in 32 years. The human trafficking, mostly in women. They traffic in women. And that's now back at a level that we've never even seen or imagined before. But I love that chart. You know, that chart is just a small chart in with other numbers like poll numbers and things that are so impressive, even fundraising. You know, we raised more money after this crooked trial than we've ever raised, I think, than any candidate. I think we raised over $400 million. Can you believe it? I would say if we did 10 million, it would be a lot during this period. 10 million's a lot of money. They raised over $400 million during this very short period of time, a little period of time. If we would have done like 8 or 9 or 10, it would have been great. But they did numbers that no, because everyone knows they're a bunch of crooked people. These are crooked people using justice to try and win an election. But I'm proud of that chart. It was in with other things that are very important. But there's something about the importance of this that I really thought we could show it. And sometimes we'll take it out, show it to some of these big crowds. When I return to the White House, we will stop the plunder, rape, slaughter, and destruction of American suburbs, cities, and towns. And for the suburban women, who I actually think vote for me, I think that's, you know, they say... They say the suburban women, what, you saw Biden, you like Biden? Yeah, the suburban women, you know why they like me? Because I'm going to keep them safe. I'm going to keep them safe. We're going to keep them safe. And I think it's fake. I think we do great with suburban women, but I always read, he's trying to get the suburban women. No, I think they like me because I'm going to keep them safe. Militarily and also from the standpoint of borders and everything else. We will shut down deadly sanctuary cities. I will shift massive portions of federal law enforcement to immigration enforcement. And on day one, we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. And we have no choice. Have no choice. And as we discussed last night with Crooked Joe, the Biden border invasion has also been a disaster. And I say it, and I'll say it again. For the African-American, Hispanic-American communities more than anybody else, virtually all of the net jobs created have gone to Biden migrants. Who would think that? I heard that a week ago. I said, you got to give me that stat. Almost every job, did you know that? It's hard to believe, actually. Almost every new job has gone to illegal immigrants. Joe Biden wants to be the president for illegal aliens, and I want to be the president for Americans of every background, every walk of life, every race, religion, color, and creed. And remember, Joe Biden used the term super predators. He used it for 10 years. He used it more than anybody else. That's not a man that likes black people. I will tell you, that's not a man. Super predator. Ask him about it. I brought it up last night. He went, oh. Super predator, ask him. And honestly, only black people know what that term represents. 1990s, Joe Biden, super predator for 10 years. Every day, more African Americans and Hispanic Americans are joining our movement, and that's one of the major reasons that we're going to win the Commonwealth of Virginia this fall. And our case to Virginia is very simple. We will seal the border. We will make the American dream affordable again. But we will bring back the American dream, something you don't hear about anymore. You're going to have the American dream back. Working with your great governor, Glenn Youngkin, we will make Virginia greater than it has ever been before. Under my leadership, we had the greatest economy in the history of the world. That was proven time and time again. During my term, we had gasoline down to $1.87 a gallon. And by the way, take a look at gasoline. It's going up rapidly. Do you see what's going on? That's going up. And by the end, the 30-year mortgage, think of this, was 2.6%. It was 2.6% interest. And you know what it is now? It's 10%, but you can't get the money. So the American dream of owning a house is impossible. When I left office, inflation was almost nothing. How about this guy going around saying it was 9%? No, it was 9% when he didn't enter. About 14 months after he got in, he had to go from almost nothing to 9%. But he had a period where he had what they call the Trump float. He had all the good things, including the bounce-back jobs that they took. They said all these pandemic jobs, we said close it down, do whatever you want, and then when it opens, they're called bounce-back jobs. And they bounce back to bigger than where it was before. He takes the credit for it. You don't take credit for a bounce back. Joe Biden accidentally admitted last night, quote, there was no inflation when I became president. He made a mistake. That was where I said, did you mean that, Joe? You mean you're... Now, Virginia families are being crushed by Crooked Joe. You can't afford groceries, rent, a house, a car payment, or anything else. I think your real rate of inflation, by the way, they say 24, 25%. I think if you really add the right items and you include interest where you can't get a mortgage, but if you do, you're going to pay much more than 10%. I think your rate of inflation is 35 to 50%, and that's killing this country. It's a country buster. It's a family buster. It's busting up everything. We have the highest inflation, in my opinion, in the history of our country. In fact, Biden didn't have inflation for the first, so he didn't have it for many, many months because I gave him something that was beautiful. I gave him a clean, beautiful border. All he had to do is leave Tom Homan and leave these great people, you know, Brandon Judd, great. Oh, and he had a news conference today because Biden last night used his name in vain. He said, I never supported Biden and I never would. He said, I support Trump. I don't support Biden. He has no support. He doesn't have support from one police group anywhere in the country. Frankly, he's a defunder. If you want to know, defund the police. That's another brilliant policy that they have. And then like a nightmare, it all began. But on day one of my new administration, we will throw out Bidenomics and we will replace it. We are going to replace it with Maganomics. We're Maganomics. Maganomics. To stop Bidenflation, I will end Joe Biden's colossal waste of American taxpayer dollars, and I will rapidly terminate a thing called the Green New Scam. It's the greatest scam in the history of our country. We're spending trillions and trillions of dollars on nonsense, on things that all they do is cause waste and inflation. I will repeal every disastrous Biden regulation. He's adding them back as fast as he can, killing our jobs. Cancel Crooked Joe's insane electrical, think of it, the electric vehicle mandate. It's called the EV mandate. And we will do something like we've never done it before, although we did it pretty good 5 years ago. You know, 5 years ago, we were totally non-reliant on oil and gas from other countries. We were going to soon be energy dominant. We were going to be sending it out to Europe, all over the world. Nobody had ever seen anything like it. And then this guy ended it. Then prices went up and he started saying, oh, let him drill, let him drill. But if this election went bad, our country is going to be destroyed. But they will go back to that policy on the day after it opens up. And you're going to have electric bills that will be triple what they are now. Because when we get in, we're going to have a very simple phrase. We will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. Think of it. 4 years ago, we were energy independent. Now we're begging Venezuela, one of the safest places on earth. It's true. Though their crime rate is down to the lowest that they've ever had. Their crime rate is down 72% because they've taken all of their criminals, they've taken all of their prisoners, they've taken all of their drug lords, drug dealers. They've taken all of their gang members and brought them to the United States of America. Congratulations. Congratulations, everybody. And they brought them in, so their crime rate is, wait, you have here, their crime is down 72%. They've taken their criminals and they deposited, and then they just got up 2 weeks ago and said, under no circumstances will we take any of them back. So here's what we're going to do. Next year, we're all going to meet as a group. And if this guy, it's not even conceivable that he's in. I hate to even want to suggest it. Let's say in a few months we'll do this. We're going to meet again. We're going to meet in Venezuela because it's the safest place on earth. You know, in Caracas, a year ago, 2 years ago, you had no chance of walking across the street if you were a woman without being accosted, beat up, shot, knifed to death. Now it's a very safe city because they've moved everybody into the United States of America. How stupid are we? How stupid are we? And their crime rates way down. And all over the world, their prison populations are down. And the fake news, look at them all over back there. The fake news doesn't want to talk about it. They say Donald Trump has a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy. No, it's not conspiracy. And by the way, if I were one of the presidents or dictators, as I call them, most of them are dictators, but they go under the term president. But I know them all very well. I would have been doing better than them. I would have had 100% over in this country by now. They're emptying their prisons. You know what that is? They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. Do you know the money they save? The money is massive. And we have all the problems. Nothing good is going to come out. And we have ISIS terrorists. We have terrorists pouring into our country. Just bad, bad things are going to happen. And it's all because of this incompetent president, the worst president in history. If he gets back in, Joe Biden has also vowed to pulverize Virginia families with the largest tax hikes in history. Congratulations. He pledged that the Trump tax cuts are, quote, going to expire, and if I'm elected, it's going to stay expired. That means he's going to raise your taxes by 4 times. It's going to be the largest. You know that, Lynn. He wants to give you the largest tax increase in the history of our country. It's going to decimate Virginia, and it's going to decimate every state, and it's not his fault. You'll have to take the heat. Maybe that's what they're doing. You'll have to take the heat. But they want to decimate because those tax cuts went more to the middle class and the lower class than to anybody else and the creation of jobs. But instead of a Biden tax increase, I will deliver a Trump and call it a Trump middle class tax cut. And all of my life, I said it last night, I've watched as politicians cut taxes. This guy wants to raise your taxes by 4 times, and people say, oh, let's vote for him. I don't know. They don't use the term liberal anymore. They use the term progressive, you know, because it's a nice-sounding word. I'm a progressive. But it's not a good word. It's a really bad word. And we will have a brand-new Trump economic boom. We're going to cut taxes. So we cut taxes substantially, massively, the biggest tax. And with a lower rate, we did much more business, much more revenue than we had before the cuts. In other words, we just did better. And Apple and Microsoft, all these companies were bringing their money back from offshore countries, from other countries. They were bringing it back into the United States because they essentially weren't allowed to from a practical standpoint because the tax was so high and the bureaucracy of doing it was almost impossible, they say. So we're going to do more tax cutting. And we're going to have this country at a level that you've never seen it before. And we're going to, you know, underfoot, under the ground, we have more liquid gold, oil and gas than any country on earth. And, you know, we had a thing called ANWR in Alaska. Ronald Reagan wanted to get it approved. He couldn't do it. Everybody wanted to get it approved. I got it approved. The first week of Biden, they disapproved it. The greatest reserves, they say, outside of perhaps Saudi Arabia, could be greater than Saudi Arabia. Would have been so great for Alaska, but would have been great for this country. Massive, massive oil reserves, and they turned it down. These people are horrible. I've announced that as part of those tax cuts, I will eliminate all taxes on tips. A very simple statement. No taxes on tips. I got that idea the other night. I'm in Las Vegas at my place, which is a very nice place, having dinner with some people, big people, successful people, talking about the future of the country, and they're very worried about it. And the waitress came over. I said, how are you doing? Been there for a long time. And she said, they're killing me on tips. I said, really? They go after? He said, you have no idea. They just issued new regulations that make it impossible for us to live. And I was actually surprised to hear it. No taxes on tips. And when I announced that last week, you know, my phone's lit up. I never saw anything like that. That was a very popular thing to announce, but it's a good thing. You earn the money, you keep the money. Every time you leave a tip for the next 5 months, make sure to write on the receipt, vote for Trump, for no taxes on tips. It's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. A great thing just happened a few hours ago. You probably heard about it, but maybe you didn't, because some of you have been standing in line for 3 days. Do you know that? These people, right, they've been online for 3 days to get into your place, Glenn. This is crazy. You must have heard that Glenn is going to be here with a superstar son. We do, right? Don't we? I think he's great. Doing great. But just this happened a few hours ago. The Supreme Court ruled that Biden's Department of Justice has wrongly prosecuted hundreds of Americans for peacefully protesting on January 6th. Those people have been treated so badly, especially when you compare them with people that ripped apart and killed people in Portland and in Seattle and in other places. They have been treated so badly. So we're asking, based on the decision, they should immediately be released, immediately, the J6 hostages. But all of these people, whether it's the thugs in Portland, the thugs of Seattle, the thugs of Minneapolis. How about Minneapolis? It was burning down. Remember the guy from CNN? Although I shouldn't knock CNN, because I actually thought they treated me very fairly last night. Very professional, both of them. Jake and Dana, they treated us very fairly. They abused me for years, but last night, right? What happened? They treated me very fairly. I think it's great. I think it was great for them. It was great for CNN, but I thought they were very fair. But all of those thugs, and then you take the monument-wrecking thugs of Washington, D.C. Remember, they came into Washington, and, you know, you thought maybe there was a little bit of a racial anger. But then they wanted to take down the statue of Abraham Lincoln. I'm saying, what's this all about? But they only wanted to do things until I got tough with them and imposed a 10-year jail sentence on anyone for so much as touching any one of our magnificent monuments. And it was amazing to watch them flee the city. They fled the city very rapidly from that moment on. You know, I brought out an old law that had been done in the early 1900s, and it said that if you touch a statue, you get a maximum fine of 10 years in jail. And you can't do anything about it. It's 10 years in jail, and that's it. So I reinstated that law. You could never have a law like that passed today because it's too tough. They don't do things. Until the country's really in trouble, they won't do things. But I took it out. I reenacted it. And as soon as I did, in other words, 10 years in jail if you get caught doing anything to one of our beautiful monuments or statues. They fled Washington. It was a beautiful sight. I watched them go up. Look at them go. Look at them go. No, because it's what they understand. But based on the Supreme Court, the great Supreme Court, we put 3 incredible justices on. They had, I understand, another 3, and they did the right thing. Free the J6 hostages now. They should free them now for what they've gone through. They've been waiting for this decision for a long time. They've been waiting for a long time, and that was a great answer. That was a great thing for people that have been so horribly treated. So many of these people were told to go in, right? The police, go in, go in, go in. What's going on? And they put them in jail for years and years. All of their persecution is only happening, and all of it has happened to me because I'm running for president and leading very substantially in all of the polls, every single poll. We're leading in every state. We're even leading in the state, or as you would say, the Commonwealth of Virginia. No, we're leading in the Commonwealth, and I'm glad I corrected that, right? If I didn't correct it, well, they'll put it on tonight. They'll have it cut just prior to, they'll cut it just prior to. No, the Commonwealth is great, but we're leading, and it could be a very substantial lead, but we have one poll with 2 up, another one with 3 up, another one with 4 up, one we're even, but that was a very Democrat poll. I don't believe that. But we're going to make Virginia greater than ever before. I hope you get out and do this, because these people are destroying our country. As you saw last night, it's all coming straight from Crooked Joe himself, because he thinks it's the only way that he can win. All of this persecution of people, it's all coming from Joe Biden and his thugs, because I'm not even sure he knows what the hell's going on. But he's surrounded by vicious thugs. He's surrounded by fascists and communists. But since the show trial in New York, my poll numbers have increased so substantially, nobody's seen anything like it. And I think last night will not detract from that. And fundraising, as I said, is at an all-time high. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 200. Think of this. They rigged the election in 2020 like nobody's ever seen before. And we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. We're not going to allow it to happen. And every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists, every time they indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor, because I'm being indicted for you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom, because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me, because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me. They're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way, and I always will. So we're thrilled to be joined today by many outstanding Virginia patriots, great people, including the next senator from the Commonwealth of Virginia, Hung Cao. I think he's going to be great. You're going to win. What do you think? Is he going to win, Glenn? You're going to help him? We got to help. Hey, Glenn, should we have him come up for a second? Come on up. We got to get him to win. Because let me tell you, his opponent is terrible. He's just terrible. Hung is a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy, and he served with special operations in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Somalia. He was one of the most brave guys. They talk about it. He's become a legend, and that's why he's running. And now he's running to fight for the hardworking people of Virginia. Hung Cao will vote to secure our borders, stop Joe Biden's inflation nightmare, and crack down on violent crime. He will vote for low taxes, low regulations, and low energy prices, and he is a warrior. He'll support our police and our veterans, and most importantly, Hung Cao will defeat a terrible senator, a man who's got very little respect in Washington, D.C. His name is Tim Kaine. Nobody respects him. They call him a walking mat. He votes for anything Biden wants. He's got a 100% record of voting for Crooked Joe. Tim Kaine has voted repeatedly to continue Joe Biden's border invasion. I don't know how you people, this is killing you, and yet this guy votes all the time to keep it going. Tim Kaine. Let the people pour into our country, even if they're criminals, even if they're mental patients. He voted to protect deadly sanctuary cities. He voted for the largest proposed amnesty plan and tax plan in American history. He voted against Kate's Law think of that, how do you vote against Kate's Law? And he voted to terminate Title 42. He voted to give illegal aliens taxpayer-funded benefits, the likes of which nobody has ever seen, including our great veterans. Virginia cannot afford 6 more years of Tim Kaine and his open borders agenda. Everybody's got to get out and vote for Hung Cao. I love this name. He is really going to be great. Hung, say a few words, please.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, the only person better off today than they were 4 years ago is an illegal alien. We're going to fight for America. We're going to put Americans first, like we always have, with your leadership, sir.
Go get him. Yes, sir. Telling you, he's going to win. Man, that guy he's got a serious handshake. Well, I'm sorry, but I think my hand may be broken. He's a tough cookie. That's a serious handshake you have. Thank you. You're going to win. You're going to win. A lot of people are going to win that nobody's thinking of. And, it's amazing what's happening. What's happening is really amazing. But this is a guy who's going to win, and you're going to be proud of him for many, many years. We're also grateful to be joined by the governor of this magnificent Commonwealth. His name happens to be Glenn Youngkin, and he's one of the greatest governors in the country. And I know he just spoke, but I'd love to have him come up and say a few additional words. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Here we go. Okay, Virginia, are you ready to win? Mr. President, this is the best Trump rally that you have ever had, and you're doing it in Virginia. And yes, on behalf of 8.7 million Virginians, Mr. President, we are going to go to work and get you back in the White House.
He really is. He's a great governor doing an incredible job, and we appreciate it. He's also a tall governor, very tall governor. The only one I know taller is my son, Barrett. That kid is tall. And he's a good boy, and he sees this country, and it distresses him when he sees what's happening at a young age. People understand. Smart people understand. But I want to thank the governor for the great job he's done in the Commonwealth. It's done an incredible job, and everybody's talking about it, too. Thanks as well to Virginia Attorney General Jason Mears. Jason Mears. Where's Jason? Come on, Jason, let's go. What the hell is a Friday? Come on. Come on, Jason. I hear great things. All I know is Glenn tells me he's doing a great job as Attorney General. I don't have to hear anymore. That's the one that matters. Come on, Jason.
Well, I first, as the Attorney General, as a top law enforcement official in the Commonwealth, I have to say, Mr. President, after seeing last night's debate, I instructed my adult abuse investigators to investigate the DNC for forcing Joe Biden to run for president. But when we talk about what's at stake at this election, it's three simple initials. USA.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Is everybody having a good time? So one of the great congressmen, a person who knows more about our military, I think, than maybe anybody. He's from a wonderful state known as Florida, and he's highly respected by everybody he knows. Just a real professional, and he hates seeing what he's seeing because he sees our country, a nation in decline is what he sees, and it's very sad to watch, but we're going to turn it around. Congressman Michael Waltz. Thank you, Michael. Great job. And Michael would agree that Congresswoman Jen Kiggins is a fantastic talent, a fantastic woman. Where is she? She is doing a great job. Thank you very much, Jen. Thank you. Great job. Everyone tells me, look, Secret Service won't let her up. Secret Service, they're tough. They don't play games. Thank you very much, Jen. We appreciate it. Thank you. A man who was treated very unfairly by the thugs, the same thugs that we're going to dethrone, like a deranged Jack Smith. He's a deranged person. How's he doing? I don't think he's doing so well. He's a deranged person, but he gave a man named Bob McDonnell, your former governor, he gave him a very unfair, they all did, they gave him a very unfair treatment, but Bob has done incredibly well. He went through it, and he's a great guy. Former Governor Bob McDonnell. Thank you very much. The deranged one we have. You're not a fan. You're not a fan of those guys, right, Bob? And now Bob showed them for what they are. Former governor and a really wonderful senator and a good guy and a friend of mine, George Allen. George, thank you. Thank you, George. I knew his father very well, and his father was a great coach. He was really a good coach. He knew how to win, right? He knew how to win. Former Governor Jim Gilmore. Jim, thank you. Thank you, Jim. Congressional nominees, Lori Buckout. Lori, thank you. Good luck. Oh, you're going to do well. You're scheduled to win. They have you down. Another one scheduled to win, Derek Anderson. Good. You're going to do great. We're going to get it. He's running against one of the Vindman twins. Vindman, is that correct? The Vindman twins. These are the worst people. You got to win that race, Derek. They are the worst people. They reported a false conversation. They made up a story about a certain conversation that was false. And they act like they're hot stuff. They're not. All they have to do is look in the mirror and they'll realize. And look at this guy. He's like a movie star, right? Look at this guy. No, the brothers, they're twins. And I heard one is worse than the other. I think you're running against the worst one. We're going to fight for you. You got to win that race. You got to teach the Vindmans. We got to get them out. And another man who started a little bit down to somebody, I won't mention his name. I will not mention his name. Bob Good, I won't mention his name. And Bob Good was terrible to me for 3 years. And I used to say, who is this guy? And then for the last 6 months, he was great. But I couldn't forget the 3 years, so I had to make a decision. And we had a man named John McGuire, who was a Navy SEAL. And, you know, I know a lot of tough guys, and they wanted to be Navy SEALs. It was their dream to be a Navy SEAL. That's all they thought about. And in many cases, like sons of friends of mine, they want to be a Navy SEAL. They couldn't get there. It's a very tough thing to do. It's really tough. Guys at the perfect physical specimens, everything great. And they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. And this guy is a full-fledged Navy SEAL at the highest level. And he beat an opponent who was a leader, a big leader in the House, a Republican leader. And Bob McGuire, you're going to have a great race. You're going to win, and you are a hero. Thank you very much. That was amazing. That was amazing. It was an honor to endorse him. You know, he started off, not a lot of people knew him. I endorsed him, and he went up 27 points. And he ended up winning by, like, doesn't matter, a few hundred votes. We'll take it. Doesn't matter. 2 votes is okay, too. What a great campaign you ran. Congratulations. He's a Navy SEAL. Thank you very much, John. John McGuire, everybody. And also a man who's a tough cookie, and he's doing a great job. Virginia GOP Chair, Rich Anderson. He says we're going to win. Rich, thank you. Are we going to win, right? We got to win. Oh, by the way, we win Virginia, the race is over. You understand that? So I don't want to put any pressure on Randy and on Glenn and on everybody else, but we win Virginia, you know, it's over. It's over. I saw that today. They said if he wins Virginia on top of everything else, it's over. And former Congressman, good guy, Randy Forbes. Randy, thank you. Thank you. You look good. Thank you, Randy. Above all, because we are near so many military facilities, I want to salute every single U.S. service member and veteran in the audience today. We have the highest rating with the veterans of any president. Thank you. So let's have a big round of applause for the men and women of the United States Armed Forces. Under the Trump administration, we fully rebuilt the U.S. military. and we created Space Force. We totally defeated the ISIS territorial caliphate 100%. We did it in 4 weeks. They said it was going to take 5 years. We extinguished the founder and leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. We terminated the worst top terrorist, Qasem Soleimani. These are the 2 top terrorists in the world. We left Iran weak and broke and begging to make a deal. They wanted to make a deal so badly. We would have made a deal. We would have made a good deal for them. But then we had the rigged election, and now we have an incompetent president. We stood with our friends and ally in the state of Israel. We recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. And we recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, something they were trying to do for 70 years. And with the Abraham Accords, we made peace in the Middle East at a level that nobody has ever seen, the Abraham Accords. We had Russia, China, and North Korea in check, and I was the first president in decades who started no new wars. Instead, I brought our troops back home. We brought them all back home. If I was president, the war in Ukraine would never have happened. The October 7th attack on Israel would never have happened. The Russian nuclear submarines would not be circling Cuba 60 miles off our Miami coast. Think of it. We have Russian submarines circling Cuba, and the fake news media doesn't want to talk about it. If you were president, they'd be calling for your indictment. If Bob was president, but you could handle it, you've proven that. If anybody was president that was a Republican, they don't even talk about it. Think of it. We have Russian submarines and Russian warships in Cuba, and Cuba's right next to Miami, in case you don't know. Can you imagine? And the fake news media, those people right there with all those cameras, they don't want to talk about it. For our great veterans, we passed VA accountability and VA choice, 2 things they said were impossible to get passed. And while Joe Biden pretends to be a defender of veterans, Crooked Joe has tried to rehire the sadists who mistreated our great. You know, we fired 9,000 people out of the VA because they were sadistic, they were sadists, they were hurting our veterans, they were thieves, they were crooks, they were bullies. We fired 9,000. Biden now wants to hire them all back. He's trying to reinstate 5,000 poorly performing VA. These are all people that I fired, VA employees that I fired, and give them back full pay. We fired them because they were sadists and they were bullies and they were hurting people that weren't in prime time. It'll cost us $200 million in back pay. This is what he wants. He wants to put the thugs back into the VA. And people are not happy. On day 1 of my new administration, I will fully restore the use of VA accountability and direct my Secretary of Veterans Affairs. And by the way, all this stuff passed Congress. I got to pass Congress. Wasn't just an executive order. And direct my Secretary of Veterans Affairs, my last one did a great job, to fire every corrupt abuser of our veterans who Joe Biden wants to keep on the payroll, wants to have them back. As Commander-in-Chief, I will defend our military, I will always honor our veterans, and I will restore peace through strength. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine totally settled. I know a good guy who could settle it. That guy right there, Glenn. He would settle it. He did some pretty tough deals. You have good experience for settling. Yesterday's debate should make it clearer than ever how important it is to elect a competent president who will prevent World War III. I'm the only one that can say it. I know every one of those players, and they respect us. In my next term, we will build a great iron dome over our country, a dome the likes of which no one has ever seen before, a state-of-the-art missile defense shield that will be entirely built and made in the USA. And largely in the Commonwealth of Virginia. A lot of it is expected to be done right here in Virginia. You know, Israel has a dome, but we have technology. Ronald Reagan wanted it to happen years ago, but we didn't have the technology, in all fairness, then. But he wanted it. But now we have incredible technology. As you know, 300 missiles were recently shot at Israel, and 299 were knocked down, and one was basically disabled. So they stopped 300 missiles from going into Israel, and we were going to have a better dome, a more technologically capable dome, and we're going to build a great dome over this country because we deserve it. We deserve it. Despite Joe Biden's flagrant lies on the debate stage, I will not cut one penny from Social Security or Medicare, which is what he is going to do. He's destroying Social Security. I kept that promise for 4 straight years, and I'll keep it again. Remember, I didn't increase. I didn't do. You know, they talk about Russia. Russia, under Bush, took land. Russia, under Obama, took land. Russia, under Biden, is going to take the whole thing, it looks like. Russia, under Trump, took nothing. They took nothing. It's true. True. Pinocchio Joe lied about all the things that I did to preserve Social Security. He's going to destroy Social Security by allowing all of these people in and using it. Remember that, Congressman. You got to stop him. And even his lies about now the inexpensive insulin. So I was the one that got you the inexpensive, not him. That was done 3 years ago. And the sad thing, it came due 2 years later. And I said, you mean if I lose this race? That was at the time. The new president's going to get credit. And he goes around talking about how he did insulin. I did the insulin, where the seniors get insulin at a very low price. By contrast, Joe Biden has cut Medicare Advantage payments for 2 straight years, a total betrayal to our seniors. Biden has cut Advantage payments. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty, better than they have ever been before. We will take our horribly run capital of our nation in Washington, D.C., and clean it up, renovate it, and rebuild a capital the likes of which that even we haven't seen in its prime. We will get rid of the murder and the crime. You go from Virginia to take a tour of the Capitol, look at the great monuments and all, you end up getting shot, mugged, knifed. We're going to clean it up, and we're going to get rid of all the crime. There's not going to be any crime. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and any other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the shoulders of our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep men out of women's sports. And fully uphold, of course, the totally under siege Second Amendment. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech, and I will secure our elections like never before. Our elections will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. Very simple. But until then, Republicans must win. We're going to count on Virginia more than just about any place else. We're so close. This would be an incredible historic victory. We want a landslide that's, and remember this term, too big to rig. We want a landslide that's too big to rig. If it's too big to rig, if it's too big, they can't rig it. They're going to try. They're bad. They have no shame. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done the near, think of it, they wouldn't have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration has done. So if you want to save America, go out, get your family, get your friends, get everyone you know, and vote. Vote early, vote absentee, vote on Election Day. But whatever you do, you have to go out and vote. You have to vote. And if you want us to help ensure election integrity, sign up to Protect the Vote. It's very simple. Get out and help us. ProtectTheVote.com. Very simple. Protect, because we don't need votes. We need protection of the votes once they're cast. Because these people will do anything to stay in power. So protectthevote.com. Help us protect the vote. We're going to protect it. And we have law enforcement. Every law enforcement agency in Virginia and every other place has endorsed us. They're going to all be watching. From Fredericksburg to Williamsburg, from Alexandria to Norfolk, and from Roanoke to Richmond to right here in Chesapeake, Virginia. It's been the home of some of the greatest American heroes ever to walk the face of the earth. This is the place where George Washington led the patriots of the Continental Army to victory at Yorktown. What a history you have. Virginia was the home of Thomas Jefferson, who wrote those immortal words, "All men are created equal." And Virginia gave us James Madison, James Monroe, Lewis and Clark, Booker T. Washington, Ella Fitzgerald, the Bedford Boys who gave their lives on D-Day, and Patrick Henry, who declared, "Give me liberty or give me death." Pretty good. That's a pretty good history. That's not bad. You know, I stop at a lot of states. They don't quite have a lot of that, right, Governor? Together, they helped build America into the greatest and most exceptional nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation that is in serious decline. We are a failing nation. Very sad thing to say. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, willpower, and strength. We are a nation that has, quite honestly, lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. With the right leadership, every disaster Joe Biden has created can be fixed, and can be fixed really very, very quickly, and we will get it done fast. Every problem can be solved, and every wrong can be rectified. By this time next year, America's borders will be strong, sealed, and secure. Inflation will be in full retreat. Our economy will be roaring back. Optimism will be surging. The American dream will be thriving again for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. Law and justice will reign all throughout our land. Freedom will be restored. The flame of liberty will be burning bright. Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, will be a fading memory of the past, and our great silent majority, including the once forgotten men and women of our country, will be the ones shaping America's magnificent future when I am the 47th president of the United States. Because we are all Americans, and together we will show November 5th to be the most important day in the history of America. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, Virginia. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
up to expectations.
Absolutely. And coming off the heels of the debate last night, the party continued today here in Virginia, and the crowd loved it. They are still on their feet waiting to get that last glimpse of President Trump.
Yes, and he did his dancing, which we love. Every time he dances, we're happy. He really touched on everything we were hoping he would touch on, and then some. He really made his points from last night extra clear, and he truly appreciates the support he gets from his fans. I've never called politician supporters fans before, but in the case of President Trump, you absolutely can say.
They are fans. They love President Trump, and they stayed here until the very end. A big crowd. The overflow crowd was massive today, and so it made him feel good. Coming off the heels of last night, a big win in the debate, and also coming out to this huge support system here in Virginia today. And the party continues. President Trump will have more announcements coming soon, so be looking for that from Right Side Broadcasting Network. We will announce those as they are announced to us. And then in the meantime, we have the RNC coming up. And then also we'll be watching All Eyes on New York City. Hope for the best, pray for the best for President Trump on July 11th. In the meantime, we want to remind you that, one of these sunny days when you're thinking, okay, I'm going to get a sunburn or a suntan, that's when Angel Paste comes in. It's a miracle cream that's great for your skin. It's not greasy. Women, men, children, teenagers, this is perfect for you. Not oily like a lot of the other products on the market are. It's based out of Spring, Texas, and all of the products are sourced in the USA, so it's great for you. Customers are so happy. They say they have less wrinkles, less sunspots. They love it. It even helps with bruises. So this truly is a miracle. All you have to do is go to RSBN, go to angelpaste.com, type in RSBN for 10% off. Again, that's angelpaste.com, type in RSBN at checkout, get 10% off your order. Don't wait, do it today.
And also, one of the things we realized when President Trump talks is that he was right about everything. He loves to say that, and that's why we love this hat. So this is a very special edition hat, actually, and this one is the Trump was right about everything, right? It's the Trump was right red hat. Only $40, and it's officially made in the USA. It's got the high crown. It's very nicely structured. It's got the cotton twill. It's got the plastic snap closure for adjustability, and it's got a curved bill for flattering look as well. Due to the high demand, shipping could be delayed, so be quick on getting those orders in at winred.com. Winred.com. I could use that hat right now. I love that hat.
Yes,
That's a good
that
hat.
would have helped with the sun today. Also, don't forget your free Trump book.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, perfect for the kids, perfect for anyone in the family. Even the adults can have fun with free Trump book. It's the best-selling kids guide to everything President Trump. Also, how the government works. This is the book for you. Go to freetrumpbook.com. Again, that's freetrumpbook.com. You will just have to pay a small shipping and handling fee, but that's it. Everything else is free. I love it. freetrumpbook.com.
Not a lot of things free in this world anymore. But you know what? The rallies are free, and the book is free. And that's what Trump's all about, saving us money and making us money. I love that about him. And a lot of people will say, I really want to go to the rally. I don't have the money right now. I'm like, oh, no. You just sign up. It's not, unless you buy things, it's not costing you for entry, which is lovely.
That's a great point that I'm glad you hit on, because I was just asked that this week. How much does it cost to get in? And I said it's free. So everyone gets into the rally free. So keep that in mind when President Trump comes to your neighborhood. All right, well, that'll do it for us today. It's been so much fun here with you. Thanks so much for joining us and for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network.
It was so much fun to work with you. I can't wait to do it again. Thank you all so much. I'm Nikki Stanzione.
And I'm Vanessa Broussard. So good to see you. Have a great night, America.
God bless you.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.